14. Closer, closer. R5L4 screeched and wailed pitifully, sparks flying from its head as the insect creature's acid-secreting pincers slashed and tore, digging into metal as easily as if it was packed soil. In front of the doomed droid, Kip worked furiously to get his life suit secured before the final breach of his hull sucked all of his atmosphere away. He heard the cries of R5L4, and they cut into his heart as deeply as if he was losing a dear friend, but he could do nothing until the suit was in place. Sparks continued to fly, bouncing off the back of Kip's canopy. A small burst of flame erupted from the droid, only to wash out instantly for lack of oxygen. But that was it for R5L4. The screeching stopped. Kip was on his own. He unstrapped and turned himself about to see the insect-like creature feasting on the wires and boards that were the droid's guts, and to see another insect creature clinging to the lower wing on the right, gaining a foothold, it seemed, and intent on the ion drive. Thinking quickly, Kip shut down the drive and pulled the lever, closing the S-foils. The whole of the craft groaned as they came together, trapping the insect between them, but not crushing it. Kip rocked the lever back and forth, opening and closing the foils, trying to dislodge the thing or squish it flat. It held its ground stubbornly, so Kip just kept the foils as tight as they would get. The insectoid monstrosity on the back of his fuselage was finished with its meal, and now those acid pincers came at the back of Kip's canopy. The Jedi waited, hand on the button. The pincers drove through. Kip pressed and fell into his seat, grabbing a belt with all his strength. The canopy blew away with a tremendous shock that rocked the X-wing violently, knocking its nose down so that it was flying forward in a diagonal posture. Kip turned about, trying to figure out what to do with the one on the wings, but he stopped, stunned, for the creature on the back of his fuselage remained, back forelegs clasping the X-wing, front two waving in the air. It was bent up at the back, head up, pincers stuck through the ejected canopy. Hardly thinking, reacting out of sheer horror, Kip sprang to his knees, pulled the lightsaber off of his belt, and brought forth the glowing blade. A single clean swipe took the closest two grasping legs, and the backhand severed the last two, and the monstrous insect and the canopy flew away. Anger welled in Kip as he composed himself, as he thought about the losses this day, as he looked at the tattered remains of R5L4. He knew the score, that none of his promising dozen and two Avengers had escaped beside him. And when a sudden explosion rocked the side of his X-wing, and that stubborn creature pinned between the wings somehow extended its pincers enough to breach the ion drive, he doubted that he would get away either. He crawled out of his cockpit, grasping tightly, understanding that he had no lifeline here, that one slip would send him floating helplessly in deep space. The X-wing was spinning now, over and over. Kip couldn't really feel the movement in the zero gravity, but he could see the changing placement of the stars. He held on tightly, recognizing that the spin would likely soon exert centrifugal force and toss him away. He had never known such desperation, a castaway in a life raft in the middle of the most vast ocean of all. But he was a Jedi, trained and proven. He dismissed his anger now, refused to give in to it, and approached logically, carefully. The insect looked at him. The pincers snapped hungrily. Kip thrust his lightsaber right between them, the energy blade cutting deep into the creature's head. The insect went into a fury. The X-wing spun even faster and looped head over tail as well. For an instant, Kip lost his grip, tumbling right off the back. His lightsaber fell from his grasp, but he reached out to it instinctively with the force, needing the security of the crafted weapon, though it would hardly help him in this situation. Likewise, as soon as he had the lightsaber in hand, Kip mentally grabbed at the spinning X-wing, putting a hold on it as secure as his strong arms ever could. Closer and closer he inched, until it was in his reach, spinning about, and he grabbed onto the tail and pulled himself to the fuselage. Still trapped between the wings, the monstrous insect lay very still. Kip put his lightsaber away and used this vantage point to try and examine the damaged drive, to try to think of some way he might begin repairs. What could he do? With a sigh, followed quickly by a determined grunt, he pulled himself over the edge of the fuselage back to his cockpit. He studied the ship with attitude jets, then began a general inventory, trying to get a fix on where he was and on the extent of the damage. His hyperdrive seemed to be working, but with no canopy, he didn't dare engage it. He reached instinctively for his emergency kit, but stopped abruptly, recognizing that, with his entire canopy gone, there was nothing to patch. What to do? Even if there was a habitable planet around, Kip couldn't land without his canopy, and the life suit would serve him for only a few hours, or perhaps for a few days if he went into his Jedi trance. But those thoughts were for later, he told himself determinedly. Next came the real test. He eased the ion drive back online. It fired, sputtered, and he found that only by rocking the throttle could he keep it going, and then only at low power. He looked to the side, to the trapped and dead creature, and almost opened the wings. But then, keeping his cool, thinking ahead, Kip understood that this alien life form should be examined. Even if he didn't make it, those who later found his dead craft would need to see this creature. Even if he didn't make it. The disturbing notion echoed over and over in his thoughts. He sat back and forced himself to relax, moving past a state of consciousness, into the flow of the Force. Envisioning his ship, he moved his thoughts beyond the mechanics of the vehicle into the realm of the philosophical, the true purpose of the various components that comprised his X-Wing. And then it hit him, not the perfect solution, but one that had a chance at least. Working on his own, with no astromech and only a basic engineering manual to guide him, Kip altered the power grids of the ion drive, bringing them more completely to his shielding power. Then, holding his breath, he eased it back online. It offered no thrust this time, but rather created a bubble-like shield about him, one that he hoped might allow him to survive hyperspace. He laid in a course for Dubryllion. He kept searching the records as he went, though, and soon determined that there was another possibility, a remote planet named Cernpa-dal. Torn, for he knew that he would find help at Lando's, Kip finally decided, after yet another warning sputter and flutter of power from the wounded drive, to try for the closer Cernpa-dal. He altered the course accordingly and engaged the hyperdrive, focusing his consciousness on that tentative ion power plant, attentive to its every sound and pulse. He came out of hyperspace almost immediately, just an instant before the ion drive fluctuated, dropping his shielding canopy. It came up again almost immediately, and Kip shook his head as he considered the daunting task ahead of him. He'd have to hop and skip in short hyperspace bursts all the way to Cernpa-dal. And all the time, he'd have to simply hope that the ion drive didn't die altogether. He engaged the hyperdrive again, closing his eyes and feeling the vibrations behind him, easing as he needed to, not letting those sputtering jolts of the ion drive reach a critical level. His breathing slowed, his heart pumped even slower, preserving his oxygen, but he kept enough of his consciousness to feel those vibrations, to jump out of hyperspace, and then, when the ion drive was ready, jump back in, playing the controls as one might rock a tired baby. Dany Quee sat in an icy-walled, dome-shaped chamber just above the frigid water, and with hundreds of meters of solid ice above her. She wore only that loose-fitting poncho. For her other garments, the horrid, fleshy creature that had enwrapped her body, and the star-shaped creature that had violated her very insides, were gone now. Despite her lack of clothing, though, Dany was not cold. Strange lichen covered the floor of the place, emitting warmth and light, and probably oxygen, she figured, because she could breathe easily in here. Her captors were horrible beyond anything she had ever seen, especially the huge tentacled brain that seemed to be guiding them, but in a strange sense they were also noble. Dany had not been tortured, yet, and had faced no intimate advances at all. She was a worthy enemy, the humanoid leader Dagara had proclaimed, on the word of Yeoman Carr, and so she had been treated with a solid measure of respect. Still, they meant to sacrifice her. Now she was alone, hour after hour. Every once in a while the water would bubble and a pair of tattooed barbarians would splash up, one keeping a weapon pointed her way, the other bringing food, squirming eel-like creatures, and potable water. She wondered what was going on down there, in the lower depths, where the War Coordinator's bulk rested, where the water was warmer because of volcanic activity. She wondered what was happening on the outside, beyond this frozen wasteland, in the galaxy that was her home. It would be conquered, Dagara had promised her, brought to its knees before the glory of the Yuuzhan Vong, and she would see it. Dany got the distinct feeling that Dagara was hoping that she would stop being one of the infidels, as he called all the peoples of her galaxy, and see the light and truth of the Yuuzhan Vong way. She didn't think that likely. The water bubbled, signaling another approach. Dany looked toward it quizzically. She was expecting them. Dagara had told her that another world ship would dock soon, and that she could witness the glory of the arrival. Everything seemed to center on that word, glory, with the Yuuzhan Vong. She mentally prepared herself for the expected violation by the fleshy creatures, the suit and the horrid mask. But then she saw something she could not have anticipated, and she drew in her breath harshly as a pair of tattooed barbarians burst out of the water, dragging a battered human man between them. Dagara came in next, moving to Dany as the other two threw the new prisoner roughly to the floor, his fleshy, organic envirosuit peeling back from his body. "Some warriors came against us," the prefect explained through the watery gurgle caused by the star-shaped mask. "Some of your best, apparently." He paused and nodded toward the limp form on the floor. "They were destroyed with ease." Dany looked at him curiously, more for the manner in which he was speaking than for the actual words. Before this, his inflection and pronunciation had been horrible, and he had scrambled the structure of nearly every sentence. But now that wording was noticeably smoother. "You doubt our power?" Dagara asked, apparently cueing in on her expression. "You've learned our language," she replied. The prefect turned his head sideways and tapped a finger against his ear, and Dany saw something inside it, wriggling quickly like the back end of a worm. "We have our ways, Dany Qui. You will learn." Dany didn't doubt that, and it made the Yuuzhan Vong all the more terrible. The prefect steeled his gaze at Dany. "He is not worthy," he said, indicating her new companion, and then, with a sudden hand motion, he set the other two into action, and they leapt into the water. Dagara continued to stare at Dany for a long while, then slipped into the dark water behind them. Dany ran to the human. He wore no identification, wore nothing at all other than a tight pair of shorts. He carried many fresh scars, as though Dagara's warriors had wounded and then healed him. Given the prefect's last words to her, that this one was not worthy, Dany understood what that meant. He would be sacrificed to the War Coordinator. Dany sucked in her breath and held herself steady. She, too, had faced the War Coordinator, the horrid Yammisk. Its two thin and sticky inner tendrils had entwined her, pulling her in, between the huge tentacles of the beast, and toward those black eyes and that singular toothy maw. But the War Coordinator had not taken her, had deemed other purposes for her, which Prefect Dagara had assured her was an incredible honor, though Dany, her knees nearly buckling as she fought off a bit of fainting, had not appreciated it at all. The War Coordinator wouldn't do the same with this one, Dany believed. He would be wrapped in tentacles and brought in slowly to be devoured. The man stirred, then blinked his eyes open slowly in obvious pain. "Where?" he stuttered. "On the fourth planet," Dany replied. "Starfighters." "Rock-like," the man stammered. "Coral skippers," Dany clarified for him, for Dagara had told her the literal translation of the Yuuzhan Vong name. She eased the battered man's head down gently. "Rest easy. You're safe now." An hour or so later, Dany really couldn't begin to keep track of the time, the man woke up with a start and a cry. "Coming through the ship!" he yelled, but then he stopped himself as he became aware of his current surroundings. He looked at Dany curiously. "The fourth planet?" Dany nodded. "The Helska system?" Dany nodded again and moved to help the man sit up. "I'm Dany Qui," she began. I came out of the Exgal station on Belkadon. The man's sudden look of recognition stopped her. Spacecaster class shuttle, he said. Dany looked at him incredulously. We tracked you, the man explained. To Helska. We came to find you. We? The man forced a smile and held out his hand. Miko Reglia of the 12 Avengers, he said. Dany took his hand, but her expression revealed that she had no idea what he was talking about. A squadron of... Miko had to pause. What exactly were they a squadron of? A squadron of starfighter pilots, he explained, led by Jedi Kip Doran and myself. You're a Jedi Knight? Dany asked, eyes widening, a flicker of hope flashing behind them. Miko nodded and visibly settled down, as if the reminder that he was a Jedi Knight had put him in a completely different frame of mind. Yes, he said solemnly. I was trained at the Academy, under Luke Skywalker himself, and though my training is not yet complete, I've been doing an apprenticeship under the tutelage of Kip Doran. I am indeed a Jedi Knight. Dany glanced back at the water. She believed Miko's claim, and in light of that, she wondered if she had found a weakness in her enemies. Prefect Dagara had called this one unworthy, but how could a Jedi Knight be unworthy in the eyes of any fellow warrior? Perhaps Dagara and his fellows had underestimated this man, and perhaps Dany could find some way to exploit that error. She looked back to Miko to see him sitting calmly, eyes closed in a meditative pose. "What are you doing?" she asked. Miko blinked his eyes open. "Calling out," he explained, "projecting my own thoughts and trying to sense those of any other Jedi Knight who might be in the area." "Will it work?" Dany asked eagerly, moving closer. Miko shrugged. "Jedi have a connection, a common understanding of the Force that brings us together." "But will it work?" the pragmatic Dany pressed. Again the shrug. "I don't know," he admitted. "I don't know if Kip escaped, and I don't know how far away he or any other Jedi might be." That was all the answer Dany needed. She came to the conclusion then that they couldn't depend on this mystical thought projection. They needed their own plan. "Who are these people?" Miko asked after a pause. "Smugglers?" Dany burst into laughter, despite herself. "Smugglers? If only it was that simple and explainable." "Maybe the Yuuzhan Vong, were smugglers," she replied, "in their own galaxy." Miko started to respond, but stopped short and stared hard at her, the implications of her words obviously hitting him. "They're not from our galaxy," Dany explained. "Impossible," Miko replied. "A lie they told you to keep you afraid." "We tracked them inbound," Dany went on, "right through the galactic rim. We thought it was an asteroid or a comet, and when we figured out where it was headed, 3 of us came out to investigate." "The other 2?" Miko asked, but Dany was shaking her head before he ever finished. She thought of Benson Tomry and Cho-Badelig then, of Benson's horrible ending, and saw it in light of Dagara's words concerning this man Miko. She didn't want to witness that scene repeated. "What are they doing here?" "The Yuuzhan Vong want it all," Dany explained. Miko looked at her skeptically. "Conquest?" "The whole galaxy." Miko snorted. "They're in for a surprise." "Or we are," Dany said gravely. "How many?" Miko asked. "How many planets? How many comets or asteroids or whatever they might be came in?" "Just one," Dany answered, and she added, "so far," before Miko could respond. "Others will follow, I'm sure." "They'll need 10,000 times this number," Miko declared. "It's not just about numbers," Dany pointed out. "They've got ways and weapons we don't understand. It all seems to be based on living organisms, creatures they've trained or bred to serve their needs." "Like the suits they've put us in," Miko observed, and both he and Dany shivered at the memory. Dany nodded. "They've got their ways," she said. Miko waved his hand dismissively. "We were taking them out 3-1, he explained. "And we were just flying starfighters, and most of them outdated. The alien fighters wouldn't stand up against a star destroyer or a battle cruiser." "You were winning, but you did not," Dany reminded. "Only because they found some way to get our shields down," Miko started to say, but he stopped, his words hanging ominously in the air. "Don't underestimate them," Dany scolded, and she wondered then if she might have found the reason that Dagara apparently held little respect for Miko. "They've got tools and weapons and technology foreign to our sensibilities, weapons we might not easily be able to counter. They're confident, and they seem to know us better than we know them." Miko started to climb to his feet unsteadily, and Dany moved to support him. A moment later he gently pushed her away, then went into a dance-like routine of slow and deliberate balancing motions. When he finished a few moments later, he seemed to have found his center. "We have to get off this planet," he said, glancing all around and finally up at the encasing ice. "It's hundreds of meters thick," Dany remarked. "We have to find a way," Miko said, his tone full of determination. "I don't know if any of the others got away, but someone has to get back to inform the New Republic. Let's see what these aliens, what did you call them, the Yuuzhan Vong, can do against some real firepower." Dany nodded resolutely, bolstered by the offered strength of the Jedi Knight, and hoping that Prefect Dagara had indeed underestimated him. "We lost more than a dozen," Dagara admitted, and the eyes on Nome Anor's Villip narrowed dangerously. "But when we discovered their weaknesses and used the Dovin Basils to counter their blocking energy shields, the battle turned our way," he quickly added. "We can beat them now, 1-on-1, 1-10. "How many?" the executor asked. 11 enemies were destroyed," Dagara reported. "A 12th was forced down, and though 2 escaped, the Gretchens were in swift pursuit. We believe those last 2 enemies were destroyed." "You believe?" Nome Anor echoed skeptically. "They jumped past light speed, what they call hyperdrive," Dagara explained. "Still, at last sighting, several Gretchens were attached before the jump, and many more went in pursuit. They could not have survived." Nome Anor gave a long pause that Dagara didn't dare interrupt. The prefect understood the problems here. Even releasing the Gretchens had been taking a huge chance, for unlike many of the Yuuzhan Vong's bred creatures, Gretchens were not rational, thinking, or even trained beasts. They were instruments of destruction, living weapons, and once released, they could not be controlled or recalled. Those that had not made the jump piggybacked on the enemy starfighters or in immediate pursuit, but had stayed in the region with the coral skippers, had been destroyed. It was too risky to try and capture a mature Gretchen. That loss was not significant, for the insectoids bred and matured quickly, and those lost would soon enough be replaced. Of more concern were the many that got away. Likely they had destroyed the starfighters and were now running free in the galaxy. They couldn't reproduce, for they had no queens, but Gretchens were aggressive creatures and would continue to seek out and attack other ships in the region. Soon enough they might draw the attention of the New Republic, turn the eyes of the enemy to this sector of the galaxy's outer rim, and that could bode ill for the Preterite Vong. That's what had Nome Anor concerned, and rightly so, Dagara knew, but still, what other choice had his warriors? They could not chase the enemy through a lightspeed jump after all, for the Dovin Basils fronting the coral skippers, sensitive as they were, could not hold any lock on enemy ships through such a ride. "Your new prisoner," Nome Anor prompted. "You believe him to be a Jedi?" Now Dagara fully relaxed, pleased to relay this grand information. "He is, Executor." "Take care with that one," Nome Anor warned. "He is with the woman," Dagara replied. "There is no escape." "Have you begun the breaking?" "We use the woman against him," Dagara confirmed. "We have told her that he is unworthy, as we have told him. We will execute him 1,000 times in his mind, if that is what we must do. And when he is within the grasp of the war coordinator, pulled toward the great maw and expecting death, his willpower will ebb. Nome Anor's Vilip echoed his chuckle. Dagara knew exactly how the executor felt. The breaking was a common procedure used against captured enemies of the Yuuzhan Vong, mental torture over physical torment, a shaving away of the sensibilities and determination until the unfortunate prisoner was left broken on the floor, sobbing like a baby, his mind snapped from a succession of expected horrors, of promised terrible deaths. "We will measure his willpower carefully, Executor," Dagara assured him. "Then we will know the limits of the Jedi, and know how to exceed those limits." The Vilip's look was purely contented now, and Dagara knew the expression to be an accurate reflection. What luck that they had so early on been able to capture a Jedi. Now, while Nome Anor continued his test of the Jedi's physical abilities with the disease he had inflicted upon Mara, Dagara and the Yamas could learn so much more about the mental prowess of these supposed super creatures. "Above all else, denigrate him," Nome Anor suggested. "He is not worthy. That is your litany. That is the message we will use to infiltrate his willpower and crack the barriers apart. And all the better that you still have the woman yeoman Carr told you about to use as a measuring rod against him. She is worthy. He is not. That should effect some weakening." "Then we are in agreement," Dagara assured Nome Anor. "Our secrecy nears its end," Nome Anor replied. "With the escape of the two craft." "They did not escape," Dagara dared to interrupt, something he would normally never do to appear. In this case, though, the prefect understood the necessity of setting the premise. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief when Nome Anor granted him that conclusion. "They may have loosed a warning beacon," Nome Anor explained. "Even if not, the inevitable actions of the vicious Gretchens may turn some attention in your general direction. Also, what brought the starfighter squadron out to you in the first place?" Dagara had no practical answer. He had hoped it was just a twist of fate. "You are a long way from the core," Nome Anor continued, "and the New Republic has much to contend with close to home. The Osarian-Romamul conflict is full-scale now, and several other minor wars have begun, both interplanetary and within planetary governments loyal to the New Republic. They would not have sent a squadron out there without cause, if that squadron went out under any specific orders. See what you might learn from the captured Jedi." "My intention, exactly." "And beware, Prefect Dagara," Nome Anor said ominously. "When is the rest of the Preterite Vong to arrive?" "The second world ship will dock this day," Dagara answered. "The third within the week." "Prepare your defenses properly, and do not let down your guard," Nome Anor warned. "If the New Republic knows of you, or if either of those fleeing starfighters did escape, you can expect much more formidable opponents within the week." "We will be ready." "See that you are." The Vilip abruptly inverted, the connection broken, and Prefect Dagara relaxed and rubbed the kink out of his neck, made sore by his standing at perfect attention throughout his discussion with the great executor. He had already communed with the war coordinator, and the Yamask had assured him that the humans and their pitiful energy weapons were not to be feared. The planet was a fortress now, with the Yamask emitting its own energy fields and using Dovan basils to focus them instantly. Once the second and third world ships, each carrying full payloads of coral skippers, were in, let the humans come. Dagara grinned wickedly as he considered his other order of business, the breaking of the Jedi. He had assisted with other breakings during his prefect training, of course, but this was his first time ever overseeing one. To the warrior, always looking for weakness in his enemies, it was indeed a pleasurable experience. Dany and Miko climbed to their feet when the water started to churn and looked to each other, each trying to confirm that this was the time for action. A slight nod, one and then the other, and the pair moved to opposite sides of the small chamber and waited. with Miko going down into a squat and pressing his palms together before him. Dany, too, went into a crouch, watching the churning water. But then she looked higher to Miko and marveled at his posture and preparedness. She could see the taut muscles of his arms straining under the isometric press, building pressure as if to literally explode into action. A Yuuzhan Vong head, black hair chopped erratically, fleshy star shape over the face, appeared, and then the arms, one hand holding a short staff, came over the rim, grabbing hold and propelling the powerful humanoid out of the water and onto the lichen-covered floor. Dany circled and turned and clawed at the wall as if trying to run, demanding the creature's attention. Another Yuuzhan Vong warrior came up, and then a third. Miko exploded into motion, launching himself sidelong against the three, knocking one back into the water, the other two to the floor. Dany dived atop one, grabbing his weapon with both hands and pressing her forearm into the warrior's throat as she did. She drove down with all of her considerable strength, but this was a Yuuzhan Vong warrior, hugely strong, and within a split second he had Dany up high enough so that her press on his throat was not choking him. Desperation drove her, though, and so she clung to the staff with one hand, keeping it at bay, and she freed up her other hand enough to get a grip on the warrior's face, working frantically to avoid his snapping jaws as she wedged her fingers under his star-shaped mask. Miko and the other aliens scrambled to their feet and squared off, and then the third practically leapt out of the water, staff at the ready. "Unworthy," they kept saying, circling, waving their weapons, but shortening the blows, more to measure the Jedi's reaction than to initiate any real attack routines. Miko kept his cool and his balance, taking care not to overreact. He saw Dany struggling with the remaining soldier, the warrior rolling over atop her and gaining the upper hand. He dismissed the image, reminding himself that he couldn't begin to help Dany until he had first helped himself. The Yuuzhan Vong behind him thrust his weapon like a spear, and Miko jumped ahead and to the side, and when the warrior before him took that as an opportunity to come in hard, the skilled Jedi dropped one foot back and turned sidelong to the blow, deflecting it harmlessly aside with his open palm. Like a snake he struck, with that same blocking arm, elbow flying up high, arm snapping straight, the side of his hand knifing into the Yuuzhan Vong warrior's throat. Even as that opponent staggered backward, though, Miko felt the pressure from behind and could not finish the attack, forced instead to turn his attention to the newest foe, scrambling and slapping, barely deflecting the thrusting staff, and not enough to avoid a stinging clip on the side of his chest. Dany heard the rush of Miko's blowing breath and found herself in a tight corner, with the heavy Yuuzhan Vong warrior, staff horizontal above her, pressing down hard, overpowering her, bringing the weapon shaft across her throat. With strength born of desperation, Dany wriggled and drove her knee straight up between the alien's legs. And when his breath came out in a rush and he froze, whether startled or in pain, Dany couldn't tell, she yanked the staff away from him. Hardly slowing, she punched out, left hand, left hand, swiveling the staff, smacking it against her opponent's head on alternating sides. The Yuuzhan Vong brought a hand up to block, and Dany slipped in one last hit and kept pushing, turning the warrior's head aside and wriggling out from underneath. She planted the bottom of the staff on the ground as she turned sidelong and pushed up to her knees. Then, not daring to break the movement, she scrambled up to her feet and turned in a spin, letting her hand slide down the smooth weapon to the end, then coming around with a mighty swing that caught the warrior on the shoulder, then bounced up to the side of his head, launching him into a sidelong flip that left him dazed on the floor. Miko, meanwhile, worked frantically, one hand slapping after another, to parry the barrage of attacks from the staff-thrusting Yuuzhan Vong, using the same always balanced twists and maneuvers he would with his lightsaber when battling a remote. He fell into his meditation, anticipating instead of reacting, trying to follow the telling movements, disturbances of the Force, as an aquatic creature might sense the shifting currents displaced by another. He tried another tactic as well, to use the Force to get a better feel of his opponent, an understanding of the alien's tactics and intentions. He might as well have been trying to read the intentions of empty deep space. But still, Even without that intuitive advantage, Miko found that he could anticipate the movements enough to keep up with the attacks, blocking, slapping, occasionally trying to grab or twist. He kept his foot movements minimal at first, trying to conserve energy, trying to lure his opponent into a state of advantaged complacency. But the warrior he had chopped was regaining his footing, and Miko was out of time. In came the staff, a straight thrust for his belly, an attack Miko had slapped out and dodged with a subtle hip twist 3 times already. This time, though, he knifed his hand down under the weapon and backhanded it up over his shoulder as he stepped forward and to the side of his enemy, leaving him an open punch for the Yuuzhan Vong's masked face. He chose instead to insinuate his free hand between the warrior's arms, rolling over and grabbing onto the staff, while his other hand, up high from the parry, rolled over the staff the other way and grabbed on. Miko pulled down with that upper hand, yanked up with the lower, but at exactly the moment his opponent tried to apply counter-pressure, the Jedi suddenly and viciously reversed his momentum, shoving down with his low hand and rolling his upper hand back under the staff and forcing it up and over to slam hard against the alien's forehead. A sudden and vicious yank tore the staff free of the warrior's grasp, and Miko quickly thrust its butt end into the Yuuzhan Vong's face, closing one eye and sending him staggering backward. Up came Dany, right behind the stubborn warrior, and even as Miko turned his attention to the remaining enemy, the one still clutching its chopped throat, Dany brought her staff down hard on the back of that one's head. The warrior dropped like a stone. The remaining Yuuzhan Vong broke for the hole in the floor, thinking to dive into the water, but Miko came alongside in a rush and kicked out the warrior's trailing foot, tripping him headlong. Dany caught him in a mid-fall, looping her staff about his throat and turning brutally, bending his head to the side and putting him in a helpless choke. He grabbed at the staff and tried to punch at her, but his air supply was gone, and he went limp in a matter of a few seconds. "Get their cloaking creatures," she instructed, but Miko was already trying to find some way to extract the creature from its host. The first Yuuzhan Vong Dany had clobbered started to get back up. She walked over and slammed him in the back of the head, dropping him to the floor. Finally finding the pressure point beside the nose, they managed to strip 2 of the aliens of their Uglith cloakers, but it took them a long while, and several more smacks to the heads of waking warriors, to figure out how to lure the creatures onto their own bodies. When they did, they shivered with the intense pain, the little flickers of exquisite agony as the creatures enwrapped them. Then they turned their attention to the star-shaped breathers, but it took time to muster the courage to actually put the things on. Dany gagged repeatedly, fighting revulsion, as the creature sent its joining tendril down her throat and to her lungs. When she was done, she saw that Miko was already wearing his. "Are you all right?" Miko asked, his voice watery. Dany nodded. "They won't recognize us easily with these on," she replied. "We've got to find some pattern to this place." "Where they keep their ships," Miko agreed. He didn't finish the obvious thought. Once they found the ships, how would they possibly fly them? But he didn't have to. Dany knew the score, and she led the way, diving headlong into the frigid water. As soon as they got under, the 2 could see the distant lighting of the core area of the main Yuuzhan Vong base. Within that glow resided the main bulbous portion of the long-tentacled Yammask they knew, and so, neither wanting to be anywhere near the horrid thing, they gave the lights a wide berth, picking their way to a point above it along the ice, walking their hands on the rough surface rather than swimming, until they came in sight of the tubular creature holding open the pathway to the surface ship. Surprisingly, the bottom end of that tube did not appear guarded, and so they worked their way down its side. They paused at the lip and stared at each other, sharing their trepidation. Dany started to go under, but Miko grabbed her shoulder and held up his hand. He closed his eyes, finding his center, then rushed down and around the bottom into the tube, leading with the staff he had taken from one of the soldiers. Dany held her breath, and just as she started to follow, Miko poked his head around and motioned that the way was clear. They inched their way up perhaps 20 meters before they cleared the water. Then they climbed, appreciating how well the tubular creature was designed, with rib-like bones, easy stairs encircling it. And the path was clear all the way up. Both thought this, too, remarkable, but neither voiced the fear openly. Up they climbed, and then above, Miko, who was still leading, noted the wider opening and the multicolored hues of the alien world ship. Again the Jedi led the way, but this time without hesitation, for Dany was right behind, pressing on. They came into a large chamber and spent a long moment letting their vision adjust to the change in light. At first, they thought they were alone, but then Dany's eyes widened, and she pointed to a small alcove to the left, where a single tattooed figure stood quietly. "You need not your nulith here," Prefect Dagara told them, turning about. He was not wearing one of the star-shaped creatures, and his lips curled into a smile. "The world ship produces its own atmosphere." Dany glanced at Miko, and then all around, looking for other guards. "It took you longer than I had anticipated," Dagara calmly stated. Miko broke into motion, leaping forward, staff twirling above his head. But Dagara, too, moved quickly, extending both his arms, throwing with one hand a pie of goo that hit the floor before Miko, and merely opening his other hand, from which flew a small, ball-like creature, its wings humming fiercely. Miko skipped aside, dived into a roll to recover his balance, and came up to his feet in a rush, thinking to close the last few steps to Dagara, but the goo had moved with him, had somehow expanded, widening like a stream-fed puddle, its surface rippling with waves. The Jedi moved again, a step back, then skittered back the other way, and then, the gooey substance pacing, even gaining on him, he took a step forward and leapt into a somersault, trying to clear it. No such luck. The goo reared up and caught Miko's feet as he came around, and though the Jedi moved with such agility that he was able to land standing, he was caught. He retracted his arm to throw the staff like a spear, but the goo reacted with frightening suddenness, a portion of it flowing right up Miko's legs and torso, enveloping his arm and even reaching out to catch and hold the missile as it left his grasp. Dany cried out for him, but her call was cut short. A gasp of air blasted from lungs, as for the third time she tried to dodge the ball-like creature that had flown from the prefect's hand. The buzzing thing had come back at her each time. This time the living missile seemed to anticipate her movement, altering its course accordingly and slamming her right in the chest with such force that she was knocked back onto the floor. For a long moment she lay stunned and very still, staring at the multicolored chamber ceiling. Then she heard Dagara's mocking laughter. She knew she had to get up now to help Miko, and she rolled to the side, pushing up on one elbow. And then she was standing, suddenly hoisted to her feet by two other Yuuzhan Vong barbarians. Before she could begin to try to fight back, she felt something wet and sticky on her wrist, and then that arm was wrenched back behind her and slammed into her back, sticking fast. A similar movement from the other warrior had her other arm pinned as well, and they jerked her about to face Dagara, to see Miko stuck firmly in place. "Did you believe that you had a chance?" Dagara calmly asked Miko. He advanced to stand right before the trapped Jedi. "I told you honestly that you were not worthy. You cannot begin to resist us." A growl escaped Miko's lips, and he struggled futilely against the goo's hold. Dagara, his smile wider than ever, leaned closer, pulling free Miko's nulith with one hand and using the other to flick a finger up under the Jedi's nose, hitting the exact spot to send a wave of pain through the man. "Too easy," Dagara whispered into Miko's ear. He motioned to his warriors then, and they hauled Dany behind him as he moved back toward the alcove on the left. "It is good that you have come," he explained to her as they turned the corner. Around that bend the wall was translucent, offering a superb view of the frozen surface and the multitude of stars beyond. And one of those stars was approaching, growing larger and larger. Dany's eyes widened as she realized what she was seeing. The huge coral ship extending its membranous parachute, the ice below it beginning to vaporize and fog and fly away. "Oh, there will be more, Dany Qui," Dagara whispered into her ear. "Do you see the truth now? Do you understand the futility?" Dany didn't respond, didn't blink. "There are ways for you to join with us," Dagara remarked. Again, she stubbornly held her ground. "You will learn," Dagara promised. "You will learn the glory of the Preterite Vong. You will learn your place." He turned to the two warrior escorts. "Bid Prefect Mashrade to join us. She will enjoy watching the Yammask devour the unworthy one." Dany fought hard to hold steady her breathing, to not betray her horror. She said nothing and offered no resistance. How could she? As she was dragged back through the main chamber, where other warriors had come in and were working on Miko and the gooey chains. It all came as a rush to Dany, a blurring of reality and what she could only think of as a dreamscape. She was tossed back into the tube, went sliding and bouncing and falling back into the water, its iciness biting at her in those few places where the Uglith cloaker was not properly shielding her. Down they went, and her bonds were removed, and weights were applied. Down they went, deeper into the sea, toward the glow that marked the main base. Once again Dany came to appreciate the marvel of the Uglith cloaker, for she did not feel much of a pressure build-up as they descended, as if the living suit was somehow warding the weight of the depths. The immense tentacles of the Yammask, the coordinator and central brain of the Preterite Vong, hung in the water all about her, like banners strewn to mark the spot of celebration. Rocky reefs, covered with brightly glowing simple creatures, served as bleachers, and upon these Dagara's warriors stood in force, at quiet attention, the intensity of their steeled gazes diminished not at all by the newlith, which almost hid the variety of scarring and tattoos on their faces. Dany was brought to a place at the rear of the line, far from the core of the Yammask. But through the crystalline clear water she could see that horrid face, the two bulbous black eyes, the puckered maw, and the great central tooth. No one seemed concerned with her. The warriors all stood quietly, eyes locked ahead, though the two flanking Dany kept a firm grip on her arms. The great Yammask belched forth a huge bubble then, which rolled out, expanding, to encompass Dany and all the gathered Yuuzhan Vong, and to her amazement that air pocket stayed in place about the grounds, holding back the waters. She saw the gathered aliens remove their newlith, and then one of the guards holding her pulled the breather from her face as well. Prefect Dagara appeared some time later, in ceremonial red robes that Dany had not seen before. He ascended a platform before the Yammask and held his hands out to his people. No sound came from him, and yet Dany knew that he was communicating with his minions, and she let herself fall deeper into that thought, and as she closed her eyes and concentrated, she, too, could begin to comprehend the prefect's thoughts. The call wasn't coming directly from Dagara, she came to realize, but was being relayed from him and to his people through the mental power of the gigantic Yammask. The creature was a telepath, obviously, its power great enough to facilitate communication throughout the gathering. The title Dagara had given to the Yammask, War Coordinator, suddenly resonated more deeply to Dany. With the telepathic call for order, the communal bonding facilitated by the Yammask completed, Dagara walked to the front of the platform and began speaking aloud. Dany didn't understand the language, of course, but by concentrating on the continuing waves of energy from the Yammask, she found that she could comprehend the basics of his speech. He was talking about glory, about the Preterite Vong, and this grand conquest they had been assigned. He spoke enthusiastically about Prefect Mashrade and the second world ship, and about a third that would soon land. He talked about the skirmish with the starfighters and the ultimate victory. Then he went back to exalting Mashrade, and Dany understood the purpose of that focus a moment later, when a low humming reverberated through her body, and all heads snapped to the side, looking back, away from Dagara and the Yammask. A great tube, like the one that led from the first world ship under the ice pack, slid down toward the Yammask's air bubble, and then breached the shield at the rear of the gathering. In came the warriors of the second world ship, rank upon rank, hundreds upon hundreds, a force larger than that Dagara had assembled. In they marched, male and female, all tattooed and mutilated, with athletic builds and finely toned muscles, and all with that same intense fanatical gaze. A woman wearing red robes akin to Dagara's came last, borne on a litter by 4 strong warriors. While their comrades formed ranks intertwined with Dagara's soldiers, a show of common purpose and obedience that was not lost on Dany, the litter moved to the front platform, and the woman, Mashrade, took her place beside Dagara. He offered her the floor, and she immediately offered prayers to many gods. Then she fell into a similar discourse of glory and duty, speaking of the honor to have been chosen to serve with the Preterite Vong, and of the glory they would all soon know, particularly those who would die in the conquest. It went on for hours and hours, and Dany saw not one head nod with boredom. The level of energy alone nearly overwhelmed her, a devotion so rare among her own people. Finally the speeches ended, with Dagara's call to the Yamask, and then Dany felt a vibration ripple through her body, a power so intense that she feared she would simply explode. As if in response to that wave of energy, a second litter appeared, not from the tunnel, but from around the bleachers. This one was curtained above so that Dany could not see the one being born. She knew, though. 4 warriors marched to the point at the end of the twin ranks of warriors, the farthest point from the Yamask's bulk, perhaps 100 meters from Dagara and Mashrade. The curtains came down. There stood Miko Reglia, stuck fast to a post. Again came the vibration, rippling through Dany. She could just sense the despair and helplessness that emanated from the Yamask. But those emotions were created for and aimed at Miko. She could tell, for his expression fell and his shoulders drooped. She could only watch in horror as 2 thin tendrils snaked out from either side of the Yamask's puckered maw, soaring out before the lines of warriors into the litter. They grasped Miko and, with frightening power, yanked him free of his bonds and began dragging him in. At first the Jedi struggled, but he apparently recognized the futility of that attempt, and so he closed his eyes. He was again finding his point of meditation, Dany knew. But again came the waves of the Yamask's thought energy, rippling through them, pulling at Miko's heart and chipping at his willpower. Dany understood. The creature wanted him to show his fear, wanted him to break into a tirade of despair and hopelessness. "Fight it, Miko," she whispered. And she wished that she too was a Jedi, so that she could somehow communicate to the man, lend him her strength, that he might die honorably. Miko tried to look away or down, tried to close his eyes and muster his internal strength. He was determined to meet his doom with courage and calm, but he could not keep his eyes closed. The Yamask would not let him. He knew then that this was the end, a horrible, painful death. He saw the maw, growing larger and larger, saw the rows and rows of smaller teeth behind that dominant fang, then saw, as he inched even closer, the fleshy interior of the creature's mouth. He had never been afraid of death. He was a Jedi Knight. But something was different here than he had ever foreseen, some darker sense of dread and emptiness that questioned his very faith. Logically, he knew the source to be the Yamask, a trick of the telepathic creature, but logic could not hold against the waves of despair and horror, against the certain knowledge that this was the very end of existence. Closer, closer. The mouth opened and closed, chewing before the meal had arrived. Closer, closer. 15. Awaiting the goddess's arrival. "Anybody here care to lend a hand?" Han asked sarcastically, ending with a frustrated sigh. Anakin had just put the Millennium Falcon down on Cernpa-dal. No easy feat, as the planet did not boast much in the way of landing docks. Basically, they had come down within a walled field, on the ground, in the middle of the low, sprawling city. While there was plenty of activity around them, people of various species rushing to and fro, there seemed to be little or no organization to it all, and certainly not a one had made any movements to help with the unloading of the Falcon. Finally, Han rushed out the door of the walled bay into the path of two locals, white-skinned men with red eyes, wearing the traditional Cernpa-dal dress. Red-striped white robes with huge hoods. "Who runs the dock?" Han asked. "Tosi Karu," one of the men screamed frantically, and both started to run away. "Well, where do I find this Tosi Karu?" Han demanded of the speaker, moving swiftly to intercept. "Tosi Karu," the albino yelled again, pointing to the sky, and when Han tried to hinder the man's progress, he slapped Han's hands away and did a nifty spin move, sprinting away to the side. "Tosi Karu," Han yelled after him. "Where?" "Oh, you would have to look up to see that one, I fear," came another voice, calm and controlled. Han turned to see an older man, not an albino Cernpa-dalian, leaning on a staff. "He flies?" Han asked skeptically. "Orbits would be a better word," the old man replied. "Although she could fly, I believe, if the local legends concerning the goddess are true." "Goddess?" Han echoed, shaking his head. "Wonderful. So we put down during some kind of holy day." "Not really." Han looked around at the continuing bustle, particularly of the locals rushing, averting their eyes. "I'd hate to see it during the holy days, then," he muttered. He turned back to the old man. "Are you the dockmaster?" "Me?" the man asked with an incredulous chuckle. "Why, I'm just an old man, come out to spend my last days in peace." "Then where is the dockmaster?" "Don't know that there is one," the old man answered. "We don't get much traffic out here." "Wonderful," Han muttered. "I've got a hold full of goods." "Oh, I suspect you'll find little trouble in getting them unloaded," the old man said with a chuckle. "You should stop and help us," Anakin said to a group of Cernpa-dalians at the doors on the other side of the walled bay. He put tremendous force emphasis on the suggestion, weighting the word should heavily. The Cernpa-dalians slowed and turned to regard the boy and the Wookiee, and for a moment it seemed as if they meant to stop and help. But then one of them yelled, "Tosi Karu," and the group hustled away. Chewie howled. "What do you mean, Luke could do it better?" Anakin asked. "They're obviously preoccupied." Chewie let out a series of growls and roars. "Yes, it does matter," Anakin insisted. It wasn't often that Anakin heard the Wookiee chuckle, and the sound cut deeply when aimed at him. "I'll get this fellow," he said, moving toward another Cernpa-dalian who was hustling by. Chewie's huge arm draped in front of Anakin's chest, easily holding him back. Then the Wookiee stepped right in front of the Cernpa-dalian, and, when the albino tried to move around him, froze the man in place with a great Wookiee roar. Only for a second, though, and then the Cernpa-dalian turned on his heel and ran screaming away. "Oh, you're right," Anakin said dryly. "That's much more effective." Chewie, eyes narrowed dangerously, turned to regard him. Han looked at the old man skeptically. "He's a big one," the old man noted, eyes wide, and Han heard Chewie moving behind him. He turned to see the Wookiee and Anakin, with Chewie grumbling about something and Anakin shaking his head. "They won't even stop to listen," Anakin complained. "I can't even begin to tell if there's any organization to this place. Chewie scared a few, but they just yelled some things I didn't understand and ran off." Han considered the words for a moment, then glanced at the old man and back at Anakin. "What are you sensing?" he asked. Anakin's eyes opened wide. He was obviously surprised that his father was asking him anything about the Force. Han was as Force-blind as Anakin was sensitive to it, after all, and rarely had he ever asked for any Force-related insights to any events, usually trusting his own instincts and luck instead. Anakin closed his eyes for a long while. "Fear," he said at length. "Oh, there's a lot of that," the old man said. "Why wouldn't there be?" "But something else," Anakin started. He looked hard at his father. "It's more than fear," he decided, "especially with the ones like that." He pointed to a group of locals rushing past on the opposite side of the avenue, their red-striped white robes flapping behind them in the dusty breeze. It's almost religious?" the old man asked, again with a wheezing chuckle. "Yes," Anakin answered, even as Han scowled at the old man. "Spiritual. They're afraid and full of hope all at once." "Tosi Karu," the old man said, and he started walking away. "Tosi Karu?" Anakin asked. "That's what one of the people at the other door yelled." "Hey!" Han called, but the old man continued away, chuckling and shaking his head with every step. "Tosi Karu?" Anakin asked again. "Some goddess," Han explained. "There's something weird going on down here. I don't know what Lando's got us into, but I've got a bad feeling about it," Anakin finished, managing a sheepish grin at stealing his father's trademark line. "Lot to do," Han corrected. "I want those holds emptied and us out of here as soon as possible." Chewie growled a protest. It was a lot of work, after all. "We're going to empty them by ourselves?" Anakin asked doubtfully. "No," Han replied with his unrelenting sarcasm. "We're going to find some help." Before Anakin could even finish his sigh, a great cry came rolling down the street. 100 voices at least joined as one. "Tosi Karu!" "The goddess is here," Anakin remarked. "Well, let's go see if she's in charge," Han remarked, and he led them down the street. Around the next corner, they found the old man sitting comfortably on a doorstep, hands crossed over the top of his walking stick. "We thought we'd go meet the goddess," Han remarked dryly. "No need to go any further, then," the old man replied. That stopped them in their tracks, and Han eyed the old man suspiciously. "You?" he asked. In answer, the old man laughed and pointed toward the sky, out to the east, and the three turned to see the moon rising in the still blue sky. And what a moon! It seemed huge, as if it was a second planet the size of Cernpa-dal. Han spent a moment remembering the information he had garnered about the place when schooling Anakin on their flight and descent plan. Cernpa-dal did have a moon, 2 of them in fact. One was substantial, nearly a fifth the size of Cernpa-dal, but the other was much smaller, perhaps only 20 kilometers or so in diameter. Han, Anakin, and Chewbacca watched in amazement as the moon broke the horizon, lifting up in the eastern sky, higher and higher, soon to crest overhead. "Moving pretty fast," Han remarked. "Faster every hour," the old man replied, drawing curious stares from the three. "Which moon is that?" Anakin asked curiously, and he turned to Han and the old man, his expression fraught with fear. "That's Dobito, isn't it?" "Dobito's the tiny one," Han replied. "Indeed it is Dobito," the old man said. Han and Anakin stared hard at each other, the old man's words, "faster every hour," reverberating in their thoughts. Chewie put his hands over his ears and roared. "Are you saying that Dobito is coming down?" Han asked, echoing Chewie's words. "That would be my guess," the old man replied calmly. "I think the locals' explanation that Tosi Karu has arrived is a bit more far-fetched." The three looked up at the moon, now passing its crest above them, speeding for the western horizon. "How long?" Anakin asked breathlessly. Han started to attempt some calculations, but without any points of reference, soon gave up that exercise. Another thought interrupted anyway, a more pressing one. "Get back to the Falcon," he cried, and he sprinted back toward the dock, Anakin and Chewie following quickly. "It may already be unloaded," the unflappable old man called after them, ending with a wheezing chuckle edged with profound sadness. Anakin paused and stared at the old man intently. "I was elected the mayor," the old man explained with a sigh. "I was supposed to protect them." "Hurry up," Han called back to Anakin, his tone almost desperate. Indeed, when the three returned to the Millennium Falcon, they found the unloading process well underway. Scores of people of many different species crowded around the ship, most throwing out cargo, but a few opportunistic others taking the time to go through the goods. "Hey!" Han yelled, rushing the mob and waving his arms frantically. They ignored him even when he grabbed a couple of people and pushed them aside. "Get away from my ship," he demanded repeatedly, running all about, always seeming to be a step behind, as one or another of the mob broke open a cargo carton and ran off with the contents. Chewbacca took a more direct route, running to the landing ramp and moving up high, then cutting loose one of his patented thunderous roars. That caught the attention of more than a few, and even those who did not outright flee took care to keep far from the Wookiee. And Anakin's method was different still, the boy walking calmly among the looters, suggesting to them casually that they would be better off leaving. The inflection of his words, his use of the Force, made him many friends that day, friends who were glad to take his advice. It took the three more than half an hour to clear the area, and another half an hour, with Anakin and his sensitivities guiding them, to clear the hidden stowaways out of the Falcon. Han then wasted no time, didn't even bother to call in to the ground controllers for permission. He put the Falcon up, straight up, a lightning run to orbit, and put in a course to chase the rushing moon. "There it is," he said to his son as they came over the horizon, moving to close pursuit. 10 trillion tons of danger. "Torpedoes?" Anakin asked. Han looked at him incredulously. "That'd be like shooting a bantha with a tickle stick," he replied. "It'd take a Star Destroyer to blast that moon, and even if it did, the falling pieces would devastate Cernpa-dal." "Then what?" Anakin asked. "Never seem to have a Death Star lying around when you need one," Han muttered. He glanced over his shoulder at Chewie, who was busy checking readings and working some calculations. The Wookiee stared intently at the screen, scratched his hairy head a couple of times, then issued a wail, poking the screen. "Look at what?" Han protested, swiveling his chair about. Chewie roared emphatically. 7 hours? Han echoed, stunned. "Let me see that." He slapped the Wookiee's hand away, but his scolding ended abruptly as he read the line Chewie had been indicating. "Our day just got better," Han said, looking back to Anakin. "Cernpa-dal's got 7 hours. Anakin's jaw dropped open. "Only chance is that the moon skips along the atmosphere for a while before crashing through," Han explained. Even as the words left his mouth, the ridiculousness of the whole situation struck him profoundly, left him shaking his head. "This moon's been in orbit for 1,000,000 years, he commented. "How is this happening, and why now?" A look of suspicion crossed his face, a look that made clear that he wanted to discuss this further with a certain shady operator who had sent him out here. "You think Lando knew?" Anakin asked, his tone skeptical. Han offered no response to that theory, but he did wonder if one of those characters with whom Lando dealt might have something to do with all of this, if one of them, perhaps, wasn't pleased that Lando was delivering cargo to a rival. But still, who knew how to bring down a moon? The whole notion seemed utterly preposterous. To Han, who had spent the better part of the last 30 years fighting against and utilizing utterly preposterous plans and equipment, nothing seemed impossible. The scope on the console to Anakin's side beeped. "What do you got?" Han asked. Anakin bent over the scope. "Weather satellite." Han looked at the moon, rolling along before them. "Get us to it," he instructed his son. "Download its banks," he told Chewie. "Let's see if we can find any clues or a pattern." A few moments later, Anakin brought them right up beside the weather satellite, an older Thunderstorm 63 model, and Chewie wasted no time in tying the Millennium Falcon's computers into the satellite's banks. Han took the helm back from Anakin, and as soon as Chewie was finished, used some nifty flying to bring the Falcon in close to the moon, even circumnavigating the thing a few times to try and see if there were any added features. A few well-placed ion drives, perhaps. The close inspection offered not a clue, though. "Keep your eyes open," he instructed Chewie, as the Wookiee swapped places with Anakin, moving back to his customary seat at Han's side. Chewie growled his assent and worked in perfect sync with Han to keep the Falcon moving slowly and deliberately, as close to the moon as possible. 7 hours, Han muttered. "How are we going to get all those people off the planet in 7 hours?" Even as he finished the rhetorical question, he put out a general distress call, signaling any and all ships in the region to proceed with all haste to Cernpa-dal. That was a call few, if any, would hear in time, he knew. "You see anything?" he asked Chewie. The Wookiee growled and shook his head. "It's coming from the planet," Anakin cried behind them, and they both instinctively looked down toward Cernpa-dal and then, when nothing seemed apparent, glanced back at Anakin. The boy rushed forward, bearing a printout from Chewie's download from the weather satellite. "Look," he said, pointing to a diagram he had generated with the data to show the plotting of Dobido's last 2 weeks of movement. The circles showed the smooth ellipse of the orbit until only a couple of days before, when the moon had taken a sudden dip in trajectory with regard to the planet. "Look at the descent," Anakin explained. "Every time it crosses this part of the planet, it comes down steeper. Something's pulling it down." Han and Chewie studied the diagram, and sure enough, they could see that every time Dobido crossed over the region of the planet near Cernpa-dal City, it did indeed dip. "Maybe they're calling it home with their prayers," Han muttered. "Something's doing it," Anakin replied, too enthused to catch the joke. He poked his finger against the printout. "Something in the exact middle of this arc." He traced his finger to his estimate of that point, a spot not too far to the east of the city. Han looked at Chewie, and the Wookiee turned to Anakin, calling for the printouts. "It's got to be there," Anakin said to Chewie as the Wookiee pored over the data. Chewie looked up at the boy, then at Han, and howled his agreement. Now they had a clue, and perhaps a solution would follow. Han laid in a course for that region, the Falcon swooping under Dobido and breaking right back through the atmosphere. He and Chewie studied the region east of the city, looking for some clues, or for a ship, perhaps, like an interdictor cruiser, known for its gravity well projectors, that could simulate the tremendous effects of a stellar body in hyperspace and prevent fleeing ships from making the jump to light speed. Meanwhile, Anakin studied the movement of Dobido, which was again crossing the area of greatest descent. Sure enough, the moon dipped noticeably in its trajectory, and Anakin updated Chewie's calculations with the new data. Han heard his groan. "What do you got?" "No way will the moon skip off the atmosphere," Anakin explained. "Not if that pull remains. And I'm guessing under 6 hours, not 7, because the descent increases with every pass. One more thing." He paused, waiting for them to turn around. "Not that it really matters, but I think the moon will hit Cernpa-dal City." "What a coincidence," Han said dryly. Chewie growled his accord, and it was the first time Han had ever heard such an obvious display of sarcasm from the Wookiee. Cernpa-dal City came in sight again a moment later, the Falcon turning about in its patrol. "There's 50,000 people in that city alone," Han remarked. "And probably no more than 100 ships," Anakin added. A long silence, a long moment of dread. "We've got to find the source," Han demanded. They took the Falcon right in for the dock. Han prepared himself to argue with the controller, to succinctly tell the man to back off, but no call came out to them at all, and as they neared the place, moving to a lower position, they understood why. A huge quake rocked the city, with waves of moving ground rolling under buildings and down streets, toppling walls and throwing pedestrians wildly. "Good thing it's not a coastal city," Anakin remarked. At the reminder, Han brought the Falcon out of its descent and zipped away to the south, toward the nearest seacoast. Nestled in a valley on the back side of the mountain range south of Cernpa-dal City was a large village, a settlement of several thousand. Anakin groaned as the Falcon climbed past the initial peaks. Han didn't even have to ask why. The boy was extremely sensitive to disturbances in the Force. He had just felt the death of the mountain village. Sure enough, as the Falcon crested the last peaks, they saw the disaster, the rushing sea swarming into the valley, washing away homes, trees, everything, with such sudden, violent force that before they even dipped lower they knew that everyone in the valley was already dead. Han swooped back to the north, accelerating, and brought the Falcon in at a straight run to the docking bay. A crowd swarmed about the gates as the ship arrived, people suddenly realizing the fact of their impending doom and desperate to find an escape. Han looked to Chewie. "You load the ship," he instructed. "Pack them in as tight as you can." "We've got to mobilize all the other ships," Anakin said. "We can't let any take off unless they're full." Han nodded. "Still not enough," he reminded. "We've got to find that source and take it out." "I can find it," Anakin volunteered. Han froze and looked at him hard. "I can," Anakin insisted. "Then you and Chewie come in with the Falcon and blast it." Han spent a long moment studying his younger son. He understood that he'd be better suited than Anakin to do the necessary evacuation work here at the docks. It would take someone of Han's age and experience, someone who could maintain respect, and, in the absence of that, control the crowd with cunning. Anakin would be able to do much, particularly with any use of the Force, but this situation might become politically charged soon enough, especially if Cernpa-dal's authorities, and where were they anyway, showed up to investigate, bringing with them all those layers of intrigue that always accompanied such situations. Given that, Han's experience would prove invaluable. Still, the thought of sending Anakin to find this unknown source, this instrument powerful enough to bring down a moon, terrified him. But he had to trust in his son. "We'll get you a land speeder," he said. "Get out there and find the source and call in the coordinates right away. Don't play around with it, just call it in." Anakin nodded and moved to the weapons locker, strapping a blaster onto his belt opposite the lightsaber. "Don't you try to do it yourself," Han demanded. "You find it and call it in and get the hell out of the way." Anakin stared long and hard at Han, the two locking gazes, and a moment of trust passed between them. Cernpa-dal City was even more chaotic than Han could imagine. Many locals were out in the streets, on their knees, crying and praying for a Tosi Karu to make her arrival. The irony of those prayers was not lost on Han. Many more people swarmed the docking gates, and every now and then the sound of a blaster echoed through the buzzing air. Han had figured that if they loaded every available ship to capacity, they might be able to get the bulk of the city's residents out of there. But when he came down the landing ramp and saw the magnitude of the chaos and panic, he doubted they would ever come close to accomplishing that. From a bay not far away, a small shuttle blasted off, and watching it streak into the sky, the three were horrified to see people hanging onto its landing legs. One after another they fell, shrieking, plummeting to their deaths. Another quake ripple rocked the city, buckling one of the walls right into the Falcon, though the tough old ship appeared to sustain no damage. "Clear that!" Han yelled to Chewie. The Wookiee rushed back inside, and a moment later the forward laser cannons fired, 3 short bursts, and the rubble was blasted to pieces. "You'll never get there," Han said to Anakin. "I've got to try." Han looked at his son. He didn't want to send the boy out into this maelstrom, with quakes and riots and general panic, but neither could he deny the necessity. If they didn't find the source, and soon, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, would die. He grabbed Anakin by the arm and ran down the ramp with him, drawing his blaster and waving it about to keep the scrambling mob at bay. Outside, they did indeed find a land speeder, with the familiar old man, the mayor, sitting calmly on a bench beside it. "Hey, that's mine," another man protested, seeing Han help Anakin over the side and into the cockpit. "Go with him, then, if you want," Han shot back, "or help me get some of these people onto my ship." After a split-second's thought, the choice seemed more than obvious, and the man ran past Han and back toward the waiting Falcon. "What are you doing?" Han asked the mayor, who had come waddling over, a large pack on his back. He shrugged. "Waiting for the goddess to arrive, I guess," he answered with a chuckle. "I knew you'd come back." Han looked at him curiously. "Hero type," the old man said calmly. "Can you stop the moon from falling?" "I haven't got that kind of weaponry," Han answered. "Is it being pulled down here by something?" the surprising old man asked. "By a gravity well, an interdictor cruiser, perhaps." Han's look became even more skeptical. "I haven't always lived here," the old man explained, "and I'm no stranger to the more advanced ships." He gave another self-deprecating chuckle. "Maybe that's why the Cernpa-dalians elected me mayor." Han motioned for him to come on. "Go with my son," he instructed. "Where shall we run?" "Just go," Han growled. "He'll explain the plan on the way." The old man climbed in, and Anakin handed him the charts, then put the land speeder into full throttle, zooming down the street. A roar from Chewie told Han that there was trouble brewing back inside the Falcon. He reminded himself to thank Lando profusely when he got back, then ran for his ship. 16. Worthy opponent. They couldn't say a word as the Jade Saber approached the now yellow and green planet known as Belkaden. Luke and Mara had done their homework on the way to the planet, and they held no doubts, with visual inspection looming before them, that something on the planet had gone terribly, terribly wrong. It wasn't the lack of response, other than the incredible amounts of static whenever they tried to hail the scientific outpost, Exgal 4. In truth, any response would have surprised them, for merely in observing the planet they knew. Belkaden was, to their way of looking at things, dead. "What were they doing at that station?" Mara asked. "Observations," Luke replied. "Just staring out at the galactic rim." "That's what Exgal tells the public," Mara said skeptically. Luke turned to regard her. "You think this is an experiment gone wrong?" "Can you think of anything else that might have done this?" Mara asked. "You've read the reports on Belkaden, full of huge trees and small seas, and with clear air and blue skies. The only thing that kept the place from being more appealing was the rather difficult animals that called it home." "The reports from the station indicated that they lived behind protected walls," Luke agreed. "So if animals had found their way in and destroyed the station, it wouldn't be so surprising," Mara reasoned. "Do you know any animals that could cause this?" She waved her hand at the viewport and the curving line of Belkaden's horizon and the roiling, noxious-looking clouds. The reports from their headquarters on Coruscant and from this particular station gave no hints that anything more than observation was going on here, Luke said. But his tone wasn't so firm. How could it be, with such devastating evidence as the view before them? Something had gone very wrong down there, something brutal, and Luke understood that such catastrophes were usually the work of reasoning beings. Mara glanced down at her console's smaller view screen, scrolling the information of the composition of the clouds. "Carbon dioxide and methane, mostly," she explained, and that came as no surprise to either her or Luke. "In tremendous concentrations. Even if there is a layer of breathable air below, it would be too hot down there to support much life." Luke nodded. "We've got to go down and see." Mara didn't disagree, but her concerned look was not lost on Luke. Neither was her color. Luke had noted that Mara's complexion had paled as they had approached Belkaden, and he could sense a bit of her internal weakening. The flight from Dubrillion had been easy enough, but Luke now feared that all of this, the trip to the Outer Rim, the tour of Lando's incredible city, and now the journey out here to Belkaden, might be proving too taxing for his wife. "We can call back and do a few more readings," Luke offered instead. "Exgal will muster the right ships to come out and see what happened here." "We're here now," Mara pointedly reminded. Luke shook his head. "We haven't got the right equipment," he explained. "We can do the preliminary scan and relay that information, but the Jade Saber isn't really built for flying into that mess." Mara's expression shifted from surprised to angry as she came to the obvious conclusion that Luke was trying to protect her. "The Jade Saber can fly through a firestorm," she replied. "She can blow a starfighter out of the sky and run circles around Star Destroyers. She's as good a shuttle as anyone will find, and better than anything Exgal will put together." "Neither of us are trained in—" Luke started to say. "There might be people still down there," Mara harshly interrupted. "They might even be hearing our call, but unable to respond. So we should just fly away, back to the safety of Lando's planet?" "Nothing with Lando is ever safe," Luke replied with a half-hearted smile, a feeble attempt to lighten the mood. "But he does have doctors, right?" Mara said sarcastically, "because we need doctors." Doctors? Luke echoed, but the word died on his lips, for he knew Mara had seen right through him and his attempts to protect her, and that this, above anything else in all the galaxy, brought up the fires in the independent woman. Luke could yell at her, even insult her, during their occasional arguments, and she'd give it back to him tenfold, but never ever would Mara Jade Skywalker accept condescension. She was ill, true, but she would not be treated as if she was incapacitated. Their course now seemed obvious. Their duty compelled them down to the planet, to the outpost to rescue survivors, or perhaps to retrieve bodies, and to retrieve as well any information that might tell them what had happened to Belkadon. Luke buckled his harness tight about him. "It'll be a rough ride down," he remarked. But he understood that for him the ride down to Belkadon wouldn't be half as bad as the ride back to Lando's might have been had he insisted on it. As soon as the Jade Saber broke the rim of Belkadon's atmosphere, Luke understood just how much his last words had been an understatement. Violent winds buffeted the shuttle, and some unforeseen electromagnetic imbalance sent the sensors and other instruments screaming out error messages and alarm bells. Systems failed and then came back online. At one point, there was a sudden drop to the right, and both Luke and Mara thought their harness belts would cut right through them. Behind them, secured in a pod much like his seat on Luke's X-Wing, R2-D2 screeched and chattered. A few seconds, which seemed like hours, later, they broke through the roiling clouds and hit an air pocket that put them into a straight drop for nearly 1,000 meters before they slammed back to a stable ride. Then they saw the devastation, the reddish-brown forest, streaming lines of noxious vapors skyward. Mara hit Luke with a succession of questions concerning air quality and wind speed and altitude, but her co-pilot could only shake his head, having no answers, for none of the instruments were giving him plausible readings. He looked back to R2-D2 and asked the droid to try to make some sense of it, and R2-D2's answer scrolled across the screen, a jumble of incoherent letters and symbols. "Are you all right?" Luke asked the droid pointedly. R2-D2 whistled like a drunken pirate. "Do you see that?" Mara interrupted, indicating the data screens. Luke moved in close and read carefully. "Sulfur," he said, and looked up. "A volcano?" "If we're going out, we're going to need breath masks," Mara remarked. They were flying manually now, by sight and by gut. Mara shut off all heads-up displays, leaving the screen open for normal viewing, and brought them lower, the swift shuttle skimming the treetops. "Any idea of where we'll find that station?" she asked. Luke, his eyes closed as he delved into emanations from the Force, replied, "We have the coordinates, but that won't do us much good without instruments." "Are you feeling anything?" "Belkadon's not dead," Luke replied. "It's just different." That much seemed evident to Mara as she stared out the window at the living trees emanating the fumes. She thought for a moment to fall into the insight of the Force as well, but seeing the perplexed look on her husband's face, changed her mind and concentrated on her flying instead. She turned the shuttle north and brought it up, just under the cloud level, accelerating to a swift flight. "We won't spot anything from here," Luke reasoned. "Not even a distress signal." He stopped his complaining a moment later, though, when he came to understand Mara's thinking, when the thick air gradually began to thin as they approached Belkadon's northern pole, an ice cap that seemed far less substantial than the documents about Belkadon had indicated it would be. It seemed as if the increased heat on the planet was already making a difference. "Oh, smart woman," Luke said with a smile. The ride smoothed out, and the cloud cover thinned even more, and the instruments came back online a little bit, and enough for the two to get some fix on the exact polar coordinates. Using these as their base, they turned in line for the coordinates of the X-Gal station, eyeing landmarks along their way, even downloading an image of the mountains along that general line. Off they went, up high again and straight toward target. R2-D2 kept the calculations going, measuring speed and, thus, distance, and within minutes the droid could calculate their coordinates closely enough to know that they were in the vicinity of the X-Gal station. Mara executed a few long banking turns, trying to spot the station amidst the jungle canopy, while Luke alternated between looking and feeling. It was in one of those force-sensitive transitions that the Jedi found their answer. "Left," he told Mara, "about 30 degrees. She didn't ask, just turned. "Hold it steady," Luke told her, feeling the sensation growing. Warmer, warmer. "Over that rise," he announced, opening his eyes, and sure enough, as soon as the jade saber crested the ridge, a thin tower came into sight, and a walled compound behind it. "X-Gal 4, Mara announced. Patiently awaiting his retrieval to a position of more immediate value, Yeoman Carr heard the whine of the jade saber's powerful drives as the shuttle made its first pass overhead. He got to a window in time to see the ship's second pass, and though he, like his people, was no supporter of anything purely technological, he had to admit that this ship, with its sleek fish-head design and swept-back tail fin and its flared side pods protecting the twin ion drives, was among the most beautiful he had seen. It cut the vapor trails with hardly a wake and with movements swift and sure. Smiling with satisfaction, the previously bored warrior strapped on his Von Dune crab-shell-plated armor and his bandolier of flying thud bugs, did a quick check of his pouch of sentient and binding blorash jelly, and took up his amphistaff, another living creature, a vicious serpent that could harden all or part of its body to the consistency of stone, including narrowing its neck and tail so that they would cut like a razor, or could become supple and whip-like for its Yuuzhan Vong master. In the hands of a true warrior like Yeoman Carr, the amphistaff could become a deadly missile weapon as well, a spear to hurl, or it could spit forth a stream of venom 20 meters with stunning accuracy, blinding opponents instantly and killing them slowly over many agonizing hours as the poison seeped in through pores and wounds. Back at the window, Yeoman Carr watched the sleek shuttle put down just outside the compound walls. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior's smile was genuine. He was going to enjoy this. They came out of the security of the Jade Saber tentatively, and none more so than R2-D2, who was so concerned with the eerie and dangerous surroundings that he failed to pay enough attention to his companions and kept bumping into Luke. They couldn't stay on the planet for long, they knew, even with their breath masks, for it was too hot, and every step would literally suck the moisture right out of them. Mara started for the compound door, but Luke noted something off to the side by the tower and pulled her by the arm that way. As they approached, they noticed that all the ground in the area was covered by strange-looking little reddish-brown beetles. "They're all dead," Luke noted, stepping gingerly over the crunchy insects, and R2-D2 blew whistles of protest and flat-out refused to follow, until, of course, something hidden deep in the jungle canopy roared, and then the little droid zoomed through the beetle cluster, crunching them up with his wheels, spraying the tiny carcasses up into the air in his wake. "But it's not the air, apparently," Mara noted, turning a glance toward the jungle canopy. "Some of the creatures have survived." "Well, if some of the creatures have survived, then so should the people inside the station. Some of them, at least. Unless what we're hearing are new creatures, adapted to the atmosphere," Mara noted, and she checked a gauge at the side of her collar and shook her head. She and Luke might be able to breathe without help from their equipment, but the air was certainly of terrible quality. The three moved to the wall, toward the gate showing, on this side of the compound, a stained metal door. "Blood," Mara noted. Luke pulled open the casing of the security lock to the side. "Tap in the codes," he ordered R2-D2. The droid started for the box, but Mara whipped out her blaster and put a shot right into the contraption, frying it. The metal door resounded with the click of lock tumblers disengaging. "Direct?" Luke noted sarcastically. "What's it going to hurt?" Mara asked. Luke conceded the point with a shrug and kicked the door open, leading the way in. The compound was deserted, a sight made even more eerie by the sharp contrast caused by the vivid light filtering through the cloud cover. Empty dock, he noted, pointing to the space vacated by the departure of the spacecaster. Could be just for landing supply ships, Mara reasoned. R2-D2 put in a series of clicks and whirs. True enough, Luke agreed. They'd have to have some way to get up to their satellites' telescopes, and to get off-planet if necessary. It doesn't get any more necessary than this, Mara noted dryly. Whether they left or not, there are databanks inside, Luke remarked, leading the way toward the main building. We'll get some answers. R2-D2 zipped right behind him, and Mara was fast to follow, though she paused a few steps later and bent down, finding yet another of the strange beetles. This one, unlike all the others, was still alive, though undeniably groggy and slow. She carefully picked it up and brought it close before her eyes, noting a clear liquid oozing from the end of its tiny mandibles. "What is it?" Luke asked, turning back to see his wife with the beetle in her hand and an intense look upon her face. Mara shook her head slowly, her gaze locked on the little creature and its wriggling legs and clapping mandibles. "You think that these bugs are somehow related to this disaster?" Luke asked. To his distress, Mara, instead of answering, wiped her finger across the mandibles, collecting some of the oozing liquid, then brought the finger right before her eyes. "There's something about this," she said slowly. "Probably poison," Luke reasoned. Again Mara slowly shook her head. "Something different," she tried to explain, and her voice seemed to falter. "I don't know." Luke noted how hollow her eyes seemed, as if the beetle or this planet was somehow draining her. He wanted to ask if she was all right, but wisely held the question, reminding himself that his capable wife didn't need his worry. Inside, the station was quiet and dim and cooler, and with air that was much more breathable. Also, many lights, mostly panel indicators, were still on, and those quiet, usually indiscernible background sounds, the hum of computer drives and glow lamps, permeated the air. "It's like a tomb," Mara said, and both she and Luke instinctively recoiled from the mere volume of her voice, the sudden breaking of constant low-level hum. "Let's find the main computer so that R2 can tap in," Luke suggested. "Everything still seems to be functioning," Mara remarked as they started on their way, padding down the darkened corridors with all speed, for none of them wanted to stay in this place any longer than absolutely necessary. They turned corner after corner, opening every door they passed. Both Luke and Mara had their lightsabers in hand, though when they noticed each other poised as if expecting an attack, they both put on curious expressions. Logically, there should be no danger here. But something about the atmosphere of the place, the panel lights glowing in the darkened rooms. "Here it is," Luke called, pushing open one door to reveal a large circular room. "Great setup," Mara remarked when she entered, seeing the array of the 7 control pods. "And the place is still alive," Luke added. "So where is everybody?" R2-D2 rolled into the room, down the ramp from the refreshment dais, and onto the main floor. He went to the nearest pod and extended his computer interface, linking up. "Download everything they've got," Luke instructed, and the droid beeped and clicked his agreement. Luke replaced his lightsaber on his belt, then moved to the pod next to R2-D2. Mara did likewise and moved to the central command pod, and both of them went to work trying to determine the condition of the equipment. It was all working, they soon understood, but no clear signals were coming through from the orbiting satellites, or from anything else, it seemed. "It's the cloud cover," Luke remarked. "Nothing's getting through." "And maybe no distress signal could get out," Mara added. Luke nodded. "That'll take a few minutes," he said to her, drawing her gaze to the droid. "Let's go and see if we can find anybody." The two had grown more comfortable with the place by then, and so they thought nothing of leaving R2-D2 alone in the big room, or of splitting up once outside the room, so that they could cover more ground. R2-D2, though, didn't share that level of comfort. He began whistling a tune more nervous than sing-songy while he continued his work on the download, trying every trick he knew to extract the information more quickly. Maybe the whistling would help. There was no one about, and given the blood on the entry gate, Mara thought nothing of walking into formerly private quarters. She checked lockers and closets, even coat pockets and private desks. In one room she found some scribbled notes in an old-fashioned flimsoplast journal, dated just over a week earlier, describing the increasingly foul air and the inability of the station to raise any communications off-planet, or even to find the feeds from the satellites. The writer went on to detail the investigation to this point, how someone named Yeoman Carr kept saying that this was all a passing weather oddity. The page ended ominously. Perhaps it is natural, but I believe it is linked to... To what? Mara asked aloud in frustration. She ruffled the flimsoplast but found no further writing, then opened the desk drawer to see more unused flimsoplast, some metal clips, writing utensils, a couple of data cards, and some small bottles. She reached for the data cards, thinking there might be more information there, but paused as one of the bottles caught her eye. She turned it about so that she could better see its contents. A beetle. Mara took the beetle she had collected outside out of her pouch, comparing the two. They were the same species, obviously, and that made her wonder even more if these creatures were somehow connected to the disaster. Had this scientist suspected the same thing? Did he believe the disaster linked to the beetles? She took the journal and the bottle and headed back into the hallway, turning to follow in the direction Luke had gone. A screech from behind from R2-D2 in the control room turned her fast the other way. The droid wasn't trying to interpret the information as he absorbed it, was merely trying to make the transfer as fast as possible. He was well on his way, figuring the download to be about 70% complete, when he swiveled his domed head about and saw the dark, caped figure rise up from behind a low railing at the side of the room. He knew at once that it wasn't Luke or Mara, and hoped that it was just one of the missing scientists. No such luck, as the droid discovered when the figure came out of the shadows, leaping atop one of the pods in the front row, clad in some dark-plated armor unlike anything R2-D2 had ever seen, and holding a snake-headed staff. He roared at R2-D2, a stream of curses and snarls. "Infidel! Perversion! Sacrilege!" and stomped his foot down on the console, sending up a spray of sparks. R2-D2 tried desperately to flee, but he did so before he disengaged his interface connection. And so when he then tried to pull free, his bulk was twisted at the wrong angle. The droid whistled and beeped, trying to call for help. The caped menace pulled something from the bandolier about his chest and threw it, or rather, simply let it go. R2-D2 wheeled back the other way, his interface connection disengaging even as it tugged back, and the resulting abrupt shift toppled the droid onto his side. And just in time, for the flying thing zoomed past, smashing into the pod, driving right into it, and R2-D2 screeched. His dome swiveled about to look up, and there was the warrior standing above him, staff poised for a destroying blow. "Yow!" the droid squealed and rolled to the side. The door at the back of the room banged open and Mara rushed in. "Stop!" she cried. "We are not your enemies." Her words trailed away as the figure leapt away from the pod, closer to her, to stand in all his warrior glory, dark armor gleaming, his disfigured face staring coldly at the woman. And what unnerved Mara most of all was the feeling inside her gut that this warrior, this monster, somehow knew her. The two stood and stared for a long while, neither blinking, the test of wills before the inevitable battle. Off to the side, R2-D2 managed to manipulate his torso, pushing against the console while extending his arm to upright himself. He skittered right off, but the noise alerted the caped warrior, and he launched another missile. Was it some kind of bug? The droid's way, this one clipping the console right behind the fleeing R2-D2, showering him with sparks and bringing forth another frantic "Yow!" Mara reached for her lightsaber, but, recalling her weakened state, drew her blaster instead and had it level the warrior's way before he turned back to face her. "It is an abomination," he growled. "It's a droid," she corrected. "Exactly my point," the warrior replied with a wicked grin. "An abomination. A sign of the weakness that pervades your people." "My people?" Mara asked. "Who are you?" "I am Yeoman Carr, the harbinger of doom," he said with a sinister laugh. "I am the beginning of the end for your people." Mara's face screwed up with incredulity. "Do not mock me," Yeoman Carr roared, and he pulled another thud bug from his bandolier and let it fly at Mara. She took a shot at it, but it dodged, and then she had to dive aside once and then again as it swooped around. It started to loop for a third pass, but this time she got her aim and blew it out of the air. Yeoman Carr continued to laugh. Mara turned her blaster on him. "I think you'll be coming with me," she said. He laughed louder and started to reach for his bandolier. "Don't make me," she warned, raising the blaster threateningly. He just laughed and continued, and she shot him. But the magnificent plated armor turned the blast aside. Eyes wide with disbelief, Mara had to move again, and quickly, as Yeoman Carr tossed out another thud bug, and another and another. She wisely abandoned her blaster, tossing it aside and drawing out her lightsaber. Then she went into a frantic dance, twisting and parrying, lightsaber intercepting the darting thud bugs as they came at her in rapid succession. Yeoman Carr's laugh turned into a growl as he nearly emptied his bandolier, a dozen thud bugs darting and spinning at Mara. Her glowing blade worked in a furious, humming blur, whipping up high and to the side, down low, and when she couldn't catch up to that low-flying missile, she deftly hopped it, and then back up, connecting with one zooming creature barely a centimeter from her face. She turned about and sliced across, picking two out of the air, then dropped into a squat, the lightsaber flashing up above her head to take out a diving bug, then swishing down to the side, forcing another to alter its course. It tried to turn about, but had too much momentum and smashed into the back wall, crashing in deep. Mara spun about to face Yeoman Carr, dived into a forward roll to regain her balance and to avoid any forthcoming attacks. Her lightsaber was at the ready as she came up, but the next missile plopped down, harmlessly, Mara believed, a couple of meters in front of her. The armored warrior leapt forward, landing perched on the railing in front of the woman. She started forward to meet his charge, lightsaber working against the movements of his staff. The gooey pie on the floor before her expanded suddenly and grabbed at her feet. Quick as any felinoid, sensing the movement, Mara launched herself into a back flip and then another. But the goo spread to pace her and caught her by the feet, rushing to encompass her ankles and hold her fast. Yeoman Carr howled in apparent victory. Mara's lightsaber swished down, cutting through the goo easily, separating it into two parts. But each of those parts continued to move, grabbing stubbornly. "You'll not defeat it," Yeoman Carr promised, and indeed, each passing moment and each passing movement brought both the jellies up higher on her legs, trapping her even more. R2-D2 wheeled out into the hall, aware of what was happening with Mara and knowing well that there was nothing he could do to help her directly. But Luke could, the droid understood, and so he wheeled down the corridor, squealing and clicking. A security holocam mounted high on the wall gave him an idea, and he rushed to the wall, knocking clear the security console and whirring through the codes, tapping into cam after cam until he spotted Luke, scrolling through some screens on a computer in a private room. Accessing a complete diagram of the station, R2-D2 soon isolated the room, and off he went, still screeching and beeping. The goo grabbed at Mara, but despair surely did not. She kept her head and her cool, and moved her lightsaber through a wild blur of motion, slashing, cutting, the tip even brushing against her pants leg as she sliced the gel from her body. On and on she went, seemingly wild but actually precise, so much so that she soon had the goo chopped up into little pieces, and she still kept the presence of mind to arch her blade back out in front to intercept yet another thud bug zooming for her. The warrior came on, staff sweeping down, and Mara ducked at the last moment, came up tall and sent her lightsaber up high with a rolling motion that kept the staff out wide. Yeoman Carr dropped to one knee and brought his staff horizontally above him, hands out wide to intercept. Mara fully expected that her powerful lightsaber would shear through the staff and end the fight abruptly. But amazingly, the tattooed warrior's weapon caught the lightsaber, accepting the brunt of the hit without apparent damage. And Yeoman Carr twisted his hands to the side as he came up fast, throwing Mara's blade off aim. She should have stepped back to regroup, but the jelly, the many tiny jellies, still held one of her feet firmly, and she could only twist back so far, and not far enough for her to bring her lightsaber in to parry. Yeoman Carr stabbed with the snakehead end of his weapon, and to Mara's horror, that head opened wide its maw, fangs dripping venom. She slapped her hand inside the angle of the blow against the shaft just below the head, and was quick enough to retract it as the snakehead turned in to bite at it. The lightsaber's glowing blade swooped in an upturning circular parry between the two, forcing Yeoman Carr back, and with that moment of pause, Mara slashed it down beside her foot again, cutting in half the last piece of jelly large enough to hold her. Then she leapt back, though not far. It was as if she had wads of gum stuck to the bottoms of her feet. "You are worthy," Yeoman Carr congratulated, and started to nod and used the ruse to swing about quickly, his staff elongating and becoming supple suddenly, more a whip than a bludgeoning weapon. Mara tried to leap back, but the jelly, still grabbing at her, slowed her down. She pivoted to the side, bringing her weapon out to intercept. The whip snapped around the lightsaber, a strike so perfectly aimed that the head still came in across the woman's arm, fangs cutting deep scratches. Yeoman Carr howled in victory, but Mara took the burning hit, focused her energies suddenly on that part of her body, and forced a blood rush out of the wound, washing away the poison before it could begin to take hold. She accepted then that this opponent possessed weapons that she could not anticipate, and so she went on the offensive immediately, charging ahead and launching a series of thrusts and slices that had Yeoman Carr backing, and all the while he tried to retract his weapon to staff form to give him something with which to parry. But his retreat was short-lived. He flicked one hand in a reverse movement, sending the remaining length of whip ending in that wicked snake head back out at her. She dropped her left knee down and back, pivoting away from the warrior, and brought her lightsaber in a rolling motion down, and then stabbing back over her dipping left shoulder, a perfect angle to intercept the rushing snakehead, the tip of her blade diving into its opening mouth. She came up in a rush, arm pumping and slashing, tearing the snakehead apart, and then she bore on right up to the large warrior. His backhand got inside her movement, though, the other hard end of his weapon smacking her across the shoulder and knocking her to the side. She rolled with it, accepting the blow, and spun down low, swiping across at his knees. He leapt above the cut, and then again as Mara came across with a backhand, and then brought his weapon, now fully a staff again, down at her seemingly exposed head. Mara turned and brought her elbows flying up, her lightsaber coming across horizontally to intercept and hold the weapon at bay. Yeoman Carr did not relent, pushing down with all his strength, frightening strength to Mara, for indeed she, even with all of her inner power and determination, could not hold him up. She reached into the Force then, trying another tactic on the man, and then she nearly buckled, for there was nothing. That was the only way she could describe it. Nothing. It was as if the Force was not a part of this warrior, as if he refused to acknowledge its existence in such a profound manner that it did not exist for him. Mara had to rely strictly on her fighting skills, pitting her speed and precision against this opponent's brute force. With a sudden, desperate twist, rolling her left hand over her right, she snapped the descending staff harmlessly down to the side and in front of her, and then she started up, thinking to come in at the warrior up high. But she had jelly on one knee, goo that halted her progress abruptly and nearly sent her sprawling to the floor. That proved fortunate for Mara, though, for Yeoman Carr reacted more quickly than she believed possible, straightening and slashing his staff across viciously, a blow that would have taken her across the head or neck if she had continued upward. Quick to improvise, she stabbed the warrior, who was as surprised as she by the fact that she was still down low in the knee. Then, as he howled in pain, she slashed her lightsaber across, taking him out at the knees and dropping him hard on his back. He started to roll toward her, bringing his staff across for her head. But she had the tip of her weapon out in time, pointed at his breast, and his own momentum drove him into it, the lightsaber finding a crease in that magnificent plated armor where the blaster had not, puncturing the coat and Yeoman Carr's chest, poking into his heart. He froze in place, staring hard at Mara. "You are worthy," he said once more, and then he just stared at her, and it seemed again as if he somehow knew her. "Jedi," he whispered. That flicker of recognition went away. All light in Yeoman Carr's eyes faded, and he lay very still. The door burst open, and Luke came rushing in, a squawking R2-D2 hot on his heels. It all hit Mara then, the exertion, the wounds, and something about the very nature of this poisoned planet that tugged at her insides, as if this disease within her fed off the perversion that was Belcodden. "Get me out of here," she whispered to Luke, trying to rise. She needed his help, especially in cutting away the last of the stubborn jelly. "Finish the download," he instructed R2-D2 as he helped Mara into a chair. "Do you know who that was?" he asked her. And he moved to the dead warrior, inspecting the tattoos, the disfiguring wounds, the strange plated armor and weapon. "His name is Yeoman Carr." Mara shook her head. "I think he knew me," she said, and Luke gave her a curious stare, one she could not in any way answer. Luke went back to his inspection. "R2, bring up images of all the scientists," he instructed. "Let's see if this was one of them." The droid whistled and did as instructed, but none of the records showing those stationed on Belcodden bore any resemblance to this barbaric warrior. Luke looked back to the body and shook his head. There must have been another species living on this planet, he reasoned, or they invaded. The droid was finished soon after, and the three left the control room, with Luke carrying the heavy warrior over his shoulder, and Mara, unsteady on her feet, carrying his staff and using it for support. They got to the jade saber without incident, and Luke settled the exhausted Mara into place. "Will you two be all right for a few minutes?" he asked. Mara looked at him, surprised, but then nodded. "We've got to find out," Luke explained. "He had weapons we don't know of," Mara told him. "Living missiles. And the stubborn jelly. And that staff," she said, indicating the snake-like creature. "There may be other enemies." Luke nodded and started away. "And Luke," she finished, "I could not use the Force to gain any insights on him. It might be some kind of training against Jedi tactics. If he has allies similarly trained, they'll be upon you before you expect it if you try to sense them." Luke paused, considering the information. "Get the ship into the air," he decided. "Run a guard for me over the compound, and be ready to blast open holes in the wall if I call to you." "Will the communicators even work?" Mara asked. "Let's see," Luke said, and he exited the jade saber. Once outside, he called through his comlink, and though the signal was weak and full of static, Mara and R2-D2 could indeed hear him. Luke went back into the station cautiously, while R2-D2, with help from the exhausted Mara, put the jade saber into a sentry pattern just above the compound. Luke returned a short time later, having completed his search, bearing a sack bulging as if it had 2 Taikawaka kicking balls inside. Mara looked at him curiously. "I found them in room B7, Luke explained, looking to R2-D2, who ran a quick check on his downloaded schematics and brought the name Yeoman Carr up across the view screen. Luke reached into the bag and pulled out a brown leathery item that looked like a ridged ball. "A helmet?" Mara asked. Luke shrugged. "I found just these 2 on a shelf in the closet," he explained, and then he looked at his wife hard. "I think they're alive." Mara, having witnessed a living staff and apparently living jelly, was not overly surprised. "Put them in a safe place," she replied. "They're probably bombs." Luke started to chuckle, but realized almost immediately that she wasn't kidding. He took the bag and its contents to a strong locker at the back of the Jade Saber's bridge and closed it up tight. The departure from Belcodden was no easier or smoother than the entry, and it quickly became apparent to Luke that his wife was not faring well. Even after they had cleared the clouds and broken out of Belcodden's turbulent atmosphere, Mara's face remained blanched, and her head lolled about weakly. "Did he hurt you?" Luke asked. "No." Luke stared at her, his concern clear on his face. "It was just being there," Mara tried to explain. "I started feeling worse as soon as we neared Belcodden, down there." She paused and shook her head helplessly. It was as if this disease within me was somehow bolstered by the plague affecting the planet. "And the beetles?" Luke prompted, nodding toward the 2 specimen jars Mara had put on a shelf at the side of the control console. His wife picked up the one containing the living beetle, bringing it right before her eyes. "You believe they somehow caused the damage to Belcodden," Luke remarked. Mara looked at him, having no practical response, no real evidence. It was just a feeling, a slight sensation, that these creatures were simply too foreign, and it was a feeling that Luke surely shared. But could it all, Belcodden, the beetles, the barbaric warrior, Mara's illness, be somehow connected? And what about Mara's insistence that this warrior was somehow devoid of, or rather unconnected to, the Force? Hadn't she just had a similar experience with another, a troublemaker in a civil war? "The man I fought, Yeoman Carr," she began, again shaking her head at a loss. "I don't know if it's me, if this illness has caused some holes in my sensitivity to the Force, or if—" "Just like you said about the Romamulian rebel, Nom Anor," Luke prompted, and Mara nodded. "I couldn't sense a thing with either of them." "But didn't you say that Jaina and Leia shared your perceptions of Nom Anor?" "Or maybe they were just reading my own failings," Mara reasoned. "Maybe I was projecting something, some kind of a force shield over the Romamulian, even as I was trying to read him." Luke let it go at that, but he didn't believe the explanation at all, and neither, he could tell, did Mara. Something very strange was going on here, something bigger than Belcodden or the Romamulian rebel, something that might even have implications for Mara's illness. He could feel it. They turned as one, hearing a voice behind them. At first they thought it was R2-D2, but the droid was in place, still running his analysis on the multitude of downloaded files. The voice came again from the closed locker, and while the first part of the speech was too garbled to decipher, both Luke and Mara thought they heard the name Carr clearly. Luke ran to the locker and pulled it open, then brought forth the bag and dumped it onto the floor. And then he jumped, and Mara cried out in surprise and horror at the disembodied head that seemed to have replaced one of the leathery balls. "Torrig Bauk, Yeoman Carr," the head said. Neither Luke nor Mara recognized the language. "Dawin Tugu." "It's not real," Mara observed, moving over, even nudging the thing a bit to upright it. While the specific features of the head did not resemble the warrior she had recently battled, the scarring and the tattooing looked similar. The head said something else they could not comprehend, lips and eyes moving as if it was indeed the actual speaker. One phrase jumped out at them, the voice inflection seeming to give it great importance. "Preterite Vong." As it finished speaking, the leathery bag inverted suddenly, rolling back in on itself, and appearing again exactly like the other one. "A hologram recording," Mara remarked, daring to prod the seemingly lifeless thing again. "For Yeoman Carr," Luke agreed. "From his superior, is my guess." "These are communication devices, then," Mara reasoned. "But for whom?" "Did you get all of that, R2?" Luke asked, and the droid beeped affirmative. "Can you translate?" Mara asked. "Ooh," R2-D2 replied sadly. "3PO will figure it out," Luke insisted, "once R2 can transfer the information to him." Mara nodded. "The Preterite Vong?" Luke mused. "What's going on?" Luke didn't have any answers for that one. R2, have you got anything on space activity near Belcodden yet? He asked the droid. R2-D2 whistled and clicked something in response. Check the charts of the last few days for incoming or outgoing ships, Luke suggested. R2-D2 whistled and clicked the same pattern again, and this time Luke understood that the droid was trying to show him something. He and Mara moved over beside R2-D2, and immediately an image came up on the small view screen atop the droid's work pod. A replay of X-Gal 4's tracking of the super-speeding comet streaking in from outside the galaxy. Luke blew a sigh and wondered then if they should go back to Belcodden to see if there might be other evidence they had missed. Fast-forward it to conclusion, he instructed R2-D2, and they followed the course of the comet across the sectors until it was lost from view. R2-D2 brought up X-Gal's determinations about its course, the fourth planet of the Helska system. Luke and Mara watched it all in disbelief, with too much to digest, too many possibilities, and none of them adding up in a good way. Luke directed R2-D2 on what to search for, then went back to the pilot chairs with Mara and laid in a course for the fourth planet of the Helska system. The ice of that fourth planet seemed a tomb to his heart, a cold encasing eternal torment for the Jedi Knight. Miko sat curled in the lichen-lighted and heated chamber, head down in his arms, an attempt at meditation that would not come, the road to freeing emptiness blocked by the barrier of horrible recollections. He saw that maw, the chewing, pointy teeth, and felt the great power of the Yamsk overwhelming him, mocking him, and all of his Jedi training. Nothing he had ever known in all his life could have prepared Miko for the tactics and devious techniques of the Yuuzhan Vong mind-breaking. In his training, he had faced the dark side of the Force, the specter of his innermost horrors, but even that paled beside the reality of the Yamsk. How many times had the horrid creature feigned his execution? How many times had he been drawn in to within a hairbreadth of those chewing teeth? And each time, no matter what logic might yell at him, he could not believe other than that this would be the moment of his death. That reality did not get any easier with repetition. And worse, each feigned execution replayed in his mind 1,000 times, and each of those recollections seemed nearly as vivid as the actual experience. He could not sleep, could barely force down enough food to keep himself alive. Across the chamber, Dany watched it all helplessly, knowing that her companion was near to breaking. She had tried everything to comfort him, had held him while he thrashed in his dreams, had offered him her words of comfort and her shoulder to cry on. But it didn't matter, she knew. These Yuuzhan Vong warriors, whoever they were, had clearly decided, for some reason that escaped Dany Qui, that Miko, the Jedi Knight, was not worthy. And so they were going to destroy him utterly, his heart first, then his mind, and finally his body. And she could only watch. 17. The Last Pose of Defiance. The ground rumbled and rolled, and a great wave of splintering rock reared up at them, toppling a building into the street. Anakin banked the land speeder and throttled up, weaving in and out of falling and bouncing chunks of stone, sweeping past people screaming in terror and pain. A couple of soldiers, Cernpa-dal city guards, stood by the northern checkpoint exit, waving for Anakin to slow. He didn't. Outside the city, the quakes were even more violent. A strong wind was blowing now, and Anakin feared that the atmosphere itself might be compressing under the disturbance of the descending moon. He knew the calculations, knew that they still had a couple of hours before the moon came crashing down, but he had to wonder if the planet would hold together that long, or if the residual disasters, the quakes, the brewing violent winds, the rushing seas, would destroy the place so that by the time the moon arrived there would be nothing left to kill. He pressed the land speeder on, redlining the drives, and almost felt as if he was in the asteroid belt again, moving on instinct, on anticipation instead of reaction. Beside him, the old mayor sat quietly, apparently comfortable, hardly jumping, even on those occasions when a bouncing stone or rolling wave of dirt nearly buried them. Anakin gave him hardly a thought, other than a quick survey, visually and with the Force, an inspection that showed him the old man was truly calm, that it was not a facade, that he had come to accept his doom without despair. Somehow Anakin used that calm to keep his own cool head. He checked his coordinates to ensure that he was in the right area. But what was he looking for? A gigantic machine, an interdictor cruiser with its gravity well projectors? There were none about. A rift in the planet's surface. Again, nothing other than the cracks from the tremors. He slowed the land speeder and closed his eyes, feeling the sensations about him, feeling the calm of the old man, the unrest of the planet as it was pulled and twisted by the swiftly passing low moon, the fear of the creatures, reasoning and animal, a palpable terror that the young Jedi could almost taste in his mouth. Anakin looked deeper, deeper. Anything exerting the kind of power necessary to grab onto a moon could not be invisible to the Force. The moon, now enormous, crested the horizon, rolling up into the sky. The wind roared, the ground swelled and rolled. And Anakin felt the tug, not on him, not on anything except for that moon. He opened his eyes, though he kept his mind in that other sensibility, and there before him he clearly saw the tractor beam. He throttled up the land speeder, swerving through a ravine between two unstable peaks, a move that almost cost him dearly as one huge boulder smashed down right behind the small craft as it passed. Speed was their ally, for the rocks on both cliff walls were crumbling fast, but as they neared the end of the narrow valley, they were hit by tremendous headwinds, as if all the air was being squeezed. Anakin glanced up at the moon and saw a tail of fire trailing it. The first contact with the atmosphere. "We're barely moving," the mayor commented calmly. Anakin banked to the side, climbing along one narrow trail, trying to get behind a jag in the stone, and nearly getting smashed against the wall by one particularly furious gust. He made it, though, skimming into a narrow channel and running the length of it, and when he came out he found the wind diminished enough so that he could again make forward progress. Exiting the pass, they came to a wide and empty field, a barren stretch of stone and dirt, a bowl within the low mountain range. Anakin immediately spotted the crater in the middle of that field, and didn't have to fall back into the Force to know that this was the source. He approached swiftly but cautiously to within a dozen meters, then shut the land speeder down and hopped out, running low to the ground, not knowing what to expect. The crater was not large, barely a couple dozen meters across, nor was it deep, perhaps 10 meters, and there in the bottom sat something that resembled a huge, pulsating, dark red heart with deep blue spikes all about it. Anakin studied it, looking for some controls or some connection to a power source. "What is it?" the old man asked when he joined the boy at the rim of the crater. Anakin looked more deeply, using the Force, seeing the thing more distinctly, and coming to the unnerving conclusion that not only was this definitely the source of their troubles, but that it was a living creature. Gasping for breath, he drew his blaster. "That thing's bringing down Dobito?" the old man asked incredulously. "Get back," Anakin instructed, taking aim. The old man didn't move, but Anakin, so entranced by this completely alien and undeniably powerful life form, didn't notice. He leveled the blaster and fired. The energy bolt ripped down into the crater and then disappeared, just flickered out like a candle in a strong wind. He fired again and again, but the bolt seemed to have no effect. "What is it?" the old man asked again, more emphatically. "Get in the land speeder and go back for my father," Anakin instructed, pulling the lightsaber from his belt. "The ugly one or the big hairy one?" the old man asked. Anakin ignored him and moved one foot to the very edge of the crater. And then he and the old man went flying away, jolted by a sudden and violent thrust of the ground. The young Jedi scrambled about to see dirt and stones flying from the crater, a volcanic eruption, it seemed, without the lava. It ended abruptly, and Anakin rushed back, only to see a deep, deep hole where the creature had been. He understood. The creature had recognized the attacks and had reversed its gravity pull, probably latching on to the core of Cernpa-dal, and was now far, far below. What was he to do now? A familiar roar turned his eyes skyward, and he saw the Millennium Falcon swooping down from the mountains. It landed fast on the gravel plain to the side, and the landing ramp dropped almost immediately, Han running down to his son, and many other people, refugees, poking their heads out of the Falcon to see what might be going on. "We've got to get back," Han cried. "Chewie's organizing the retreat from the planet, but we've barely got enough ships." "The creature's down there," Anakin replied, pointing to the crater. "It's a living thing." Han shook his head. "Doesn't matter any more," he replied, with a wry twist of his lips, and Anakin understood. For Cernpa-dal, it was too late. Even if they somehow managed to kill this creature or stop its tractor beam, Dobito's orbit was lost, and the moon would come crashing down. "Every second means someone else dies," Han remarked, and Anakin sprinted for the ramp. The old man, though, didn't follow. Instead, he walked back up to the crater rim. "I must at least ensure that this devil doesn't escape to destroy another world," he explained, smiling, and he opened his cloak and produced a meter-long tube. "Thermal detonator," he said. "You should be leaving." "You're crazy," Han started to say, but the old man, the mayor of Cernpa-dal City, just went over the edge of the crater and calmly leapt into the hole. The Falcon had barely lifted away when the detonator blew, lifting tons and tons of dirt into a gigantic mushroom cloud over the gravel plain. "Strange old man," the stunned Han muttered. Anakin stared out the window back toward the area of the original crater. He felt no more pull from the alien creature. "He got it," he informed his father. Han nodded. The old man hadn't bought them a minute of time, hadn't saved Cernpa-dal at all, but still they both understood. He had done something truly valuable and heroic. For Prefect Dagara, it was the moment of highest glory, honor, and spirituality, the epitome of his purpose, the reward for his efforts, the most welcomed task. He stood alone on a pedestal before the Yamsk, the creature's massive eyes boring into him. Chanting the appropriate prayers to Yun Yamka, he lifted his hand to gently touch the creature between those eyes, along a huge blue pulsating vein, the point of transference. Then they were joined as one, the Yamsk's consciousness overwhelming Dagara's. The prefect felt the binding power of the war coordinator, the purpose of its being, and through its sensitive energies, he felt the commune that was his task force, the Preterite Vong. Dagara fell deeper into the Yamsk, gave it his feelings as it recited its own to him, and they knew they were of like mind. It was time to expand, to reach out and begin consuming vast reaches of the galaxy. But first they had to lure a portion of their enemies in, destroy the New Republic's warships on a Yuuzhan Vong battleground where the Yamsk's control and coordination were complete. The prefect left the meeting both exhilarated and exhausted, physically drained but emotionally charged. He went right to his private quarters, to Yeoman Carr's villa, but then changed his mind and opened contact to Nom Anor instead. The executor responded immediately. "We reach out this day," Dagara explained. "Go with glory and victory," came Nom Anor's proper response. "Die as a warrior." Dagara snapped to attention. "We shall not dishonor the Yuuzhan Vong," he answered, again the proper response. "Cernpa-dal dies this day." "And her people?" "Many attempt flight, and there our warriors will find their next challenge," Dagara replied. "The war coordinator has dispatched 4 full battle groups to intercept and to give chase. They will allow the refugee convoy to lead them to the next planet in line, and there they will begin the open warfare." "Doroic Vong Prat," Nom Anor pronounced. Dagara sucked in his breath at the bold proclamation. Doroic Vong Prat was the war cry of the Yuuzhan Vong, the call for ferocity unbridled, the absolute releasing of the basest of warrior emotions. Under such a command, Yuuzhan Vong warriors became the hunter in the closing strides of the stalk, the purest killers. "Doroic Vong Prat," Dagara agreed. "And woe to our enemies." By the time Han got the Falcon back to Cernpa-dal City, the docking area was gone, broken apart by the tremendous upheavals, with all its walls flattened. A few people ran about screaming, a few others remained prostrated on the streets, praying to Tosi Karu. But most had been packed away, and dozens of ships, everything from single-seaters, inevitably with 2 people crammed in, to freighters, were up in the air, preparing to fly away. Han spotted Chewie almost immediately, the Wookiee waving one long arm and holding a pair of children under the other. "Help him," he instructed his son, and Anakin rushed away, pushing through the mob that packed the Falcon to the lower landing ramp. Han brought the ship in low and slow, compensating for the roaring winds. "Hurry, hurry," he muttered to himself. Debris was flying everywhere, and only luck alone had kept Chewie and those kids from being washed away in it. He edged the Falcon down lower to within a few meters of the ground and moved over Chewbacca's position. "The kids are in," Anakin called over the intercom. "I'm getting Chewie in now." An explosion rocked the city. A few blocks to the side of the Falcon, and a small shuttle started to rise above the remnants of one wall, but quickly shut down and disappeared from view. Han banged a fist on his console. "You got him, kid?" he called to his son. "Chewie's going for the shuttle," Anakin called back. "I'm going too. Meet us there." Even as Anakin finished, Han saw Chewie go running out from under the Falcon, drawing his bowcaster as he went. Anakin came close behind, gaining ground as Chewie slowed to blow a hole in the wall between them and the downed shuttle. "We've got to clear it," Anakin shouted as he came through that wall to find the tail end of the shuttle buried under a pile of debris too thick about the lone ion drive for the ship to dare risk a takeoff. Chewie charged right in, bowcaster firing, cutting up the bigger chunks. He grabbed pieces with one strong arm and sent them flying aside. "Hurry up!" came a cry from the open port on the shuttle's side, a woman standing inside. "I've got a packed ship. We'll all die." Anakin studied the pile and the Wookiee's progress. He heard the Falcon's engines humming as the ship hovered over the wall behind him, and for a moment he thought of instructing his father to vaporize that rubble pile with the laser cannons, as Chewie was trying to do with his bowcaster. He shook the improbable plan away and utilized a different power source, an inner source instead, reaching out mentally to the rubble, using the force to lift it away huge piece by huge piece. Another quake rocked the city, the falling moon making its appearance on the eastern horizon, seeming much larger than even on its last pass. And this time with a huge fire trail spewing out about it. Immediately the wind increased to deafening proportions. But Anakin held his calm and worked the pile methodically. The Wookiee roared his approval and helped as much as he could with his conventional methods, and soon enough Chewie fell back, hailing the woman inside with great and urgent howls. "Take her out!" Anakin cried to the woman, translating the Wookiee's words. "Take her out fast!" He and Chewie fell back as the shuttle blasted away. It rose only a dozen meters before being blown aside by a huge gust of wind that pummeled the area and sent Anakin and Chewie scrambling. The more powerful Millennium Falcon held its ground, though, and the lower landing ramp was down, with Han perched on it, extending his hand to his son and his partner. "Come on," he cried. "It's ending fast." Chewie fought powerfully against the wind, making some progress, and then Anakin was beside him, practically floating off the ground, pulling him along with the strength of the Force. A tiny, pitiful cry rang in their ears. Both glanced all around, discerning the source, spotting large eyes peering out at them from under a half-buried bulkhead. Abruptly, Anakin let go of Chewie and changed course, and the Wookiee, with only a quick glance to Han, followed. "Go back to the ship," Anakin instructed, yelling at the top of his lungs. Even so, his voice was barely audible in the howling wind. Chewie growled and shook his hairy head. "I'll use the Force to get us both back, then," Anakin said. Another pitiful cry came out at them. "And whoever's under there." They went to work wildly on the bulkhead, tossing aside debris with muscle, physical and mental, and then Chewie reached in and pulled out a small boy, barely a toddler. Together the three turned for the Falcon, struggling on as the storm increased, as the ground heaved and broke apart, as the thunderous wind roared on, the Falcon's powerful engines straining to hold the ship's position. They were near, so close that Han could almost grab Anakin's extended hand when a barrage of debris swept past. Chewie held his ground and turned his powerful body to protect the toddler. But a piece of stone clipped Anakin's head, costing him his concentration and launching him far in a rolling, bouncing tumble. Han's eyes widened with horror. Chewie thrust the toddler into Han's arms before he could begin to move, and then the Wookiee turned about and half ran, half rode the wind to catch up to the fallen Anakin. Han handed off the toddler and rushed back for the cockpit, knowing the two could never get back to the Falcon against this mounting storm. He brought the Falcon in fast but steady, moving to the spot even as Chewie lifted Anakin in his arms. Han locked her in place and rushed back to the landing ramp, pushing aside those who had moved into position to help. But the Falcon couldn't hold position now, and she drifted up and to the side. Or maybe it was the ground dipping down and to the side, her engines roaring in protest. "Chewie!" he cried, hanging right off the ramp now. Several others crowded about Han, holding him in place by the legs. He reached desperately for the Wookiee, but the Falcon was up too high. Chewbacca gave his friend a resigned, contented look, then threw Anakin up into Han's waiting arms. The ground rolled and bucked, and suddenly Chewie was far, far away. Han cradled Anakin to the floor just inside, and the boy was conscious again, struggling to his feet as his father rushed back to the cockpit. Han worked furiously over the controls, bringing the Falcon around, swerving about buildings. The communicators crackled with the frantic cries from other ships, some blasting away, others unsure of where to go. Han ignored it all, focused entirely on finding his lost Wookiee friend. Anakin came up beside him, falling into Chewie's chair. "Where is he?" Han cried. Anakin took a deep, steadying breath. He knew Chewie so well, surely he could find his friend with the Force. And he did. "To the left!" he cried. Han brought her about. "Around that corner!" Anakin cried. "Take it!" Han told him, and he ran back to the landing ramp. "Get me to him!" Anakin worked furiously over the controls, the ship vibrating so violently that he thought it might just shake apart. He turned her up on her side to get down one alley and swooped around another teetering building. "Oh, no," he breathed. For there stood Chewie, his back to the Falcon, and in front of the Wookiee, a fiery Dobito was streaking down. "Closer!" came Han's voice. Chewie turned about and took one step toward Han and the Falcon, and then a burst of tremendous hot wind blasted through, tossing him to the ground, toppling buildings. One pile of rubble crashed atop the Falcon. Her shields groaned in protest and sent the nose of the ship up, up. Anakin fought her back to level, started to turn her about to find the Wookiee, but saw instead, in all her devastating glory, the last descent of Dobito. The arrival, to those faithful natives still praying in the ruined streets, of Tosi Karu. They were out of time. Anakin knew it immediately. If he turned for Chewie, if he did anything other than take her straight up and out, the explosion of the crashing moon would tear the Falcon apart. He heard his father's pleading cry to get him back to Chewie. He pointed the Millennium Falcon skyward and punched the throttle. Han saw. A battered and bloody Chewie regained his footing, stood up high on one pile of rubble, and faced the descending moon with arms upraised and a defiant roar. The scene receded quickly, but Han kept his eyes locked on the spot, burning that image of the very last moments of his friend's life indelibly into his consciousness. And then he saw the beginning to the final cataclysm as Dobito plowed into the city. The landing ramp rose suddenly, locking into place. Han knew it to be the doings of his son, and then the Falcon went spinning away as the shock wave hit her. Han didn't even consider the danger to him and the others, not even to his son at that critical moment. He just thought of Chewie, of that last tragic image, the Wookiee shaking his fist at the great unbeatable enemy. A fitting last pose of defiance, but one that did nothing to mend the tear ripping through Han's heart. 18. Storm brewing. "Keep a high orbit," Luke said to Mara as he sat in the cockpit of his X-Wing, the small starfighter at rest in the rear compartment of the Jade Saber. If I get in trouble, I'm going to jump to light speed to get out of there, and I expect you to do the same." "Right behind you," Mara assured him, her voice still showing some of the strain from their ordeal on Belkadon. "Right in front of me," Luke corrected. He could visualize his wife's wry grin as she heard that command for about the 10th time in the last hour. The two had come into the Helska system quietly, using the sun as a visual and tracking barrier in their approach toward the 4th planet. They had no idea what might be going on here, whether the warrior Mara had slain on Belkadon might be related to whatever it was that streaked through the galactic barrier to collide with the 4th planet, or whether the plague that had all but destroyed Belkadon had emanated from this place. Perhaps it was all coincidence, the sighting followed by the destruction of Belkadon. Perhaps Yeoman Carr had become deranged by the same metamorphosis that had apparently afflicted the trees of the doomed planet. Luke didn't think so. He sensed something here, something deep and dangerous, like a resonation in the fabric of the Force itself. As a strange and dangerous disease had come into Mara, he feared that one had come into the galaxy, and there was only one way to find out. Furthering that line of thought were the leathery balls they had brought from Belkadon. Someone, something, had tried to communicate with Yeoman Carr, using a language that neither Luke nor Mara had ever heard before, and one that R2-D2 couldn't even begin to translate. C-3PO would get it, though, Luke believed, for the protocol droid was programmed with every known language, even archaic and unused in the galaxy. That thought brought a shiver to Luke, for given the information they had garnered on Belkadon, could they even be sure that this language was from the galaxy? If it was not, Luke was confident that dependable C-3PO would figure it out. "Break it open, R2, he instructed the astromech behind him. R2-D2 punched the appropriate codes into the X-Wing, which were relayed to the Jade Saber, and the tail fin of the shuttle opened like a scissors blade. A moment later, the X-Wing slid out easily into empty space, floating behind the Jade Saber, and as soon as there was enough room between them, Luke swooped down about the shuttle and throttled past her, giving a salute to Mara. They had decided that he would go to the 4th planet in the more nimble X-Wing, while Mara played a role as a wider-range reconnaissance and provided cover fire should that be needed. The X-Wing's layered S-foils were closed now, giving it the appearance of a two-winged starfighter. Luke did a quick check of all systems, then called back to Mara, offering the coordinates for his run. Then he put it straight for the Helskan sun, as they had agreed. "You got that planet tracked?" he asked R2-D2. The droid's replying whistles seemed as much annoyed as affirmative, and Luke, despite his fears, managed a grin. "Let me know when you're getting too hot," he said, and he opened up the throttle a bit more, his speed mounting as well from the gravitational tug of the flaring sun. Luke felt the press on his chest and dialed up the inertial compensator to 99%. In his screen, the sun grew and grew, but he knew what he was doing and held complete faith in R2-D2's navigational abilities. As they neared, the hull temperature and R2-D2's complaints both beginning to rise dramatically, Luke veered to the right and cut around the sun in close orbit, then vectored out at tremendous speed along R2-D2's designated coordinates, a nearly straight line toward the 4th planet, and one that would keep the sun right at the X-Wing's back all the way. If there were any enemies on the 4th planet, they might not detect his approach right away, and that approach, given the tremendous boost in speed afforded them by the sun's gravity, would be fast. In just a few moments, Luke spotted the planet, growing from a speck to fist-sized, to fill his view screen. He scissored the wings and broke right again, whipping into orbit, dropping down to where he could visually examine the icy planet's surface. He felt it all around him, an energy field. He could feel the tingles in the roots of his hair, could hear them in the crackles over his comm system, and could see them in the fuzzy lines breaking across all of his instrumentation panels. R2-D2 whistled something out at him, but that sound, too, broke up among the energy interference. Luke shut down most of his instruments, flying on eyes and instinct, and went down even more. He had already completed his first full orbit, but his speed was decreasing fast, and so this second round promised to reveal more to him. "Luke, came a crackle, Mara's voice. She continued to talk, but only a few words came through. "There's backside dots." "Play it back internally," he instructed R2-D2. "Filter out the static and try to figure out what she's saying." He brought the X-Wing down even lower, skimming the surface, using his eyes and his mind to try and figure out what might be going on here. Something was definitely amiss, he knew, he sensed, some nagging feeling of danger. And then it hit him, a sudden jolt that dipped the nose of his X-Wing and dragged the ship as if he had suddenly entered water. Behind him, R2-D2 shrieked, and all the rest of Luke's instruments, particularly his navigational assist controls, just shut down. And the icy barren surface seemed to be rising up to meet him. They limped away from Cernpa-dal, a line of freighters and shuttles and every other type of ship as could be found on the outer rim, a line of bedraggled, horrified refugees, of men and women who had just seen their homes destroyed, of men and women who had just lost family and friends to a tragedy so inexplicable and devastating that they simply could not even begin to make any sense out of it. Behind them, Cernpa-dal, a spinning dead sphere, its atmosphere torn away, continued its orbit, an altered course now for the power of the impact and the huge cloud on one side of the planet, a clear bruise. Cernpa-dal was a dead thing, oblivious to the pain and the destruction. It would go on through the eons, devoid of life. Han Solo stared at the wobbling planet for a long, long time, his eyes registering the truth that his heart could not. "We've got 111 ships in the convoy," Anakin said, coming up behind his father nervously, not really knowing what to say or do, whether to hug Han or to run away from him. Han turned to face his young son, his face blank as if he had not heard. 111. Anakin started to reiterate. "You left him," Han said quietly, calmly. The accusation hit Anakin as hard as any punch ever could. Anakin stuttered over several replies. He wanted to shout out at his father for even saying such a thing. He had saved the Millennium Falcon and the scores of people crammed aboard her. "We had to get out of there," he finally managed to reply. "The moon was coming down." "You left him," Han said again, more sharply. Anakin swallowed hard in the face of that glare. He had been given no choice on Cernpa-dal, he reminded himself, and surely his father had to know that logically. They were too far from Chewie, with the moon too close and falling fast. They could not possibly have reached Chewie and gotten him aboard. Anakin wanted to say all of that, wanted to rush back and get the logs of the incident, certain that they would back up his reasoning. But he couldn't. He couldn't give any answer at all, other than to stare helplessly against the reality of the most despairing, empty expression he had ever seen on the face of his father. Always his father had been his hero, the great Han Solo. Always his father had been his strength and his answer. And now? Now the great Han Solo seemed a pitiful, broken thing, an empty shell. "You left him," Han said again, and though his tone had gone back to quiet and calm, this third time he uttered the accusation with the element of surprise gone. It cut Anakin even more deeply. "You turned and ran away, while Chewie stood his ground and died." "I couldn't," Anakin started to reply, and he was biting his lip now and blinking back the tears. "Chewie, who had just done everything to save you," Han said with a growl, poking his finger into Anakin's chest. "You left him." Anakin turned and ran off. Han looked all around, as if conscious only then of the fact that a dozen sets of eyes had been on him and his son the whole time. Offering nothing more than a scowl in explanation, he stormed back to the Falcon's bridge and took his seat. How alone he felt when he turned and saw the empty seat beside him. "R2, what is it?" Luke cried, his X-Wing spiraling down. But the droid had no answers. Luke flipped the sensors back on, but neither a tractor beam nor a possible power source registered. Luke found a level of calm and clear-headedness, calculating the time he had left. Mara's frantic voice came over the communicator, but it was too broken up, and Luke just shut the thing down. He noted a lump on the planet's otherwise smooth surface, but he had no time to investigate further. He turned the X-wing up and put out full throttle, going head-on against the pull, more to try and determine the strength of the beam than with any hopes of breaking away from it. To his surprise, he did make some progress. "Put the shields up full," Luke ordered R2-D2 as soon as he understood that he could not hope to break free with pure power. The shields went up and were almost instantly torn away. But in that moment, as if the beam had suddenly focused just on the shields and not on the X-wing, Luke's ship shot up. But not out. The beam was back on it in a moment, grabbing hard, and the energy cost of bringing up those shields had been taxing on the drives, so much so that Luke quickly deduced that he dared try that tactic only one more time. But now he had a plan. With R2-D2 shrieking in protest, Luke turned the X-wing about, nose down, and kept the throttle hot. The planet rushed up to swallow them. "Ready the shields," Luke instructed the droid. R2-D2 beeped and whined in protest. "Just do it," Luke said. He searched for the source, but could see nothing, could read nothing on his instruments. He could tell where it was, though, for it was obviously pulling him straight in. He backed off on the throttle suddenly, reversing engines, hoping the abrupt change would buy him enough time, and he emptied his 3 banks of 3 proton torpedoes. 9 missiles swooped down ahead of him. They hit the ice pack hard, one after another, and with the X-wing rushing right behind. "Shields now," Luke cried, and he pulled hard, leveling out of the stoop and punching his throttle out full. The X-wing shuddered from the concussions of the torpedo blasts, from the tractor beam ripping the shields away yet again, but Luke was betting that the beam was concentrated, and he was right, for the ship rushed out of the pull, breaking clear and running away, barely 20 meters above the icy surface. "Check the damage," Luke ordered. He banked around, giving the area of devastation a wide berth in case the source of that devilish beam remained, and headed for the mound he had spotted. He knew instinctively that this was no normal mountain, and when he looked deeper with his insight, he hit a wall, an empty space in the force. Luke clicked on the communicator in the hopes that Mara, from her high vantage point, might give him some insight. But then he saw the planetary rim beyond the structure come alive with buzzing specks that could only be ships. He zoomed in at the mound and turned to go about it, firing his repulsors to get a jump away from it. He turned, the G's pressing his face to the side, 180 about and then up, and at full throttle. That's when he first understood the toll his evasive maneuver from the tractor beam had taken. His right drive sputtered and died, and when he tried to close his wings again for deep space flight, he found them locked into position. And the specks appeared larger now, closing fast, and Luke was out of torpedoes. "I'm going back," Han told himself. Chewie found a way to get off-planet. Logically, it seemed impossible. Han had seen the Wookiee standing resolute, the moon descending, and there was no doubt that Cernpa-dal itself had died only a moment later. But logic could not play here in Han's emotional turmoil. Chewie had escaped somehow, he told himself repeatedly, and so he believed. He called to the next ship in the long line, a freighter, and offered the coordinates for Dubrillon. Then he brought the Falcon about hard, turning back for Cernpa-dal, turning back for Chewie. "Need help," came a distress call, screaming across all channels from one of the convoy ships before Han had gone halfway through the maneuver. "Now," the ship's pilot called out. "They're coming through! Giant bugs!" Han grumbled and muttered a stream of curses, but he could not ignore that call, and so he brought up the coordinates of the call and put the Falcon on course for the hailing ship, a shuttle far back in the line and off to the side. "Insects," he muttered sarcastically, but even as he said the word, his skepticism faded in the face of what his eyes were plainly showing him. Insects. Large ones, huge turf-hopper creatures boring through the titanium alloy hull of the shuttle as easily as if it was soft dirt. "Breach! Breach!" came the desperate cry from the ship. Han brought the Falcon in fast and brought his shields up to full and even cranked off a shot with his forward laser cannon, blasting one hovering insect into a million pieces. But there was little he could do for the doomed shuttle. He saw a pair of insects boring into the ion drives and tried to call out a warning to evacuate. All that came back were sounds and cries of battle joined within the shuttle's hull. And then the shuttle exploded, disappearing in a blaze of sparks and a puff of flame. Han flew the Falcon all about the area, seeking any remaining enemies. He called to the convoy and set up an open line of communication, a calling tree, so that every ship remained in constant contact with at least 2 others. He ordered them to close ranks and move them along with all speed, as fast as the slowest ship in the line could go. Then he had to decide. His heart longed for Cernpa-dal, for Chewbacca, but how could he abandon these helpless people now, with some strange enemy apparently in the region? Han's instruments noted another ship a long way off and not moving very quickly. It was too far for him to get any identification, type, or call signal. Figuring that if he could see it, then it certainly could see the convoy, he opened a channel to it, calling out. No response. Han called again, then put his communicator through a search of all frequencies. "Kip, damage, aid," came the call back. Han answered, guessing from the familiar ring of the voice that it had come from Kip Duran, and the same message played back to him again and again. It had been recorded and put on automatic send, he understood, and he feared that Kip Duran might be already dead. Han called to the lead ship in the convoy. "You got that ship on your instruments?" "That's affirmative," came the reply, "and we're picking up a distress call, probably automated." "Yeah, I got it too," Han said. "You keep your line and your course. Get some of the quicker ships running a watch line along both flanks. Bug things." "Is that what got the Julie Ooper?" came the reply, referring to the shuttle that had just exploded. "Bug things," Han said again. "I'm going out to that other ship. I think it's a friend of mine. You hold the line and I'll be back soon enough." He clicked off the external communicator, then, after a moment's pause, turned on the ship's internal intercom. He sat staring at it for a long, long while, then blew a sigh. "Anakin," he called. "I could use a co-pilot up here." A few moments later, his son walked tentatively into the control room and quietly slipped into the seat beside him. "We've got a distress call," Han explained, his tone cold and calm, offering no clue if any forgiveness was being extended or if the interaction was just pragmatism. "I think it's Kip. Got himself into some kind of trouble, maybe with the bug things." Anakin looked at him quizzically. "If you'd been up here, you'd have seen them," Han replied, his words as much as his tone reminding his son that his childish tantrum had cost the Falcon a co-pilot for the last hour. Anakin wanted to yell back, to tell his father again that he had flown off Cernpa-dal to save the Falcon, that they had run out of time, that there was nothing they could have done to save Chewbacca. Even to determined Anakin, those words seemed hollow indeed in the light of the reality, in the light of the fact that Chewie was gone, was dead, and that the Wookiee had died saving him. The burden of that awful truth bowed the boy's head. It didn't take Luke very long to determine that the approaching flight of these strange-looking starfighters were enemies. They came at him hot and angry, firing small, molten projectiles. Luke didn't have any shields. He dived and rolled, went into a loop, but broke out of it before he had gone halfway through it, recognizing that any predictable course would get him blown to pieces. Sure enough, as he barrel-rolled out of the loop, a swarm of projectiles flashed past, intercepting his previous course. Luke leveled out, R2-D2 screaming behind him, all 4 of his laser cannons firing away. He didn't score a hit on any enemy ship, but his volley took out a line of projectiles flying his way. Still, a couple got through, and Luke had to put the X-Wing into a snap turn to the right, and then another immediately after it. He wasn't sure the ship could even take this beating, and R2-D2's cries indicated that the droid might not survive the jostling either. He executed a third snap turn and broke out of it back to the left, locking fast on 2 enemy ships along the same line and firing away, blowing the first into bits and then pounding through to take a huge chunk off the second, sending it spinning away. Luke sensed the danger from the side and behind, and went through the only open avenue, back to the right yet again, punching the X-Wing to full throttle. The remaining ion drive screeched in protest and could not deliver the full desired thrust. Luke was running, but the enemies were catching him, closing in from all sides. "It is Kip," Han noted as the familiar and obviously wounded XJ X-Wing came into clear view. "Oh, no," he added, for the instruments were screaming at them, and a glance to the side told him why. A swarm of insects zooming in for the X-Wing and for the Falcon. "They baited us," Han insisted. "They used Kip to lure us in." "You think they're intelligent?" Anakin asked skeptically. "I think it worked," was all that Han replied. "Get ready for some hot flying, kid." Anakin set to work with his instruments. "Get to the top guns," Han instructed, referring to the pod of quad laser cannons atop the Millennium Falcon. The old ship had 2 such pods, one above and one below, along with a single gun on the front that could be controlled from the cockpit. As he started to rise, Anakin heard his father quietly add, "Be alive, Kip." Anakin rushed out into the hall around the corner. He had to push several people out of the way to get to the gunnery seat. He thought of asking if anyone else knew how to operate cannons, so he could send them to the second pod down below. But he quickly reversed his thinking. If his father wanted someone else on the other guns, his father would make the request. He scrambled up the ladder and squeezed in, settling and strapping into the swiveling chair, feeling the trigger and stick in each hand. Anakin loved this place, considering the fast swiveling chair and the thumping guns as a test of his reaction and skill, and even more than that, given the speed of targets, a test of his intuition, his bond with the Force. Now he had a chance to use the guns in a real setting, and despite the very real danger, he could not deny his excitement. That feeling didn't last long, though, not with the events of Cernpa-dal so pressing on his thoughts. "Don't let these things get anywhere near us," Han warned gravely, his tone bringing Anakin back to the situation at hand, making him rub his sweaty palms across the ridged sticks. He looked at the situation unfolding in front of him, and at the wounded X-Wing, hoping, as had Han, that Kip was somehow still alive. "And don't blow Kip out of the universe," Han added suddenly, and Anakin winced, as if that had been a direct reference to his other recent failure. He heard his father mumbling then and perked up his ears. "Damn it, Chewie," Han was saying quietly. "How am I going to get that thing in tow without you?" Anakin pulled back, feeling as if he had intruded in a place where he did not belong, and tried to regain his focus on the situation at hand, though Han's plea to his dead friend stung the boy profoundly. He took a deep breath, his wounded expression solidifying into a determined scowl. He swung the rotating cockpit around, sighted a group of incoming insect-like creatures, and locked on. Then he waited, holding his shot, keeping his calm. "Trying to hit them as they pass?" his father cried out to him. Anakin ignored the sarcasm and kept his cool, waiting. They were almost on the Falcon now. Anakin could see their bulbous eyes and the absolute ferocity reflected in them. He let them fire, all 4 laser cannons, the long barrels retracting as each burst blazed out. Insect parts and flashes of light filled his screen, a wave of devastation, and the young Jedi quickly rocked the cannons about, triggers held down and barrels blasting, sweeping the insect parts away. But more were coming, many more, and fast. Anakin swiveled and let fly a volley, then spun back and powered off another, and then another. And when one insect zipped out of harm's way, he followed it down and to the side, catching up and just ahead, and, whump, blew it to little pieces. It wasn't enough. "They're on the hull," Han cried. Anakin dropped back down the ladder into the main deck and rushed out, pushing through the crowd, then diving into the lower storage area and readying the tow cable. He heard his father call out for him repeatedly, heard something about the shields hardly slowing them down, but he kept his calm, and as the Falcon came over the drifting X-Wing, he fired the grapnel out, hooking it about one of the wings. Then he ran, hearing his father's cry that the Falcon was about to be breached. Anakin didn't go right to the bridge, though, but to the main power transfer alcove. He had been working in here after his disastrous descent to Coruscant, working with Chewbacca, and he knew the layout pretty well. He flipped the main, shutting down all but the Falcon's essential life support systems. He heard the cries of fear from the many passengers, but put them away, locked them out of his thoughts. The insects were on the hull, his father had said, and so he pulled free the main cable and juiced the power back on, then climbed with the sparking thing in hand, up to the top hatch. Gently, so gently, Anakin fed it through the tool release, more and more until it looped back down, and then he held his breath. The main cable touched the outer hull and sent a burst of electricity across it, firing up the Falcon like a holiday candle. "What are you doing?" came Han's cry from below. "We got no power." "Just washing off the hull," Anakin replied, and he slid back down into the alcove. "Go and see if it's clear." Han looked at him sternly, but then did go back to the bridge, and sure enough, all of his readings indicated that the insectoids had been zapped from the hull. Many floated by, not charred or blasted, but stunned at the least. The lights flickered. All the power came back online. "Nice move, kid," Han whispered under his breath. A moment later, the laser cannons roared to life above the bridge, plucking the floating monsters out of the sky. Han smiled in spite of himself, checked the tow line to make sure they had Kip's X-Wing firmly in their grasp, then headed back for the convoy, for a freighter where they could bring the X-Wing aboard and see if the Jedi was alive or dead. Luke flew purely on instinct, on anticipation and reaction combined, a dazzling, dipping, dodging display that had the horde of enemy fighters wildly trying to keep up, and even brought a pair of them crashing together at one point, and had R2-D2 howling the whole time. For Luke was too fast for the astromech, his course changes too abrupt for the navigation instrumentation to calculate and correct. Luke came out of one sweeping arc with a pair of enemies on his tail. He gently twisted and turned, and avoided the firing projectiles, just barely, with one grazing the underside of his upped right wing. "Please give me this," he asked his ship, and he throttled up as fast as she would go. The enemy fighters paced him, closing. Luke reversed the throttle, the wounded ion drive roaring in protest. He sensed a collision and dived down to the side at the last possible second, and both enemy fighters flashed past. The X-Wing's 4 laser cannons let loose, scattering the 2 rock-like fighters all across the sector. But there was no time to stop and cheer, for more were on him fast from every conceivable angle. Luke growled and went through every twist and turn, cannons blasting away, reacting with lightning precision. It wouldn't be enough, he knew, not this time, not against this many opponents. An explosion to the left caught his eye, and then another, and then the Jade Saber appeared, blasting through the enemy line. "Flying catch," came Mara's cry. Luke swerved that way, and the Jade Saber swished past him, and he could see her tail compartment opened wide. He took the X-Wing straight in as fast as he dared, screeching in and firing his repulsors as he entered the hold. Then the instant his momentum broke, shutting down everything, so that the X-Wing literally dropped to the floor with a resounding thud. I'm in," he cried, and he looked back to see the fishtail sliding closed. He felt the rocking as the Jade Saber took a few hits, but she was built to take them, Luke realized. He scrambled out of his starfighter and ran along the corridors, getting tossed with every evasive turn. By the time he got to the bridge, Mara had things in hand, rocketing around the system's 5th planet just enough to get a boost from the gravitational pull, and then tearing off into deep space, the enemy fighters quickly losing ground. "Something bad's happening here," Mara remarked. "Something connected to Belkadon and that warrior," Luke agreed. "I feel sure of it." "And there were 1,000 ships coming up to get you," Mara explained. Luke considered the situation carefully for a long moment. "Back to Landos," he said at last. But Mara was already feeding in that course, acting on the same thought. If there were this many of the strange fighter craft around this planet, how many others might be out wandering the sector? How many might have been at Belkadon, and how many were now at Cernpa-dal, or Dubrillion? Kip Duran walked into the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon a couple of hours later, having come across on a walking dock a tube extending from the freighter that had collected his X-Wing to hard dock with the Falcon's upper hatch. "L4's gone," he said quietly, obviously wounded deeply by the loss. Anakin could sympathize with his grief, understanding that his own grief at losing either R2-D2 or C-3PO would be considerable indeed, perhaps rivaling the pain he felt for Chewie's loss. Han, though, shrugged and even snorted a bit, as if the loss of a droid was hardly comparable to that which he was now feeling. "What were those things?" Han asked a moment later. Kip shrugged. "We followed a ship from Belkadon to the 4th planet of the Helska system," he explained. "And there we got—" He paused and swallowed hard several times, and both Han and Anakin looked back at him curiously. "All 13 of the others? Han asked, catching on, and now his visage did soften to an expression of sincere sympathy. Kip nodded grimly. "By those bug things?" Han asked. "They came after," Kip explained. And he went on to detail the rocky starfighters, telling how his buddies had their shields torn away one by one. "The bug things chased me and one of my pilots out when we jumped to light speed." "They can go to hyperspace?" Anakin asked incredulously. Kip shrugged, for the answer seemed self-evident. Han started to reply, but he paused, staring intently at his console screen. "What?" both Anakin and Kip said together, Anakin leaning over and Kip moving closer to see. Scores of signals were appearing, and then more and more and more. Large signals, stronger than any the insectoid creatures might show. "Tell me about these starfighter things again," Han insisted. They put the call out immediately to the convoy to break ranks and head for Lando's place with all possible speed. Many ships reported that they could make the jump to light speed, but many others, too much fallen into disrepair, simply couldn't. They'd have to be towed with tractor beams, which would slow the convoy considerably. Han instructed several smaller, faster ships to fly on ahead, to get to Lando and tell him to get his defenses up and ready. And then the Falcon swerved in and out of the remaining fleet ships, organizing the tow, coaxing the beleaguered refugees on. The pilots of all the towing ships agreed on an acceptable speed, and they laid in their course and jumped to hyperspace. Anakin checked the instruments the whole time, plotting the course and speed of the enemy starfighters, if that's what they were, and calculating the time until they were overrun. They all breathed a little easier a short while later when the young Jedi announced that they would indeed make Lando's planet ahead of the enemy's, but not by much. 19. The perfection of teamwork. "We've got more cannons than people to operate them," Lando said with that wry grin of his. "From salvage operations mostly, taken from the burned-out hulks of Imperial Star Destroyers." Han wasn't surprised. Lando was among the most capable men he had ever known, and Lando was most capable of all at taking care of Lando and Lando's interests. "We got your cargo unloaded," he snapped. Lando stared at him, confused. "On Cernpa-dal, I mean," Han went on. "We got your cargo off right before the moon fell. You think your business connection will be satisfied with that?" "Hey, buddy, it wasn't my fault," Lando said, patting his hands in the air. "It was your fault that we were there," Han growled at him. "And 20,000 people are glad that you were," Lando retorted, pointedly reminding his friend that, though the loss of Chewbacca was a bitter price to pay, the efforts of Han, Anakin, and the Wookiee had saved thousands and thousands of people. Han chewed his lip, his fists clenching and opening at his sides, unsure of whether he should let this inevitable battle with Lando explode now or put his pain and anger aside until the danger had passed. "We can't look back at any one decision that brought us to this place," Lando said quietly, shaking his head. "If I hadn't asked you to go to Cernpa-dal, you wouldn't have, and Chewie would still be here. But a lot of other people would be dead right now, probably including Kip, and we'd have no idea what was coming against us. In that case, all of us, Chewie included, would be in serious trouble." The logic was sound, Han had to admit privately, but still, it did little to hold his broken heart together. "They'll be coming at us in swarms," he said. "How many fighters can you put up?" Lando's expression was not so cocky at that question. "We've got the fighters. It's the pilots we're lacking." "Even with your belt-running game?" "You know who that attracts," Lando remarked. "You think any of them will stick around when they hear there's an armada moving against us?" Han paused and considered the reasoning, and found that he could not disagree. He had dealt with smugglers all of his life, and he knew that most of them, above all else, saw to their own needs and safety first. And maybe, he mused, in this situation, that policy was right. Maybe they'd all be better off fleeing to Brillion and running to the core, where they could get some real firepower to back them up. He was still playing out that debate in his mind when one of Lando's men called them over to a data screen. Lando spent a long minute reading it, his expression turning fast to a frown. "We might have more pilots than I expected," he said, turning the console toward Han. Han hardly glanced at it, focusing on Lando instead. "Our enemies are already buzzing about the sector," Lando explained. "We just got a call back from a couple of pilots who flew off-planet before you arrived. They were under attack against some kind of multicolored starfighters. They claim the things look like flying lumps of rock." "Like the ones Kip described," Han said somberly. "We might do better just sitting tight on the planet," Lando remarked. "Give them the sky while we bury ourselves in bunkers. I've got mining tools that can burrow us underground too deep for their weapons." Han didn't completely disagree, but he knew what had just happened to Cernpa-dal, and he deeply believed that all of these sudden catastrophes were connected. If they buried themselves behind defensive barriers, those enemy starfighters might not be able to get at them, but Dubrillion had a moon, a big one. "Get patrols out across the planet right away," he said. "Look for craters, look for energy fields and beams." Lando, who had just heard the story of Cernpa-dal's brutal end, didn't have to be told twice. "Han!" came a shout from down the corridor, and Leia came rushing out a door, C-3PO right behind her. "Oh, I heard," she cried, running up and wrapping her husband in a tight hug. "Anakin told me." Han buried his face in Leia's dark hair, buried his expressions, and let his inner turmoil remain a private thing. His frustration with Anakin and the evacuation of Cernpa-dal had not abated, not completely, even with his son's quick-thinking heroics against the insect creatures. Nor had he even begun to come to terms with the loss of his closest friend, his trusted companion and co-pilot for decades. And he couldn't begin to talk about it now, not without the weight of it defeating him, rendering him useless for that which was to come. His family was here, Leia's hug pointedly reminded him, his wife and his 3 children. If he wasn't sharp now, if he wasn't at his very best, they might all be killed. Leia broke the hug and pushed her husband back to arm's length. "He died saving Anakin," she remarked quietly. Han nodded, his expression stern. "Anakin's feeling horrible about it," she said with concern. Han started to respond sharply that the boy deserved to feel horrible, but he bit it back. Still, that edge found its way onto his face momentarily, long enough, apparently, for perceptive Leia to catch it. "What is it?" she prodded. Han looked away from her to Lando. "Hurry up with that search," he instructed, and Lando took the cue, gave a curt bow and a wink, and rushed away. "What is it?" Leia prompted again, staring hard at Han, even reaching up to gently push his chin so that he was looking at her directly. "Just some search to secure the planet," Han answered. "With Anakin, I mean," Leia clarified. "What is it?" Han blew a long sigh and stared at her hard. "A disagreement over our retreat," he explained. "What does that mean?" "He left him," Han blurted, ending with a sputtering growl. He shook his head and gently but firmly moved Leia aside. "We've got to get ready for the attack," he said. Leia held onto his arm, forced him to turn back. "He left him?" she echoed suspiciously. "Anakin left him, left Chewie," Han spat. Leia, too shocked to respond, just let go, and Han stormed away, leaving her full of questions and fears. There was nothing else I could do. Jason paused at the door, hearing his little brother's words. He had learned of the disaster at Cernpa-dal, had caught his mother crying over Chewie's demise, and he had suspected, though he had no proof other than one of his father's glances at Anakin, that his brother had somehow been involved. "You're sure of that?" came another voice inside the room, Jaina's voice. "The moon was dropping fast," Anakin replied. "All the air was lighting up with fire." "From the compression," Jaina reasoned. "We didn't even know where the wind had taken Chewie, or if he was even still alive." "But Dad said he saw him," Jaina replied, and Jason winced at hearing that, fearing that Anakin was lying to cover something. "That was too late," Anakin admitted. "That was even as we started blasting out of there. We had maybe 4 seconds before impact. How could we get to him and get out of there in 4 seconds? The door opened and Jason walked in. He stared hard at his little brother, more out of sympathy than accusation, though that didn't appear to be obvious to Jaina and Anakin, given their fearful expressions. "You couldn't," Jason said, and Anakin looked surprised indeed to find his older brother apparently backing him up. If the air itself was starting to burst, the Falcon wouldn't have been able to reverse course against the rush. You'd have probably crashed right on top of Chewie or right beside him, and then you'd all be dead. Anakin blinked repeatedly, blinking back tears Jason knew. He could appreciate what his brother was going through. His own grief was intense and overwhelming. Chewbacca had been like an older brother or a playful uncle to all of them, and even closer to his father than Luke was. But he realized that Anakin's grief, mixed as it was with such obvious guilt, likely dwarfed his own. "Dad doesn't see it that way," Jaina offered, and she looked back to Anakin with sincere pity. "He's pretty mad." "He's outraged," Jason agreed, and Jaina sucked in her breath and gave him a look. "He's out of his mind with anger," Jason pressed, "about losing his best friend. It's not really about anything you did or didn't do," he told Anakin. "It's about losing Chewie." "But Anakin started to reply. Jason walked right up to him, dropped his hands on his brother's shoulders, and stared him in the eye hard. "Could you have gotten to him and pulled him to safety?" he asked, his voice dripping with the intensity of the Force, forcing both Anakin and Jaina to hear and register every word, every syllable, with crystalline clarity. Anakin seemed as if he would topple as the weight of that question, the point central to his emotional existence at that time, fell over him, as he replayed those last terrible moments on Cernpa-dal. "No," he answered honestly. Jason patted his shoulders and turned away. "Then you did exactly the right thing," he said. "You saved the rest of them." "But, Dad," Anakin started. "Dad's not half as devastated and angry as Chewie would have been if he knew that all the rest of you were going to die trying to save him," Jason snapped back before Anakin's reasoning could even begin to take form. "Can you imagine trying to face the fears of your own death, knowing that your best friends were going to die because of you? How would Obi-Wan Kenobi have felt if Uncle Luke had rushed back in to help him in his last fight with Darth Vader? He'd have been horrified, because Uncle Luke would have thrown his own life away and destroyed the only chance the Rebel Alliance had against the Empire. Chewie's the same way. He saved you, saved the son of his dearest friend, and the act cost him his life. He died content in that knowledge." He turned away from Anakin then, looking back at Jaina, who stood open-mouthed, obviously stunned by his eloquence. Behind him he heard Anakin sniffle, and knew the flood of tears, held back thus far because of that terrible guilt, was about to pour forth. And he felt like crying too, something he didn't want to do in front of his little brother, and surely not in front of his sister. With a nod to Jaina, Jason rushed out of the room. Jaina went to Anakin then, wrapping him in a big hug, and he didn't even try to pull back from it. He buried his face in her thick hair, his shoulders bobbing. "The Rejuvenator is at Ord Mantell," Leia explained, looking up from the console and the communicator. "She can be here in 3 days." Lando looked over at Han, neither of them thrilled by the news. Leia had been calling out all morning, trying to locate some real firepower within the region, but Dubrillion was far from the core and far from any current New Republic activities, leaving the Rejuvenator as the closest major warship. Unfortunately, the swarm of enemy ships would likely arrive within 2 days if they kept their present course and speed. And that was a big if, Han knew. Those tracking the incoming ships had indicated that they were accelerating, which left a bad taste in his mouth. If those ships were accelerating now, why hadn't they done so earlier, and thus caught up to the defenseless refugees? Han knew when he had been baited, and he had to wonder now if he and the other refugees had inadvertently led their enemies right to Dubrillion. "Put out the call for the Star Destroyer," Lando said to Leia. Then he turned to Han. We'll hold them off until the Rejuvenator gets here." "Anything from your brother?" Han asked Leia, who just shook her head. They believed that Luke and Mara would have made Belcodon by that time, were perhaps on their way back, but they had heard nothing to confirm that belief. "We might still be able to get out of here," Leia offered. "We pack the fastest ships and head out for Ord Mantell and put a call ahead to the Rejuvenator to have them meet us halfway." "That warship doesn't pack half as much firepower as Dubrillion," Lando argued. "If we're going to fight them anyway, I'd rather it be right here." Leia looked to Han, who nodded that Lando had a point. "We'll hold them off and let the Rejuvenator come in here to help," Lando went on, his tone showing more confidence, as if the plan was fully unfolding even as he spoke. "And if we can get the call relayed down the line, we can have half the fleet here in a matter of a week." "If they listen," Leia reminded him. "The New Republic has got its own problems, and closer to home. I don't think they'll send out half the fleet to worry about some minor problem at the Outer Rim." "Minor?" Lando echoed incredulously, and Han winced as if he had just been slapped. After all, Han had just seen an entire planet destroyed. But the counselors wouldn't view things in the same way as Han or anyone else out here at the Outer Rim, Leia knew without a doubt. They had cities with more people in them than every planet in the closest 3 sectors combined, and stories of complete catastrophe rolled into Coruscant every day. They'd send some help, of course, likely in the form of a single explorer's ship or a squadron of X-Wings, if Dubrillion was lucky. "The Rejuvenator has got a task force with her, a few smaller cruisers, gunships, cargo support, and even a crew transport," she explained. "We'll put out the call for them to come in with all speed." "And we'll have the way clear for them to link up with our own forces," Lando said confidently. He looked to Han. "What do you plan to do with the Falcon?" "I'll be up there fighting," Han promised. And there was indeed the promise of death in his eyes, a cold, hard stare, as chilling a look as Leia had ever seen on his face. He was transferring his grief into anger, she knew. He was intending to make every enemy pay for the loss of his closest friend. A shudder coursed down her spine. Jacen, Jaina, and Anakin walked into the control room then, their expressions equally solid and determined. "We'll be up too," Jaina declared. "Oh, no," Han started to argue. "We're Jedi Knights," Jacen interrupted. "You can't keep us out of the fight." "I don't need 3 co-pilots," Han shot back. "And you've already got one because I'm coming with you," Leia declared. Everyone in the room turned to regard her curiously. Leia had long ago traded in her warrior garb for one of diplomacy, but she steeled her gaze, an expression that offered no room for compromise. "There you have it," Han agreed. "Your mother's flying beside me." All 3 of the kids were shaking their heads, telling Leia clearly that Han was missing their intention. "I'm not your co-pilot," Jaina agreed. "I fly better in a starfighter." "Oh, no," Han said again, shaking his head emphatically. "You've got plenty of ships," Anakin protested to Lando. "And there aren't any better pilots on Dubrillion than us," Jacen added. "And if we lose the battle up there, the fighting will come down here in a hurry." "I'd rather be up there fighting where I have the advantage," Jaina agreed. And Leia knew that it was confidence, not bravado, carrying those words. A confidence well placed, given Jaina's top score among the belt runners. Once again, Leia was reminded of the splendid job Mara was doing with her talented daughter, emotionally as well as physically. "All 3 of us can fight," Jacen added. "You know that. And you need pilots." Han started to reply, stopped, and took a deep and steadying breath, then looked to Lando. "Can you give them shields from on-planet?" he asked. "Like the ones they had in the asteroid belt?" "I'm bringing Belt Runner 1 back in," Lando replied. "For all her power, the ship's got no offensive arrays. So she'd be a sitting target up there. I'm going to put her in high dock, but keep her powered up, so she'll be able to lend some shielding power to the equipped starfighters as long as they stay close to home." "How many starfighters can we equip?" Han asked, and he narrowed his eyes, obviously plotting. But Lando shook his head, throwing those visions far away. "Not an easy thing to do, and takes up too much room," he explained, "and too much time. I couldn't even get the Falcon wired to take the power shield boost within a week, and I'd have to take away half of your systems just to make your power grid accessible to the signal." "So you've got a few TIE fighters and a couple of TIE bombers," Han remarked. "Enough for the kids," Lando replied with a shrug. "Those TIE fighters don't carry any weapons," Jaina protested. None of the three kids liked where this conversation was going. "They do now," Lando assured her with a cocky grin. Jaina eyed him skeptically. "Not much," he admitted. "Just a single laser cannon and one bank of torpedoes. It'll take some pretty amazing flying for you guys to hand out any real damage to the enemy fleet." He paused there and let the words hang in the air, and Leia saw the intrigue mounting on the faces of her three children. She looked back to Lando and wasn't sure if she should be grateful or angry with him for the sly way he had just played on the egos of her three children. For Leia, despite her recognition of their skills, judgment, and training, and despite her understanding that the situation here was purely desperate, wasn't thrilled at all about the prospect of having the three kids up there in the middle of the fighting. She looked to Han, but she found no answers in his perplexed expression, and indeed there seemed few options. They had seen the tracking data on the incoming force, and it was huge. "You stay close to the planet," Leia said. "All three of you," Han added, loudly and firmly, poking his finger at the kids. "Within reach of Belt Runner 1's help and the planet's turbo-lasers," Leia finished. Jaina and Jacen beamed at the news that they wouldn't be left out of it this time. There was no smile on the face of young Anakin, though. He stared at his father, looking for some hint of forgiveness. He found none. Jaina and Jacen started out of the room then, sweeping Anakin up in their wake. "You think Mom will be able to help Dad up there?" Jacen asked Jaina, honestly concerned. "She hasn't done much flying lately. Maybe one of us should go with him." Jaina considered the words for a few moments, then shook her head, reminding herself that her mother was no novice to action. Sure, Leia and Han were older now, but both still had plenty of fight in them. "They'll hand it out to the enemy," she assured her brother. "What's Lando got that can match the Millennium Falcon?" Jacen returned his sister's smile and turned the conversation toward their own strategy for the upcoming battle. They looked to Anakin to join in, but he was obviously paying no attention to them at all, lost somewhere deep inside himself. Indeed, Anakin's thoughts were locked in the past, replaying those last terrible moments of Cernpa-dal again and again, trying to determine if he had indeed done something wrong, if there might have been something, anything, he could do to change events to save Chewbacca. Logically, there seemed no answers. Logically, Anakin had to believe that he had done the right thing, taken the only option available to save the Falcon and the many people aboard her. But logic couldn't hold in the young boy's heart, not against his father's judgmental look, not against the reality that Chewie was gone, was really gone. And there was nothing anyone could do about that. "They're in the system," Leia announced. She sat in the Falcon's second seat beside Han, with a nervous C-3PO standing behind them, chattering away about everything and nothing all at once. "Possibly you could intercept their transmissions," the droid remarked. "I would be most happy to translate if they are in a language unintelligible to you." He went on, offering his skills, and Han turned to Leia and scowled. "Couldn't we have just left him behind?" he asked. With a smile, Leia glanced briefly back to C-3PO, a friend and one she usually considered fine company, then turned her attention forward again. "Or I could translate our own communications into code," the droid rambled on, despite the fact that neither Han nor Leia was listening to him. Han nodded to Leia. He could hear the first sounds of battle from the starfighters Lando had put on patrol along the orbits of the outer planets. Pilots called in descriptions of the incoming enemy fleet, which matched exactly the descriptions Kip Duran had offered of the enemy starfighters. "You hear that, kid?" Han asked, clicking on the comm to the top gunnery pod. "It's going to be a rough ride," Kip replied. He was seated comfortably in the gunnery pod atop the Falcon, having offered to sit in as gunner. He hadn't quite recovered from his escape ordeal yet, not enough for him to take a ship of his own into the fight, and Lando didn't have a ship he wanted to fly anyway. Leia opened up the communications to all channels, scanning and listening, and the reports came in fast and furious, cries for help, cries of victory scored, warnings that the enemy force was rolling in closer to the inner planets, closer to Dubrillion and Destrillion. "Getting hot out there," Han muttered. Leia understood his tone, recognizing the nervous edge that went beyond his fears of battle. Like Leia, Han wasn't afraid for himself, but for his 3 kids, each flying a TIE fighter down there, below, in close orbit to Dubrillion. The Falcon's console warning signals chirped in, and glancing down at the small viewer, Han and Leia caught the approach of the first retreating friendly starfighters, just a few greenish blips on the screen. And then, abruptly, that screen practically turned red for the sheer number of ships tracking in behind them. "Too many," came a cry over the comm from one of the starfighters, and Han and Leia could certainly appreciate the sentiment. Han took a deep and steadying breath. He expected Leia to tell him to go to the lower gun pod, that she could take the helm, but he knew that his place was up here, flying the Falcon. "Just feed me the data as it comes in," he said, to preempt any requests. To his surprise, though, Leia stood up. He looked at her curiously. "I'll be in the lower gun pod," she explained, and Han's expression turned even more incredulous. "I feel like shooting something," Leia said, and though it was obviously a joke, a statement made to alleviate the tension, neither Han nor Leia even cracked a smile. Han stared at his wife for a moment, at her grim expression. Then he nodded, and Leia kissed him on the cheek and headed for the lower gunnery pod. Han, too, could do some shooting from up here, just the small front lasers, but his real job was to keep the enemy fighters in line for the bigger guns. "Can you hear me?" came Leia's call over the comm. "I got you," Han assured her. "Make sure you hold the left flank, and Kip, you've got the right." "Ready to start these monsters singing," Kip called back. Han shook his head at the man's unending cockiness. He, too, had that in him, but strangely, he didn't feel overly confident at all at the moment. He looked down at his tracking instruments, the screen glowing red from the sheer number of blips. Not confident at all. They heard the reports as well, and the first cries of battle joined, and the first losses to their comrades cut deep into the hearts of the 3 younger Solos, as they swept past Lando's tallest towers in their shield-enhanced TIE fighters. Belt Runner 1 was working perfectly on them, they knew, but their first run since coming up from Dubrillion had shown them that the shield effect grew minimal as soon as any of the TIE fighters broke out of the planet's atmosphere. Their father's subsequent orders had been unyielding and thoroughly predictable. They were to run out the duration of the battle as surface patrol for Dubrillion. The 3 weren't pleased, but in truth their only advantage over ordinary starfighters was the shield enhancement, and without it they weren't even fractionally as good as normally equipped TIEs. "Watch your wing," came one cry over the comm. On my tail," came another. "Crooney, get out of there," came a third. "Keep your calm, kid," came a familiar voice, Han's voice. "And hold your course, I got you." "I can't shake him," the troubled pilot Crooney cried. The kids heard the whump of the Millennium Falcon's quad laser cannons. "Thanks," an obviously relieved Crooney said. "On your tail now, Falcon," came another frantic voice. "We got him," the unshakable Han replied. Jaina grasped her stick so hard with frustration that her knuckles whitened. She gritted her teeth so tightly that her jaw hurt. "Going up to black space," she called to her brothers. "You know Dad's orders," Jason protested, but Jaina had already put her nose up with Anakin right behind her. "We'll stay atmospheric, but just within," Jaina explained. "I want to see what's going on." The 3 TIE fighters came into black space a moment later, that thin area between atmospheric and space flight. Outside the reflective light of the planet's atmosphere, they could see the streaks of the raging battle now, lending a visual to the constant stream of cries and tactical calls on the comm. Focusing on Han's call and on the rushing lights above, Jaina thought she had spotted the Falcon. "A dozen breaking for Dubrillion," came Jason's sudden call, and Jaina turned to regard her brother and the fighter beside her, then followed his look to the horizon, where a squadron of enemy ships were firing through the atmosphere. "They'll come above the city from the southeast," Jaina explained. "Let's go." And down the three went, bursting back into the daytime blue sky of Lando's planet. "Shield strengthening," Anakin reported. The TIE fighters roared over the city, swerving in and out of the tall towers. Jason called out first, spotting the flight of enemy fighters coming in hot, their volcano-like cannons firing repeatedly. The three TIEs soared out of the southeastern corner of the city, charging to meet the challenge. But then the surface cannons roared to life, a blazing, thunderous volley of blue-streaking energy bolts filling the sky. "Back," Jaina called, pulling into a loop that turned her back for the city, and her brothers followed suit. As they came back around for a visual, Jaina's eyes confirmed what her sensors were already telling her. The strafing enemy fighters had all been destroyed. Far from satisfied, though, the battle-hungry trio went right back up to black space. "Widen the formation," Jaina ordered, "and keep your eyes open. Let's get the next group before they get in range of Lando's cannons." Even as she finished, a smaller group of enemy fighters soared down at Dubrillion. The three TIE fighters rushed off to meet them, Jaina in the middle, with her brothers moving out wide at her flanks. As they approached the incoming 5 enemies, the boys rolled back in, wingtip to wingtip with Jaina. They worked in unison, seeming more like one starfighter than 3, each with its single laser cannon roaring to life. A pair of enemy fighters disappeared under the sudden barrage, but the remaining 3 reacted fast, leveling to meet this new threat. Their cannons blared, and the 3 solos didn't try to evade but took hit after hit. The shields held, the ships came together. A trio of torpedoes, a burst of laser fire, and the threat was gone. That particular threat, at least, for now calls from Dubrillion's surface mingled with the cries from the swerving and dodging fighters above. More enemies had come in at the city from every angle, and the 3 solo kids knew that Lando's gunners were hard-pressed. "This is Gouch and TB-1, came a call from one of the TIE bombers. "We've got them." Jaina led her brothers back into blue space and saw the TIE bomber rolling out from the city, trading hits with several enemy fighters, but taking all they could hand out with its enhanced shields. The city, though, was starting to take a beating, with fires burning in several buildings. The surface turbo-lasers continued to thunder away, scoring hit after hit, but for every enemy fighter that went down, a dozen more seemed to take its place. "Let's go," Jaina cried. "Belt Runner 1 here," came a cry. We're hit, taking shield energy back." "We're stripped," Anakin confirmed, and Jason and Jaina, too, glanced at their instruments to confirm that Belt Runner 1 had taken back the shielding power. "What do we do?" "Don't get hit," a grim Jaina returned, and she led the way down, soaring in between the buildings, dodging the volcanic missiles and tremendous surface cannon blasts, her lasers blaring away. "I'm hit," came Pilot Gouch's voice. "Can't hold it, can't." A huge fireball rolled up from the eastern side of the city, a poignant reminder to the 3 young Jedi that this time was for real. Jason got the first kill, firing off a shot as he rounded a tower, scoring a hit blindly on an enemy fighter, and luckily avoiding the return shot. Another enemy had him in line, though, and he started to cry out. Jaina blew past him, firing her second torpedo, and that enemy too went away. "Thanks, sis," Jason remarked, and he followed Jaina's bank down to the left. They found Anakin pursuing one enemy, but with a trio pursuing him. He shot through a gap between towers, then pulled up fast as the fighter he was chasing crossed through the crosshairs of one of those mighty surface cannons and seemed to simply disintegrate. And as Anakin rose, he found his siblings diving down on either side of him, lasers blasting away. Anakin cut sharp to the right and reversed throttle, breaking his momentum. He hung motionless for a moment, then, just as he started to drop, kicked the throttle in full and double-kicked his foot yokes, right and then left again hard, dropping his nose so that he looped right under and about, slashing down. A subtle shift in his angle of descent put him on the tail of a fleeing enemy fighter, which he took out with a trio of laser blasts, left, right, and dead center. Anakin went up as Jaina and Jason went up, the 3, each with another kill, rejoining above Lando's main center. They heard cheers coming over the comm, followed by a "Keep 'em running," declaration by Lando, but it seemed as if the city was secured for the time being, for many of the enemy fighters were gone, and the cannons continued to pump away at those remaining. "Dad told us to stay low because of the shields," Jaina called to her brothers, and before they could answer, she turned her nose to the sky. "Shields are gone anyway," she explained. "Let's go and join the bigger fight." "We can't—" Jason started to protest, but his voice trailed away. Jaina smiled. She knew that her father wouldn't quite see things the way she had put them to her brothers. But that was a fight for another day. The 3 TIE fighters soared into black space, out of Dubrillian's atmosphere altogether. They saw the streaks of light of the continuing battle. Their instruments told them that many other craft were all about them. Multicolored coral blew to sparkling bits before them as one enemy fighter and then another fell victim to the thundering quad lasers. Han focused on that sight, the opening escape route for the Falcon, while Leia worked the bottom guns, taking out another stubborn enemy. Their right flank got hit several times, until Kip had the forward path cleared enough so that he could swivel the big guns around and begin popping away. "Oh, dear," C-3PO wailed as the Falcon took another shuddering hit. "I do believe there are too many," he added, flying away under the jolt of another hit, waving his golden arms frantically. And though his eyes couldn't really widen with horror, to Leia, turning about to regard him, they surely seemed to. "We'll all be killed." "Shut him up or I'll toss him out," Han warned. Han put the Falcon up on edge, ignoring Kip's protest to keep it steady, and ran the gauntlet between several enemy fighters. He saw an X-Wing cut down from the left, 4 lasers blasting away, but with a swarm of pursuers on its tail. "Too hot," the X-Wing pilot called. "Braking for Dubrillian." "Go," Han muttered under his breath. On the other side, an A-Wing tried to streak away but got pummeled by volleys of rocky missiles, heated stone that latched on and bored through the hull, pocking the ship. The pilot cried out for help, but Han couldn't get to her in time, and then, as she tried one last evasive maneuver, she cut back too fast and slammed headlong into one of the pursuing enemy fighters, both ships exploding in a shower of tiny bits. "We're running out of ships," Leia warned. "Shields gone," came a cry from the X-Wing pilot, a call they had heard repeatedly over the last few minutes, and one that echoed ominously Kip's description of his first encounter with the enemy fighters. Han banked that way. "Clear them out," he called to Kip, as the pursuers of the diving X-Wing came into view. "Got 'em," Kip assured him, and the quad lasers blasted away, clearing off a line of those pursuing ships. Still, Kip and the Falcon couldn't get them all, and the X-Wing seemed doomed. But then suddenly came a burst from the other side, rising from Dubrillian as it grew larger and larger in the Falcon's view screen. A trio of laser cannon pulses taking out the pursuit and allowing the X-Wing to break free toward the planet. Han and Leia's elation at the rescue lasted only the few seconds it took them to discern the source of the reinforcements. 3 modified TIE fighters. "Break back to the planet," Han cried to his children. "Use Lando's shields." "Belt Runner 1's down," Jaina replied. "No shields there either." "Break back," Han screamed. "Too many up here," Leia added. "We're all heading home. Let the surface guns take them." Even as she finished, the 3 TIEs zoomed past the Falcon. "Go ahead," came Jaina's voice. "We'll fight the retreat." "Break back!" Han screamed again, trembling with a fit of rage. Leia called out to him over the comm, sensing and sharing in his distress. She knew it was worse for Han, though, understood that he was on the very edge of control here, his grief and horror for Chewbacca wrapping itself around his fears for his children, elevating his sense of loss and dread to the breaking point. He put the Falcon into a tight turn. Leia wasn't surprised, bringing her around to follow the TIE fighters, and already the 2 parents could hear the banter of their children as the 3 intercepted a host of enemy fighters. Mostly it was coordinating banter, the "you break left, I've got the right" sort of calls that pilots always shared, but there was something else, something that unnerved and bolstered Leia all at once. It was their tone. For the kids were into it with all the passion of seasoned warriors, flying heart and soul, full of energy, full of spirit. Han and Leia heard the whoops of delight as enemy fighter after fighter went away in a burst of sparkling pieces. But both parents held their grim countenance, for both had seen enough battles to understand that those whoops of delight would become cries of despair in an instant if one of the three got blown apart. And now, by their instruments and the visible streaking lines before them, it seemed as if the element of surprise had flown, as if the enemy fighters were converging in an orderly and devastating fashion on the three hotshots. "Get there," Han muttered repeatedly through gritted teeth, pushing the Falcon to her limits. Something jolted them hard then. Not a missile, but a grabbing beam, and a moment later indicator lights began flashing that the Falcon's shields were faltering. Up above, Kip blazed away with the cannons, but those hits that Han had been ignoring, the glancing blows to the side, began to take on more profound implications. And both Han and Leia heard their three children calling out that there were too many to fight. "Break back to Derbrillion," Jaina cried, the most welcome call Han and Leia had ever heard. But then Anakin's voice, cold and calm, chimed in. "No," he said, "follow me." "Too many," Jacen complained. "We've run the belt, they haven't," Anakin said grimly. Leia's eyes popped open wide. "They've got no shields," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else, but she heard Han's groan and realized that he had heard her. A series of whumps from the top laser cannons reminded them that their children were beyond their reach, that they too had no shields, and there were simply too many enemy fighters between them and the kids, between them and the belt, for them to get anywhere near the three ties. Han pulled the microphone from the console and roared into it. "Break back!" No response, just static. The kids had already entered Lando's Folly. Jacen was the third in, and nearly the first out, for almost as soon as he entered the asteroid belt, he had to dive into an evasive turn and roll to avoid one spinning rock. He cut around the bottom of the asteroid, but couldn't begin to breathe easier, for he found an enemy fighter coming in hard from his left, firing away, and there was no way he could dodge that missile. An asteroid rushed past his left, taking the hit, and then came a second larger explosion as another asteroid swept past, colliding with the enemy fighter and its distracted pilot. The reprieve proved short-lived, though, for a horde of enemies had come in right behind the three young Jedi, braving the asteroids with fanatical single-mindedness. Anakin, in between his brother and sister, saw Jacen's near miss, then near takeout by the volcanic missile, and though his own path had been somewhat clearer thus far, he could certainly understand Jacen's call that they had to get right out, that it was simply too noisy and wild in here. The three swooped and dived, Anakin nearly colliding with Jaina. Only her deft flying kept the two TIE fighters apart. And all the while the enemies came in fast pursuit. Another smashed into an asteroid, but that hardly deterred the horde. "Take us out, Jaina," Jacen implored his sister. Anakin ignored the call and fell into a sense of calmness. Something had guided him in here. Something had beckoned to him, promising him a better battlefield against the overwhelming odds. The Force. He knew it was the Force. In here, the three young Jedi could use their insights where the pilots of their enemy fighters, whatever they might be, could not. He knew that instinctively. But now that he was in the midst of this insanity, asteroids, missiles, and enemy ships buzzing all about him, doubts began to fester and grow. He saw Jaina cut up ahead of him, then using a brilliant barrel roll and swerve maneuver to cut between a pair of asteroids, she rolled off the face of a third and came around firing, her single laser striking 3 rapid hits on an enemy fighter. She was in the mode, Anakin realized without doubt. If only he could tap into it. "Hear me," came the youngest Solo's telepathic call to his siblings. "Join with me." "Anakin?" came Jacen's conventional reply. Jaina didn't reply, and Anakin sensed that she had already accepted his call. "3 as 1, the young Jedi telepathically imparted. "Let go. Lend me your eyes." It all happened in a matter of seconds, the 3 young Solos finding communion, a telepathic joining and bond. Now each flew with the added perspectives offered by the other 2 flanking craft, giving each extra eyes, extra perceptions. No reactions now, just the purest of anticipation as all 3 gave in to the Force. They wove with perfect precision, replacing each other in the line, bringing cannons to bear from slightly different angles, ones their enemy fighter counterparts couldn't anticipate or react to in time. They came around asteroids with ease, beginning their firing before they ever could logically know that an enemy was around the backside, but shooting with perfect accuracy, blowing fighter after fighter out of the sky, or taking those in close pursuit through such a maze of asteroids that the enemy ships inevitably slammed into one or were forced to break off the chase. Their symbiosis mounted, and Anakin, as the focal point, felt they were working together and with the Force as he had only dreamed was possible. The perfect squadron, joined in thought and purpose, communicating with each other as quickly as the internal workings of his own brain. The enemy fighters couldn't come close to pacing the trio. Any that got near were just blasted out of the sky or run into asteroids. Anakin led his siblings in a turn, rushing hard back into the bulk of the enemy forces, dodging asteroids and missiles, scoring hit after hit. He fell deeper into the Force, his hands moving as a blur, his mind whirling. Under one asteroid, over another, around a third and then a fourth, firing at those precise moments to score hits, spinning snap turns at those precise moments to dodge enemy missiles. Faster and faster it went, all a blur, Anakin trembling under the strain, feeling the pressure from his siblings as they, too, fell deeper and deeper. It was perfect fighting, perfect teamwork, the three slicing the enemy ranks apart, thinning them with every pass, and forcing more and more to abandon, if they could, the insanity of Lando's folly. Too much information coursed through Anakin. He was trembling violently, he knew, though he hardly felt it. Missile after asteroid after missile zipped across his line of sight. Or was it Jason's line of sight? Too much, he knew, too insane. He trembled. He telepathically called to his siblings. He desperately tried to hold the bond together. "Anakin," he heard Jaina's call over the comm, and he realized then that he had passed the breaking point, that the bond was gone. "Can't hold it," he called back through gritted teeth as he descended into a trembling fit of the purest intensity, fighting hard to hold his consciousness. "Vector out," Jaina cried. And one thought accompanied those words. Jason's telepathic instructions to turn and burst into hyperspace. The course angle indicated by those instructions continued to change as Anakin went on, Jason keeping pace with the movements of the TIE fighter and the relative asteroids. Anakin clipped one just a bit, causing little or no damage to his ship, but sending him into a disastrous spin. "Go," came Jason's command, followed by the almost magical weight of persuasion of the Force. Anakin pumped his yokes desperately, trying to level off, trying to hold his focus, as the stars whirled about him, as the asteroids and enemies cruised past him. He couldn't straighten at all. It was only a matter of seconds before he was splattered, and then he was gone, shot out of Lando's folly in the blink of an eye. He heard Jaina's calls for him for just an instant, and then he heard no more as blackness rushed up to engulf him. Jaina and Jason managed somehow to extricate themselves from the belt with some fancy flying and a good share of dumb luck. Han and Leia, returning from the gunnery pod, watched it all from the cockpit of the Falcon, sitting in stunned silence. They could hardly believe what they had just witnessed, the beauty and the precision, and the loss of their youngest child. The fighting was over, for the time being at least, for the remaining enemies were fleeing, headed for the outer planets and then beyond. "Where is he?" Han cried at Jaina and Jason. "He jumped to hyperspace," Jason tried to explain. "He was in a spin. He had to get out." "Did you get a course setting?" Han interrupted. There came a long pause, and Han and Leia understood the truth of it. Anakin had just blasted out of there haphazardly, had leapt into hyperspace without any understanding of where it might take him, or if other solid bodies might be in the way. He could be anywhere by this time. His atoms could already be scattered all over the sector. "You two get back to Debrillion," Han instructed. "We're going after Anakin." "We'll go with you," Jaina started to offer. "Back to Debrillion!" Han roared at her, as angry, as on the verge of losing control as Leia had ever seen him, as his kids had ever heard him. Han shut down the channel then, bringing the Falcon under Lando's folly, staring out at the vastness of empty space beyond. He had no idea if the TIE fighter had survived the leap, or if Anakin had. He didn't voice that fear to Leia. He didn't have to. She knew. 20. Point of view. The reception was triumphant indeed for Jaina and Jacen when they put their TIE fighters back down to dock on Dubrillion. Dozens swarmed about them, cheering wildly, for it was widely understood that had the young Jedi not taken a sizable group of enemy fighters into Lando's folly, thus disrupting the entire attack formation, Dubrillion might have fallen, and certainly would have taken much more damage than had been sustained. The brilliant flying of the 3 Solo children had been viewed on the screens throughout the city, the brightest light to shine through the dark day. So here they were, climbing out of their cockpits on the low docking bays they had been assigned, with technicians rushing out to them and a horde of cheering people on the ground below, lifting their arms in gratitude. But neither Jacen nor Jaina felt much like celebrating at that time, for they had no idea of where their brother might be or if he had survived. And even if he had, the battle up there had been painful, with many losses sustained, and they both had seen the damage to the city on their way back in, with several buildings burning, many ground cannons flattened, and Belt Runner 1 aflame. At that particular moment, the cost of battle didn't seem worth the victory to the twins. "He's all right," Jaina said to Jacen, walking over to join her brother. "I can feel it." Jacen nodded his agreement, but the sentiment did little to bolster his spirits, for the young man now waged a personal battle. He had been caught completely off guard by such use of the Force as Anakin had shown to him up there in the asteroid belt, when the 3 had joined so symbiotically to act practically as a single fighting unit, the perfect squadron. He and Jaina had similarly joined on previous occasions, using the Force to heighten their twin bonding, but never had Jacen understood the level of joining, of perfect teamwork, that Anakin had so stubbornly pressed upon him during their many hours of philosophical argument. In light of that display, Jacen had to question his own philosophy concerning the Force as a tool for improvement of the self, this strictly inner usage designed to allow a Jedi to discern his or her place in the universe. No, Anakin had proven to him vividly the limitations of his philosophy, had shown him that perhaps the potential of the Force as a tool for perfect teamwork was too great for them to ignore. If the Force could be used as such a binding tool for complementing fighters, then how could the Jedi not use its power to maintain order in the galaxy? He looked at Jaina, and she studied his stern expression carefully. "Perhaps I was wrong to always train alone," he admitted. Jaina continued to stare, and then a smile and a nod came over her as she caught on to his present thinking. "Anakin has been thinking about a link like that for a long time," she explained. "He's often told me his plans to form a Jedi squadron, acting so much in harmony that nothing could stand against them." Jacen looked past her to the view screen on one wall showing a continuing picture of Lando's folly. "It's a good plan," Jacen decided. "And not one that goes against your beliefs," Jaina remarked. Jacen shrugged, not so sure. "For more than a year now, I've watched both of you limit yourselves," she said with a warm smile, and she punched Jacen in the shoulder. The crowd closed in around them then, cutting short the private discussion. "You're doubting because you're afraid for Anakin," she offered as they were swept away. "Mom and Dad will find him." Jacen nodded and strained a smile for the benefit of those around him. Inside, though, he continued to debate the philosophies. He told himself repeatedly that the Millennium Falcon would soon return with Anakin in tow. Perhaps then he and his little brother could have some serious discussions, could figure out a bit more balance between their seemingly conflicting viewpoints. Out of any real power and truly battered, Anakin entertained doubts not unlike those of his older brother. For, from the beaten young Jedi's point of view, his philosophy concerning the Force as an outward projecting tool also seemed deficient. If he had been stronger emotionally, as was Jacen, if he had trained himself to deeper levels of meditation, instead of concentrating on the outward battle skills, the mentally joined run through the belt would not have so overloaded his sensibilities. Now, drifting in empty space, Anakin had to wonder if his sudden breakdown had proven disastrous to everyone. He did not know how badly his error had cost him personally, for would he simply die out here, alone? Or his siblings? Had they managed to run out of the belt without him? Had they maintained a joining between them? He knew that they had bonded similarly in the past. Or had the shock of Anakin suddenly breaking free and blasting out of there cost them everything? And what of the enemy fighters? Had the path to Dubrillion been left wide open for them? It was for Jaina and Jacen that the young Jedi now worried the most. He could accept his own death, if that was to come, but why should his brother and sister pay for his personal weakness? He took a deep breath, nearly overwhelmed as that truth hit him soundly. If his brother and sister were all right, if their flight through Lando's folly had indeed saved the day at Dubrillion, then Anakin could accept his fate, as Chewbacca had accepted his fate on Cernpa-dal. Anakin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. He sent his thoughts out, seeking some connection with Jaina and Jacen, trying to defeat the thousands of kilometers between them, to feel them, to know that they were still alive and okay. There was only the emptiness of space. Anakin feared that he would die alone. More than that, though, he feared that his brother and sister were already dead. "They refuel and rearm," Dagara said to Prefects Mashrade and Duji Brolo, who commanded the Third World ship, last of the Preterite Vong, which had landed on the ice planet earlier that same day. "But the planet, Dubrillion they call it, remains," Mashrade dared to voice. "As we knew it would," Dagara assured her. This was but a probe, the war coordinator testing the defenses of the next planet in line. We learned of their smaller starfighters from the encounter with the unworthy one and his comrades. Now we have learned of the larger defense structures, and have seen the most brilliant level of flying our enemies can present against us." "And were those larger defenses formidable?" Duji Brolo asked. "And was that level of flying impressive?" Dagara snorted. "The power ship, which provided the strongest shields to a certain type of starfighter, was destroyed," he informed them, "as were more than half the surface batteries. And now, rest assured, Dubrillion's starfighter fleet has been reduced to a handful." "Does the war coordinator wish for my coral skippers to join in the battle?" Prefect Duji Brolo asked eagerly, the warrior gleam in his dark eyes. Dagara shook his head. "The coral skippers returned to inflict damage upon the sister planet of Destrillion," he explained. "They will not remain in the system for long, just long enough to bait our enemies. We do not wish them to know our true strength." He stood up tall before his fellow prefects, staring at them hard. "The war coordinator has shown to me that more powerful ships are on the way to protect the planets. We wish to bring them here." The other two nodded and smiled. The planetary defenses already in place on the ice planet were formidable indeed, and growing stronger by the moment. Now, with Duji Brolo's added contingent of nearly 1,000 coral skippers, along with a larger Yorick coral battlecraft, they had no doubt that the force assembled, unified by the willpower of the great Yamsk, would overwhelm whatever came in at them. In the back of his mind, a tiny voice of concern reminded Dagara that he had not heard from Yeoman Carr, not even a response to the Villip message he had sent his agent on Belkaden. But as quickly as he recognized that concern, he dismissed it. Events were unfolding that required his complete attention. "It will be a glorious day," Mashrade remarked. "And then we will turn our attention fully to the two planets of Dubrillion and Destrillion," Duji Brolo said. "And then we will reach further to the core of the galaxy," Dagara assured them. "The Yamsk and I have foreseen it. As for those two planets, we will use them for our resource needs, and perhaps create our second base upon one." Mashrade sucked in her breath, and Duji Brolo's eyes widened when he caught on to her suspicions. "The war coordinator will spawn?" Mashrade asked. "Sooner than we believed possible," Dagara informed her. "And the second Yamsk will be trained immediately through its mental joining with the parent. We will establish our second base as soon as the immediate threat is eliminated, and that second base will allow our Great War Coordinator to focus on yet another spawning. Also, though I have not had contact with my agent, I believe that the metamorphosis of the planet of Belkadon is nearly complete, and we may soon plant Yorick coral there to grow rapidly." The other two prefects looked at each other and smiled. The Preterite Vong would soon reach the second level of conquest, perpetuation, and once that had begun, the pitiful disassembled peoples of this galaxy could not possibly resist. "It will be done," the two recited in unison. The Millennium Falcon zoomed away from Lando's twin planets, then out of the system altogether, past many of the straggler enemy fighters moving to join their fleeing comrades. A few even turned as if to engage the Falcon, but the ship was too fast for them, had already built up a speed that the smaller ships simply couldn't pace. From the Falcon's top gunnery pod, Kip Duran called out eagerly, "I've got them," as the Falcon approached one group, and then added a disappointed "Hey," as the ship roared right past the enemies. "How could he take a chance like that?" Han scolded, aiming his ire at Leia and ignoring Kip completely. "How could any of them? I thought we had raised our kids with more sense than to dive into an asteroid belt with a bunch of fighters chasing them." "The odds of such an adventure actually succeeding," C-3PO began, but Han cut him off with a scowl. Despite the grim situation, the very real possibility that their son was in serious jeopardy, Leia couldn't help but smile, even chuckle, and shake her head incredulously. "I wonder where they got that from," she remarked. Han looked at her curiously. "I know another couple of reckless pilots who took unbelievable chances," Leia reminded. "I know of one who once flew into an asteroid belt with a host of Imperial fighters on his tail." Han couldn't miss the reference. He had indeed done exactly that. "That was different," he insisted. Leia shook her head again at the absurdity of it all, but Han just scowled at her profoundly. Leia let it go at that, understanding the deeper emotions at work on her husband, his fears for his children and not his own safety, and an even deeper feeling of guilt concerning Anakin, considering the last few confrontations between the two, the entire dialogue between father and son since Chewbacca's demise. "We're going to have to go to lightspeed soon," Han muttered, his frustration evident in his tone. Where were they to go? What direction and how far? They had not been able to track Anakin's sudden departure, and the possibilities as to where he might have flown off to seemed endless. If he used the sixth planet as a guiding beacon out of the belt, he'd have headed in the general direction of Dantooine. He was talking to himself more than to Leia as he tried to sort out the course. As he spoke, he moved his hand along the top of his navigation panel, as if he was trying to feel out the right choice as well as reason it out. Leia grabbed that hand suddenly, lifting it from the controls before Han could lock anything in. He looked over at her, at the vacant expression on her still beautiful face. "What?" he asked. "I hear him," she replied. And as she finished, as the truth of her own words came clear to her, her lips curled up into an inevitable smile. 21. False Serenity. "I'd be lying if I told you that we weren't surprised," Lando assured Luke soon after the Jade Saber put down on Dubrullion, later the same day as the battle. Mara had gone off with Jaina and Jason to hear the stories of the fight, but Lando had insisted that Luke come with him right away. "We found it on the outskirts of the city," Lando explained. "The pilot was already dead, but we still found it with our sensors tuned to detect life forms." Luke, walking fast to keep pace with the obviously excited Lando, looked at him curiously. "The ship," Lando explained. "It's a living organism, not a machine. And it's beautiful, to look at and in pragmatic design." Luke's skeptical expression remained, but he didn't question Lando further until a few moments later, when they turned a bend in the hallway and came before a huge window, beyond which lay the interior dock that now held the captured alien fighter. "That's a living organism?" he asked, somewhat surprised to see how much the captured ship resembled the craft that he and Mara had just battled about the fourth planet of the Helska system. He couldn't deny Lando's claim of the beauty of the thing, though, now that he had the chance to see one up close and not buzzing about him in battle. This one was roughly triangular in shape, resembling a miniature version of an Imperial Star Destroyer. In his fight with such fighters, Luke had thought their sides smooth, save the many volcanic cannons, but now he understood that the whole of the ship was even more integrated than that, like one piece of what looked like living coral. Lando nodded. "And as beautiful a starfighter design as my scientists have seen," he explained. "Fast, and can snap turn with an A-wing, and with more firepower than almost anything that size we can put up." Luke looked at the multicolored craft carefully. There were many tube-like projections growing on it, protruding from various places and bending in various angles. They looked like no gun turrets he had ever seen, but he remembered well the volcanic missiles launched from the craft. "The pilot wore a mask," Lando went on. "No, more than that. It was a connection to her companion." "Her companion?" "More that than a ship," Lando tried to explain, grasping for the proper words. Indeed, neither he nor his many skilled scientists had ever seen anything quite like this, at least not on a starfighter. "The pilot was connected to her ship," he said. "It's like she was riding it more than flying it, like the Sand People on Tatooine and their bantha mounts." Luke glanced at him somewhat accusingly. This was too important a matter for Lando and his friends to be making guesses about. "We can't know for sure yet," Lando admitted. "We're testing the thing, but no one's about to put that mask on. Yet." "Sure I am," Luke answered, staring hard at the strange starfighter, and he started for the door. Lando looked at him quizzically, eyes widening as he caught on to Luke's intent. He finally caught up to the Jedi, just as Luke was beginning to climb the side of the small craft, and with Lando's scientists looking on with complete amazement. Lando grabbed Luke by the arm, turning him about. "We don't know enough about it," he claimed. "Like this thing at the nose," he added, pointing to the front of the starfighter, where some of the multicolored coral-like substance had been chipped away, revealing a thumb-sized dark red membranous ball. Luke climbed down and moved for a closer inspection. "It's alive," Lando explained. "Or at least it was, we think." That brought a curious look from Luke. "And it's not a part of the bigger ship any more than the pilot was," Lando went on. "You should see her, the pilot, I mean, full of muscles and full of tattoos, and with her face all scarred and her nose broken probably a dozen times." The description only further confirmed Luke's suspicions that all that was happening, on Belkaden, in the Helska system, and this attack here at Dubrillion, was closely related. He remembered vividly the appearance of Yeoman Carr. It could not be coincidence that both he and the pilot of this ship bore such a resemblance of... could it be... uniform? "Have you seen the body Mara and I brought back?" "Not yet," Lando admitted, and then he caught on. "Same thing?" Luke nodded, then stared hard at the membranous ball mounted in the starfighter's nose. It was clearly dead, showing no more life energy than would a rock. He nodded to Lando, then moved right back to the side and started up the starfighter, despite Lando's protests. With no hesitation at all, he climbed into the cockpit, a snug fit. He saw the mask to which Lando had referred sitting before him, and tentatively reached for it. It was alive, he knew before he touched it, and was indeed a part of the larger organism and not some separate creature. This was a living ship, a mount, as Lando had described it. Without further hesitation, Luke pulled the mask and helmet over his head, and immediately he felt the joining, and he heard a voice, a distant murmuring, in what sounded like the same language he had heard the membranous ball on the jade saber use. Luke fought hard to focus all of his instincts and thoughts, for while he couldn't make out the particular words, he could discern a pattern to them. He pulled off the mask and climbed out of the cockpit. "You're crazy," Lando remarked. "We need 3PO, Luke replied, and he looked back at the amazing starfighter, hoping that the droid would be able to decipher the language, needing desperately to learn all that he could about this ship, and about the people who flew it. But even as Lando and Luke stepped into the hallway, Luke's train of thought, his mounting excitement about the possibilities of discovery here, abruptly halted. For he saw his wife not so far away, staring at him, the look on her face telling him that something was terribly, terribly wrong. Luke looked to Lando and understood then that the man knew, had known. "I had to show you this stuff," Lando remarked, somewhat an apology. I thought this was important. I thought that maybe you already knew, that you had picked it up on communications on your way in." "What is it?" Luke demanded, his anxiety escalating with each word. "She'll tell you," Lando said, patting his friend on the shoulder. It was a moment of tears and memories, a time for Luke and Mara to feel the weight of the loss of Chewbacca and to remember all their times with the Wookiee, and all the times the Wookiee had saved them and those they loved. It was that unreal moment that inevitably followed the death of a loved one, the same impact and feeling of helplessness, of smallness, that Luke had experienced when he had watched Obi-Wan Kenobi fall to the swishing lightsaber of Darth Vader. That dreamlike moment every being experienced of loss of control, of insignificance, of sudden and stark realization of vulnerability and mortality. Both Luke and Mara called upon their understanding of the Force then, of the binding truth of life, and found comfort there. As Ben Kenobi had remained with Luke, as Yoda remained with Luke, so too would Chewbacca remain an integral, living being within the hearts and minds of those who so loved him. It was a moment of grief, and one, both Luke and Mara understood, that could not last the appropriate time. And it was a moment of terror, of fears for Anakin, out there alone in the vastness of space. Yet those concerns, too, could not supersede the urgency of the moment. Something very big and very bad was going on. They had to get to work. "The key is that planet," Luke explained to Lando after the man had shown Luke two other surprises they had pulled from the downed enemy starfighter. A suit, more like a second skin, and a star-shaped creature with a sixth appendage, similar to the mask within the starfighter. Both were alive, and Luke had dared to experiment with them, even going so far as to let the suit creature slide up his body and join with him, and to put the masked thing onto his face, resisting the urge to gag and the ultimate revulsion. Now he understood the truth of the fourth planet of the Helska system. Now he knew that their enemies were living not on the frozen planet, but beneath the icy crust, in the cold, watery depths. "The ice ball?" Lando replied skeptically when Luke revealed his suspicions. Luke nodded. "That's the base, and I've got to get there." "You already were there," came the reminder. "No," Luke said. "I've got to get down onto it, down into it." The skeptical look on Lando's face only increased. "They're not on the planet, but it's the base for all of this," Luke explained. "I'm sure of it. And if they're not on the planet, they've got to be underneath the crust." Lando nodded and rubbed his chin. "There is a way," he admitted. "You've mined ice planets before," Luke reasoned. "I've mined every type of planet," came the response. "And there are ships used to get through the crust of icy planets, both for individuals and for larger expeditions." "Where can we find them?" Lando nearly laughed aloud. If there was a vessel used for mining any type of planet, it was here, at Dubrillian's sister planet, Destrillion, part of what Lando called his prototype fleet. Just to make sure that technology wouldn't be lost or hard to locate, Lando always procured a single version, at least, of every new innovation, to keep it safe for study and, if need be, replication. "I can have one here before the morning," he told Luke. "I don't know what kind of condition it'll be in." "But you can fix it," Luke prodded. Lando shrugged. "She'll be able to." Satisfied with that, and exhausted from the trials of the last few days, both physical and emotional, Luke took his leave. He went back to his quarters where he found Mara peacefully asleep, a sight that surely bolstered him. She needed this rest, Luke knew profoundly. Her mind and body had taken a step back in her battle with the disease that raged within her, the good fight weakened by the physical and emotional demands of their recent escapades. and now her grief over Chewie and her fears for the missing Anakin could only be suppressing her ability to battle that disease. Not wanting to disturb her, Luke left the room, left the building altogether, walking outside under Dubrillian's starry night sky. He saw Destrillian rising in the east and was struck by the serenity of the sight, contrasting so greatly with the heightening tumult beneath the softness. Luke stood calmly and stared long and hard, becoming one with the galaxy about him, feeling its rhythms, its timelessness, its seeming indifference to the events of transient mortal beings. And in that joining, Luke heard a call, and that call, he knew, came from his nephew, from Anakin, alive and alone and reaching out. Luke's first instinct was to run for the Jade Saber and blast off after Anakin, to follow the call and bring the missing young Jedi to safety. He smiled and resisted the urge. He had heard the call, and thus so had Leia, as she had heard his call when he hung, wounded and desperate, under Lando's Cloud City. She would bring Anakin home. Indeed, at that very moment, the Millennium Falcon was speeding for the drifting TIE fighter. Leia had heard the call, loud and clear, and had actually viewed the star formations through Anakin's eyes. Using that visual image, she'd had little trouble scrolling the navigational computer and locating the sector. Now the only fear was that they would not arrive before Anakin's wounded TIE fighter gave out, or before some of the enemy starfighters happened upon him. So Han and Leia's relief was palpable when they came out of hyperspace in the region and located the TIE fighter with conventional sensors. And when Leia heard the continuing telepathic call to tell her that her son was indeed alive and well. They docked soon after, and once Anakin had boarded the Falcon and run into his mother's waiting arms, Han put the TIE in tow and turned back for Dubrillian. Somewhat more tentatively than he had rushed to his mother, Anakin, with Leia hovering behind, walked onto the Falcon's bridge where his father was waiting. Han turned and stared hard at his son, and then his stern edge melted away, and he bolted from his seat, wrapping Anakin in a bear hug. He jumped back almost at once, though, and slugged his son in the shoulder. "You ever do that to me again, kid, and I'll kick you from here to Coruscant." The scolding hit Anakin's ears like the sweetest music ever played. They were back on Dubrillian the next morning, landing soon after the curious mining craft that Lando had spoken to Luke about was towed in. It was called an ice borer, also known as a stylish ship, Lando told Luke, because of its shape, long and narrow with a tapered front end. The pilot would lie down along the length of this translucent cylinder, head forward. It didn't look promising to Luke. "It's not for long-distance flight," Lando explained. "It'll have to be towed to the Helska system." "How does it get down and through the ice?" Lando led him around to the front. "Pretty simple," he said. "We've got a shaped vaporizing heat charge up here. You fire it off just before you hit. It drills a hole in the ice before you, and you dive in before it freezes up again." Luke snorted. "You're kidding, right?" "You've got to be good," Lando remarked with a sly grin. "Coming out is the same thing. You do plan to come back out, don't you?" he asked only half-kiddingly. "Except that the process getting off-planet takes a bit longer. A slow burn and crawl until the sensors indicate the ice is thin enough for a second, less violent charge." They were interrupted by Jason's call. "They're back," as the young man ran into the room and to Luke's side. "Mom and Dad, and they've got Anakin." Luke nodded, not surprised. "And 3PO," he said eagerly to Lando, "let's get some more answers." "It's not a difficult language at all, Master Luke," C-3PO announced a short while later to Han and Luke as they sat discussing plans. Off to the side, in the small room, R2-D2 beeped and clicked, adding his own interpretations to that which C-3PO had just heard. "Somewhat like the Janguan tongue of the jungle barbarians of—" "What did it say?" an obviously impatient Han interrupted. C-3PO turned to regard him. "The message to Yeoman Carr," Luke pressed. "It was indeed," C-3PO said to Luke, "and might I comment on your sharp hearing in catching that name amidst the fast-talking jumble of—" "What did it say?" Han pressed again, his tone even more forceful. The movement of the Preterite Vong is underway. Your part for now is done. Good work." C-3PO obediently recited. "Preterite Vong?" both Han and Luke said together. "I heard that before," Luke added. "Some sort of mercenary band?" Han asked him. "A big one, if that's what it is." "From Janguin?" Han asked skeptically, looking to the droid. "Oh, I'd hardly think that likely," the droid responded. "The jungle barbarians have not been around for more than 300 years. Their language was long ago absorbed by the mountain Mululian tribes." "Then from where?" Han demanded. "Where in the galaxy do they speak such language?" "Maybe nowhere," Luke answered ominously, turning all eyes to him. "Come on, 3PO, he bade the droid. "I'm not done with you yet." The four went out then, moving along the corridors to Lando's research chambers. They came to the side of the enemy starfighter unhindered by Lando's technicians. One even offered a polite bow to Luke and Han and skittered away from the ship as they approached. "Up you go," Luke said to C-3PO. "What? In there, Master Luke?" C-3PO started to protest, but the droid was already rising, the emanations of Luke's projected force power moving him as surely as any tractor beam. "Master Luke!" he cried several times, and then he was gently put down in the cockpit. Luke climbed up beside him, reached in, and brought forth the mask. "Put it over your head," he bade the droid. "Master Luke!" "It doesn't hurt," Luke promised, flashing that still boyish smile, and he helped C-3PO to get the thing on. "Now listen to it," he explained. "Hear it carefully, and remember every word." "They call it a coral skipper," C-3PO, fidgeting in the cockpit, soon informed them. "They breed it to serve as starships, both fighter and larger." "What powers it?" Luke asked, and the droid relayed the question through the mask and in the strange language. C-3PO found and reported two answers, one conventional, the other far beyond their comprehension, which gave both Luke and Han pause. First, the coral skipper could move along much as it fired its guns, using the opposing force of that spitting, and it could refuel and rearm by eating rocks. The simplicity and the efficiency stunned Luke. "How do you know that?" Han interjected. "Because it is telling me that it is hungry," the droid replied, his tone rising dramatically at the end of his statement, becoming a little more than a wail. "It can't eat you," Luke promised the droid, patting his shoulder. "Come on, 3PO, we really need you here." C-3PO conversed with the ship a while longer, then explained that the second propulsion system was tied back to that thumb-sized creature in the nose and had something to do with focusing gravity fields. Luke thought back to his fight in the Helska system, to the loss of his shields. Might it be that this same creature was able to so accurately focus its gravitational grasp that it could tear the shields off a starfighter? He leaned hard against the side of the coral skipper, taking many deep breaths. This whole thing was mounting ominously. It was apparent to him now that this was indeed an extragalactic intelligence at work, an obviously hostile one, employing methods and organic technology far different from, and perhaps superior to, anything the New Republic could use to counter. Belkadon, the Helska system, Dubrillion, and Cernpa-dal were not unrelated events. Soon after, the four rejoined their companions and Lando in the central control room with their grim information. The one piece of good news was the arrival of the Rejuvenator, an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer, along with a sizable and impressive task force, including a half-dozen of the new Ranger-class gunships. 22. Turning it back. "It won't work," Mara remarked, standing with Luke and staring at the little ice borer, the stylish ship, which seemed terribly frail for the mission Luke had assigned to it. "Lando's used this technology before," he replied. "Going into a planet full of enemies?" came his wife's curt response. She turned up her hand, extending her fingers one at a time as she counted off the drawbacks. "You'll have no weapons, none from the ship, at least. No shields, other than the forward heat and impact protection, and not enough speed to outrun a headhunter, never mind one of those coral skippers. Luke stared at her long and hard, a smile widening on his face. Ever since the return from Belcodden, Mara had been in her room, recuperating, a poignant reminder that she was very ill, and yet here she was, concerned about him. "I should be the one to take the ice borer in," she said. Luke's smile evaporated. He knew the source of that remark, knew that she was, in fact, saying that her life was more expendable because she was ill. By all other examples, terminally ill. "No way," he replied. Mara looked at him hard. "If you suffer a relapse down there, you'll jeopardize the whole mission," Luke stated flatly, elevating the discussion to the good of the mission and not to a condescending level that showed his concern for his wife. "And if I have a relapse flying your carry ship?" she asked with thick sarcasm. "You won't," Luke replied with all confidence, and he chuckled and started past her. Mara just shook her head and watched him walk away for a few moments, then turned back to regard the seemingly fragile, stylish ship and just sighed. "They're almost done with it," Jaina told her brothers as the three watched the repairs on the strange little ship. "Uncle Luke's really going to take that thing in?" Anakin asked. "And he's really going to wear that living suit and mask they found with the pilot?" Jason and Jaina exchanged concerned looks. "He's trying out the suit right now," Jaina explained. "Why don't you go and check it out?" Not catching on to the pointed dismissal and anxious to get a glimpse of the alien artifacts, the ever-curious Anakin took his leave in a hurry. "Uncle Luke's the wrong one to go," Jason said to Jaina as soon as they were alone. "I'm more concerned about Aunt Mara," Jaina replied. "She slept most of the day and was still exhausted when she got up to eat dinner. Did you see the dark circles under her eyes? Her disease is getting the best of her right now, mostly because she's too preoccupied with all of this." They stared at each other long and hard, knowing that they were of like mind, though neither was brave enough to put the thoughts to words at that moment. "We can't let Mara go," Jaina remarked. "We can't stop her if Uncle Luke goes," Jason replied. "You think they'll wait for the Rejuvenator and her escorts to come in before they leave?" Jaina asked. "I think they'll go first," Jason replied. "I heard Uncle Luke say as much to Dad. He doesn't want to wait for anything, but his plan is to get the ice borer off-planet just in time to meet up with the incoming fleet." Jaina merely nodded. She had gleaned similar information from C-3PO. "What's that?" Jason asked, motioning toward a crane bringing another craft into a scaffolding beside and above the ice borer. "Carry ship," Jaina explained, who had interviewed Lando's technicians extensively on this subject. "You can't dock the ice borer or put it in a hold because it's not maneuverable enough to break away safely. They'll load it onto the missile pod of the carry ship, and that ship will just point it in the right direction and shoot it off." "And the ice borer pilot has to stay in the stylish ship the whole time?" Jason asked. "For the duration of the entire flight?" "The whole time," Jaina replied. "They use an air tube and a power transfer line from the carry ship to conserve all the power possible on the little ice borer, but whoever flies in that thing is going to be lying flat out and cramped the whole way to the Helska system." Jason looked at her, smiled, and nodded. Jaina spent a long while dissecting that look, making certain that Jason was entertaining similar ideas to her own. "I can fly the ice borer," she offered. "Seems to me that your skills would be better suited for the carry ship." Jaina thought about it and didn't disagree. If they had to pull a quick retreat from the Helska system, she'd be a better choice at piloting the main craft. "Where's R2?" Jason asked. "We should leave a message." Luke paced the room, while Han, Leia, and Lando sat at the small round table, arguing about whether they should go ahead and attack with the assembled fleet or wait for more firepower to come in. On the table sat a view-screen, the imposing image of Commander Warshak Rojo of the Star Destroyer Rejuvenator, with his shaved head, furrowed brow, and a single glittering diamond earring. "We should go straight to Helska," Commander Rojo insisted. "The Ranger gunships will handle any of the smaller— what did you call them? Coral skippers? While Rejuvenator takes out whatever base those barbarians have set up. It will be a clean sweep, I assure you, and then we can get on with the more important issues facing the New Republic. You may join us in system if you desire." Han and Leia exchanged concerned smiles, not sure at all that Commander Rojo was getting the message that this likely was the most important issue facing the New Republic. Leia was hardly surprised by the apparent underestimation. 6 days, she argued. We'll have 3 battlecruisers, an interdictor ship, another Star Destroyer, and their accompanying task forces in by then. "We need not wait," the commander, a hard-headed Corellian, said. "I've enough firepower to level the enemy base, and the planet it's on, if need be." Leia gave a helpless sigh. She knew well enough how stubborn a Corellian could be, and turned to her brother as he paced by the window. Luke had told her that she would never convince the commander to wait until the other ships arrived, and since she had resigned her post on the council, she had no authority to order him to wait. They had put out a call to Coruscant, but it would be a while before they received any response. Leia's estimation of 6 days was a hopeful one at best, and by that time Rojo hoped to have this whole mess cleared up. Rojo's confidence did not bode well for Leia's hopes of assembling a larger fleet, she knew, for the commander had likely been, or soon would be, in contact with the more skeptical members of the council, assuring them that he could handle this and they need not divert any more of their military assets. "We're going," Rojo said firmly, "and if we have to go alone, then so be it." Leia sighed. Luke started to turn to say something to the stubborn man, but a flash beyond the window caught his eye. He moved closer, staring into the dark night, and saw a ship soar out of dock into the sky. He knew at once which ship it was, the carry ship Mary Minor and its ice-borer companion. "Mara?" he asked quietly, wondering for a second if his wife had decided to take on this dangerous mission by herself. But his words made little logical sense. Mara couldn't have gone alone, for it would take 2 pilots to accomplish the task. And he didn't believe that she would have taken Jaina on such a dangerous trek without consulting Leia. A sickly feeling came over Luke then, inspired by the thought of Mara's potential co-pilot, as he guessed who might be flying the Mary Minor and who might be accompanying her. He turned to the others, his expression speaking volumes. "What is it?" Leia asked. He ran past her to the door and out into the hall. "Good evening, sir," C-3PO said as Luke barreled into him, knocking him back against the opposite wall. "Not now," Luke said, rolling away from the droid, sidestepping R2-D2 and sprinting down the corridor. "But R2, sir." "Not now," Luke cried. "A message from Master Jason," the now frantic C-3PO yelled. Luke skidded to a stop and came running back, just as Leia bent to R2-D2 and activated his hologram recorder. "Uncle Luke," came the greeting, as a tiny image of Jason appeared in the hallway. "Forgive us our presumption, but it seemed obvious to me and to Jaina that you're needed with the fleet in the main attack force. We know what you intended within the 4th planet, to explore and determine the strength and purpose of our enemies. We can do that, Uncle Luke." Han gave something akin to a growl, and Leia joined in. "Keep Aunt Mara at rest. She needs it." Jason's hologram went on. "Jaina and I will be fine, and will carry out the mission perfectly. We promise." The image went away. "I'm going to kick his—" Han started to say. "Jason's right," Luke interrupted, and both Han and Leia, and Lando as well, stared at him in disbelief. "I wish they had come to me first," Luke went on. "I wish they had better coordinated their intentions." "But you think that sending Jason down into the planet is the right choice," Leia finished for him. "As good a choice as any," Luke replied without hesitation. He grabbed Han by the arm as the man started away, and from the look on Han's face, it was obvious that he was heading straight off for the Millennium Falcon. "You're raising Jedi Knights," Luke said to him in all seriousness. "Warriors, explorers. They can't turn away from the duty that is before them just for our peace of mind." "They're just kids," Han argued. "And so were we when the Empire unveiled the Death Star," Luke reminded. "Speak for yourself," Han growled. He narrowed his eyes as he stared hard at his friend. "I just went halfway across the galaxy, pulling one of them back, and now I've got the other two running off in another direction," he muttered through gritted teeth. Luke looked to Leia and managed, with his expression, to coax a smile onto her face. "Get used to it," he said to Han, "and enjoy it while you can. You won't be able to keep up with them much longer." Han pulled roughly away and muttered a stream of curses, and only then did Luke begin to understand the depth of his anger and frustration. He had just lost Chewbacca, and he wasn't about to lose anyone else. "It is settled, then," came the voice of Commander Rojo behind them. "It has begun." "Just because they went out doesn't mean that we have to send the whole fleet in pursuit," Leia replied. "Han, Luke, and I can go after them in the Falcon." "Their leaving actually hurts your intentions, Commander," Luke added. "If our enemies detect the carry ship, they'll be waiting for the larger fleet behind them." "A band of smugglers," Commander Rojo said derisively, "or some puny liberation group. They've found a new technology, and they believe that with it they can challenge the New Republic. But they have nothing that will stand before Rejuvenator. I go." And he did just that, dipping a curt bow and abruptly breaking the comlink. Han and Luke looked at each other for a long moment. "Why'd you have to make them Jedi?" Han asked, and it was obvious from his tone, from the fact that he finished with that typical Han Solo snicker, that Luke's argument had gotten through to him. "You coming with us?" Han asked Lando. "I thought I'd stay here and make sure the planetary defenses are in place," a flustered Lando replied, as soon as the surprise of the question wore off a bit. "Glad to have you," Han said, ignoring the answer and turning to Leia. "Go get Anakin. He's handling the gun pod." "You, Leia, Anakin, and Kip," Lando reasoned. "Force plenty for the Falcon." "Me, Anakin, Leia, and you," Han corrected. "Kip's going to lead a starfighter squadron off Rejuvenator. Already arranged it with Rojo." "My fighting days," Lando started to insist. "Have only just begun," Han interrupted. Lando threw up his hands in defeat, and the group moved away. Luke to go and rouse Mara, for he thought this too important a moment to keep her out of it, despite her exhaustion, and the others to find Anakin and to ready the Millennium Falcon. A short time later, the Falcon and the Jade Saber blasted away from Dubrillion, along with every worthy warship Lando could muster. Off-planet, they rendezvoused with Rojo's contingent, and after one last attempt by Leia to talk the proud commander out of going at that time, they all blasted away, full speed for the Helska system. Jaina brought them in perfectly, the sun between them and the fourth planet, just as Luke and Mara had done on their trip in. "Uncle Luke fed all the coordinates into the Mary Minor's navigation computer," Jaina called down to Jason, who was lying flat out on his stomach in the narrow ice borer attached to the carry ship. "Might get warm down there. We're in for a close pass." "I'm going to sunburn every inch of my body," Jason remarked. A not-so-subtle reminder that he had climbed into the ice borer practically naked, wearing just a loose-fitting skirt, purloined from the dead pilot of the captured Coral Skipper. Even worse for him, because the entry hatch was so tiny, Jaina had to kneel behind him and very indelicately push him in, and all the while with him conscious of the fact that he was wearing only a skirt. A skirt! It'd be a long time before Jaina let him live that indignity down. "I can come around and let you fly free before we ever get out of the Helskin Sun's sensor shield," Jaina offered. "That's a long way for this thing to run," Jason observed. "You'll be running on my power, not yours." "Sure, but without any guns," Jason came back, and his tone was sarcastic, even light-hearted, as if he was just blowing off a bit of his nervousness. "Just let them get close to you and blast that heat charge into them," Jaina returned with a laugh. Her tone grew serious immediately as she continued. "You ready?" "Don't miss," came the reply. Jaina banked the carry ship around the sun, flying completely by instruments, which she never liked to do, for she was trusting the guidance of the coordinates Luke had put into the nav computer. She saw the screen before her focus in on a point of light, the fourth planet, and watched it grow and grow as the magnification increased. "I got it, Jason," she informed her brother. "Everything's lining up. If you fire any correcting jets, they might see them. So sit tight and trust my aim." "Let her go," Jason replied. "And don't stay down there more than a few minutes," Jaina added. "I'm sitting pretty helpless up here." "If they find you, turn it back to Dubrillion," Jason said in all seriousness. Those words, ridiculous words by Jaina's estimation, for she would never ever leave her brother behind, echoed ominously in her thoughts as she watched the coordinates align perfectly and gently squeeze the trigger. The stylish ship, Jason belly down and head forward, rocketed away. It was a smooth and quiet ride for Jason, absent the hum of any drives. A good portion of the ice borer was translucent, giving him the feeling that he was almost free-flying in empty space, a sense of serenity he had not expected in the face of the looming danger. He had to shake it away quickly. Jaina's orders that he not stay down there more than a few minutes were more than just words, he knew. Were a necessity if he and his sister were to have any chance of slipping away. Now came the task that Jason had feared since they had left Dubrillion. He brought his bare toe down and prodded the alien suit, the Ooglith cloaker, according to C-3PO's best translation, then held his breath as the obedient creature began its joining on his feet, then rolled up his legs, just as Anakin, after watching Luke's trial with the thing, had described. Jason squirmed and tried in vain to fall into some meditation, to leave the tingling stings of the inserting appendages far away. But it was too personal, and he felt them, every one, and so very keenly. At last it was complete, and as horrible as that experience had been, Jason knew the next would be even worse. Slowly, his hand faltering several times, he brought the star-shaped mask, the nulith, up to his face, and fought aside his gagging as the tube snaked down his throat. By the time he had finished, he looked ahead to see the fourth planet looming large before him. He knew that his Uncle Luke had set the coordinates to bring the ice borer down right near the mound he had perceived as the home base, and knew that was where he should go. But then Jason heard a call in his mind, a cry of distress, a cry for help that he could not ignore. He focused his thoughts on that cry, closed his eyes, and let the Force be his guide. Hardly thinking of the action, he gently touched the guidance jets, igniting a short burn that turned his nose to the side, and he feared likely alerted his enemies to his presence. Down, down he went, and he noted sparks of light, coral skippers, rising over the horizon on the far side of the planet. Come on, Jason muttered, urging the ship on but not daring to fire another jet. Down, down, until all his screen filled with the grayish-white pall of the frozen planet. He glanced to the side to see the horde of coral skippers closing, looked back as he descended across the last few hundred meters. He almost forgot to fire the charge, but he did squeeze the trigger, and the shaped bomb leapt ahead of him, burrowing into the ice, and then exploding with a tremendous flash, the shock of it jolting Jason and the ice borer violently. He couldn't see a thing beyond the ice and vapor, couldn't tell if the charge had cut through to the water below. But he couldn't stop and wait either, and down he plunged, bouncing through the remains of the crust, careening left and right and nearly getting knocked unconscious. And then it was quiet, so serene as the ice borer dived into the calm and cold waters below the crust. Behind him the whole fast froze, and he could only hope that the pilots of the approaching coral skippers believed him dead in a fiery crash, or that his vessel approaching their planet was not a ship at all, but a missile launched at the planetary base. Either way, it didn't matter to Jason. All that he knew as his senses returned was the solitude and the welcome gloom. And that call. And it wasn't far away. "Uh-oh," Jaina whispered. Her instruments had picked up Jason's unexpected rocket firing and the subsequent approach by enemy coral skippers. She had seen the explosion on the surface of the fourth planet, and could only hope it was the proper and planned explosion that Jason had blasted through the ice crust. She had to put those hopes aside, though, for now she had her own problems. Those coral skippers had turned her way, speeding off-planet. They couldn't see her, she knew, visually or with instruments, not with the Helskin sun right behind her. They were backtracking Jason's path, a trail that would lead to her, and the protection of that shielding sun wouldn't hold for long. The Merry Miner carried no weapons, and even with the improvements Lando's crew had made to her, wasn't particularly fast. Jaina turned back, closing her forward view screen as the glare of the Helskin sun exploded into view. She had to be perfect now, had to run so close to the sun that the coral skippers wouldn't see her and couldn't follow her if they did. This was her one advantage. The Merry Miner was solid, built to explode whatever worlds might provide valuable ore. She could get in close, very close, to a sun, certainly much closer than a typical starfighter. Jaina kept her attention glued to her navigational readings, bringing the ship in. She tried to ignore the other instruments screaming at her about the rising hull temperature, tried to ignore her own sensibilities that it was indeed becoming rather warm, even inside the ship. Her ion drives groaned in their fight against the sudden increase of gravity. Even with the bulkhead closed over her view screen, Jaina could see the brilliant glow shining through the supposedly tight seams. She turned aside, leveling off into a tight orbit, and using the gravity as a whip, as Luke and Mara had done, fast moving around the back side of the sun. She fought through every second, manipulating instruments to compensate against the pull, tugging hard to keep the Merry Miner from plunging into the Helskin sun. Ion drives groaned, instruments screamed in protest, and Jaina, feeling the G's and the violent vibrations, groaned too, and gave a yell, executing a vicious turn as she whipped around the back side. Then she had to hold on for all her life as the ship struggled through the tremendous gravity pull and tore free with a jolt that sent the young woman sprawling. She scrambled back to the console and retracted the bulkhead, beginning a quick assessment of the damage. "Uh-oh," she said again, for though the Merry Miner had performed admirably and had come through the ordeal fairly unscathed, the swift coral skippers had not broken pursuit, had flown at a faster and higher orbit about the sun. They saw her now, she knew, and she was out of tricks. Jason truly appreciated the simple yet brilliant design of the ice borer. He brought the little ship up against the planetary crust and extended small grabber arms to secure her in place. Then he took a deep breath, hoping it wouldn't be his last, hoping his Uncle Luke's information concerning this newlith and the insulation of the ooglith cloaker he was wearing was accurate. He punched the 3-key sequence for underwater ejection, then brought his hand back as a locking panel slid over the instrument board. Other panels fell into place, encasing the man in a watertight compartment, its forward wall the outer hatch, and then, through a series of locks protecting him from any pounding pressures, water was brought into him, filling the compartment. At first, Jason held his breath as the water came over his face, but then, his hand securely on the abort button, he dared to take a breath. It felt watery and bubbly and somewhat uncomfortable, but he was okay, drawing air through the symbiotic appendage of the star-shaped creature. And he was not cold. And he paused a moment to consider how magnificent this living bodysuit truly was. The outer compartment slid open, and Jason crawled out into the open water. He spent just a moment checking his equipment, his lightsaber and the small sensor key that would guide him back into his ship, and then he turned his attention to the watery world about him. He saw the lights in the distance, far away and far below. At first he thought them to be some natural phenomenon, volcanic activity perhaps, and wondered if he was giving the ooglith cloaker too much credit. Maybe the water here wasn't really all that cold. As he crawled forward, walking his hands along the crust to get a better angle of the glow, he recognized the lights for what they were, some sort of organized base. A host of worries crossed through Jason's mind at that moment. He felt that he looked enough like one of the coral skipper pilots, with his mask and second-skin clothing, even the skirt that the alien pilot had worn. He prayed that the male pilots wore the same uniform as the females, but how would he communicate with them? How would he slip by any sentries? He took another deep and steadying breath, reminding himself that he was a Jedi, and that Jedi, above all else, could improvise through tight situations. And there was one other thing aiding him, for that mysterious call had not abated, and seemed even stronger now, and very close. To Jason's surprise and relief, it didn't appear to be coming from the distant lighted base, but from up here, near the crust. He moved swiftly, reminding himself that time was of the essence, crawling along the underside of the great ice crust, letting the call guide him. Then he came to an abrupt halt, for not far away before and below him came a procession of lights, a half-dozen rising through the water toward him. Jaina bit her lip and throttled the Merry Miner out to full, though the speed of the closing coral skippers mocked her attempted run. She thought to turn about, to plunge again into the shielding vicinity of the Helskin sun, but then realized that even that option had closed to her, for some of the coral skippers had fanned out to block her way back. "They've got me," she muttered, and for the first time since she had begun training with Mara, Jaina felt truly helpless, as if all her work becoming a Jedi could do nothing now to save her. She started to put out a telepathic call, a farewell, but then, sensing something, she opened her eyes and nearly toppled with relief. The Rejuvenator came out of hyperspace right before her. Other ships, cruisers, and gunships appeared, and before Jaina could even open a channel and warn the approaching fleet, the great Star Destroyer dropped into attack mode. X-Wings and other starfighters zoomed out of her bays. Her great forward laser cannons opened up, streaks of light sizzling past Jaina. "Hey there, Merry Miner," came a familiar voice, and Jaina had never imagined that she would ever be this happy to hear Kip Duran. "You need a little help?" A squadron of X-Wings roared past, the lead ship waggling its wings at her. "You're going to need more help when I get you back home," came another voice, her father's voice, and the Millennium Falcon and then the Jade Saber came into view. "Get behind us," Luke added. "We'll take care of these guys." Jaina gladly did as told, letting the Falcon and the Jade Saber and the whole fleet soar past her, between her and the Coral Skipper group. The quickly diminishing Coral Skipper group, she realized, as she brought the Merry Miner about and took a quick survey of the battle. The enemy had been taken by surprise, it seemed, and Coral Skipper after Coral Skipper went up in a blaze of sparkling pieces. Others did manage to turn for home, but then came yet another voice across all channels. "This is Rojo," it said. "Let's take it right to their home." Jaina throttled up to full. She had to keep up. She would be of no help in the fighting, of course, but she couldn't forget that her brother was on that planet. Jason didn't know whether to flee or fight, but found the point to be moot, for the nearest masked alien waved him into line. "They think I'm one of them," Jason told himself, bolstering his confidence, and he nodded and started forward. He was met by the scowling eyes of all six, and he understood then the dynamics at work here. He might be one of them, but something in either his uniform or demeanor indicated that he was of lesser rank. He paused a moment to study the group, their order, and any differences he might find to distinguish each. The eyes, he realized. The apparent leader, the one who had motioned to him, had only one eye. In place of the other was some kind of strange node looking grafted on. The skin around both of his sockets, the only part of his true skin that was visible because of the Ooglith cloaker and the star-shaped breather, was heavily tattooed. Jason noted that each succeeding warrior carried fewer scars or tattoos on that one exposed region. He remembered the dead alien pilot back at Dubrillion and the warrior his uncle had brought back from Belkadon. Both bodies maimed and tattooed, scars crisscrossing scars. If his guess was right, both of those humanoids at Lando's base must have been high-ranking members of this strange people. Following that intuition, Jason moved deferentially back down the line, taking the last position, and following the group up to the ice cap, then along the surface to a hole that led into an airy, roughly dome-shaped chamber. Jason knew at once that this small room held the unknown caller. He went in slowly, at the end of the line, poking his head out of the water tentatively. He had to fight hard to keep his eyes from widening in horror, for there in the corner curled a man, a Jedi Knight, and one that Jason knew. The lead warriors of his procession had already moved next to Miko Reglia, had already began punching him and grabbing at his arms, trying to hoist him up. Jason glanced to the other side to see a woman, a beautiful woman, her fighting spirit obviously still intact, standing agitated but helpless between a pair of enemies. To Jason's surprise, he recognized the woman and not Miko Reglia as the source of the telepathic call. He climbed up into the chamber and moved beside the last warrior that had come in, the lowest ranking besides himself, he believed. That warrior scowled at him and pointed back to the hole. "You thug," he growled, and Jason understood that the warrior wanted him to get back into the water. The last, the least, was meant to take a post as a sentry, he guessed, and now he was the last. Jason turned back to the cold water. "Come, Miko," he heard the leader of the group say, and he was surprised that these disfigured barbarians spoke his language. "It is time to die." Jason stopped, despite himself. "Leave him alone," the woman across the way pleaded. "You're just going to fake it again? They don't mean it, Miko." She ended her speech abruptly with a gasp as the warrior beside her doubled her over with a heavy punch to her gut. "You thug!" the other warrior screamed at Jason again. Jason looked up and noted that the warrior's eyes had widened in surprise. "Vos sos ici?" the warrior asked him, pointing to his belt where his lightsaber hung. Jason glanced right to see the two leaders hoisting Miko up brutally, then glanced back to the left to see two of the four over there coming toward him, demanding to know what it was that he carried on his belt. He pulled the lightsaber free and extended the glowing blade, cutting a sweep that slashed through the nearest warrior's knee, severing the leg and dropping him with an agonized howl. "Go, Miko!" Jason prompted his fellow Jedi, but he knew before he even looked that way that Miko didn't have much, if any, fight left in him, that he was a broken shell of a man. This was Jason's fight. 23. Into the Web. Through the eyes of the war coordinator, Prefect Dagara watched another coral skipper explode into a shower of flashing bits. "All glory to you, warrior," he mumbled reverently, the appropriate farewell to one killed gloriously in battle. He was not distressed at the sight of one of his warriors dying in the battle on the far side of the Helskin sun, though. To die in battle was among the highest honors a Yuuzhan Vong warrior could achieve. Nor was Prefect Dagara distressed that the battle was apparently going against the small coral skipper force the war coordinator had dispatched to meet the incoming enemy force. This group was supposed to lose, was supposed to retreat, and in doing so bait the enemy in closer, closer, to the true power of the Preterite Vong, to the thousands of waiting coral skippers, both small single-pilot craft and larger ships with a multitude of gunners, to the great ground fire capabilities, both missile and gravity well, to the powered energy of the Yamsk itself, an energy that bound the Yuuzhan Vong together and that would undoubtedly disrupt and even destroy any enemy ships wandering too close to the mighty war coordinator. In came the remaining coral skippers of the pursuit group, soaring around the Helskin sun, flat out for the home base. And in came the pursuing fleet, more than a dozen large ships, including one huge and impressive vessel, and scores of smaller craft. A wry smile spread across the eager prefect's face. The victory this day would be major, greater by far than the death of Bel-Khadan or of Cernpa-dal. "They are joined," the prefect communicated to his war coordinator. The creature's confidence brought an even wider smile to the prefect's face. He felt it then, the common bond sent out by the Yamsk to all the Yuuzhan Vong warriors, the coral skippers returning and the thousands more even now in hiding on the back side of the planet. This was the true glory of the war coordinator, a perfect communication and coordination tool. And Dagara felt the Yamsk's confidence in the planetary defenses, comprised mostly of an energy field brought up by the great creature's personal powers, along with the many volcano guns of the 3 world ships leeching their energy from the planet itself, and the many strategically placed Dovin basils with their devastating tractor beams that could bring down a moon, never mind a starfighter, and more general gravity wells that would disrupt technologically based communications and systems. In they came, and Prefect Dagara waited eagerly. Han kept the Falcon back as the bulk of the fleet soared in, as did Luke with the Jade Saber, both of them keeping a protective watch about Jaina and her defenseless carry ship. Given the beginning of the battle, the rout on the far side of the sun, it seemed as if Commander Rojo had been correct in his estimation of the enemy forces. Now, with the brief respite, Han had to find out about his oldest son. "Where's your brother?" he called to Jaina, and her pause told him all that he needed to know. "Luke, I need you," Han called. "I heard," came the response. "We'll get to the planet as soon as the Rejuvenator and her escorts clear." Luke's voice trailed off, and as soon as Han looked ahead to the mounting battle, he understood why. Thousands of coral skippers had come out at the approaching fleet, zipping and zooming in and around the many starfighters. What had been a rout and chase was suddenly a scene of absolute chaos, of battle joined heavily. "Stay back here," Han ordered Jaina, and he throttled up the Falcon, rushing to join the fight, the Jade Saber pacing him all the way. "Get those guns singing, kid," he called up to Anakin. "Don't call me kid," came Lando's dry response from the bottom gun turret. He finished with a startled cry as a pair of coral skippers soared past the Falcon. Up front, Han and Leia ignored them, more intent upon the sudden barrage of ships that had come out to challenge the fleet. Ahead and to the side, a pair of Ranger gunships opened up, dozens of batteries on each, sending lines of laser fire streaking out in a myriad of directions, forcing all the nearby coral skippers into wild and desperate, and often unsuccessful, evasive maneuvers. "Impressive," Han remarked. "Newest and best," Leia started to reply, but she stopped short and flinched when a cruiser off to the side of the Falcon went up in a huge explosion. And then a larger coral skipper rushed in at the nearest Ranger gunship. They heard the banter between the two gunships, one commander saying that he had the coral skipper, all guns trained forward, and calling for the other to cover his attack. And so the gunship cut loose, a tremendous barrage of flashing lasers that streaked at the coral skipper and disappeared. "Gravity well," Han muttered breathlessly, "just like that thing on Cernpa-dal." Then Leia cried out, and Han lurched to the side as she cut the Falcon sharply and turned her up on edge, then dived down before a pair of approaching coral skippers. "They've got a gravity well," Han tried to explain, "a big one." Even as he finished, Leia brought the Falcon up and around, the gunship spectacle coming back into view. The coral skipper continued to somehow absorb the laser blasts, bending them into a field of such tremendous gravity that they seemed to simply disappear. The coral skipper soared past the firing gunship, moved in between it and its companion, which also opened up all guns. Then the strange enemy craft began to spin, faster and faster, bending the laser streaks. Han and Leia heard other nearby pilots screaming for the gunship commanders to get out of there, and so they seemed to be trying, breaking off their attacks and turning tail to the coral skipper. But they couldn't break free, and began inadvertently circling the coral skipper. Faster and faster they went, tighter and tighter the orbit. They came crashing together, all three, and at that precise moment the coral skipper gravity well dissipated, and they all went up in a tremendous flash of brilliant energy. Han glanced nervously at Leia. The Ranger gunships were the second-best thing they had brought out here, and they had just lost a third of the group. And now they heard the calls from Kip and the starfighter pilots, waging a blistering, weaving battle against a swarm of the enemy ships, and those calls were not of victory but of surprise. "They're better than we thought," Leia remarked, watching and listening to the distant spectacle of that battle, for the X-Wings, top-of-the-line starfighters, were barely holding their own. "Give us support, Rejuvenator," came Kip's plea. But the Rejuvenator had her hands full, coral skippers buzzing her from all angles and somehow avoiding her devastating cannon arrays. "Going in for the planet," Commander Rojo's call came across all channels, and the great Star Destroyer throttled up and soared fast for the frozen planet, her forward batteries beginning the barrage against the surface. Han winced at that sight, and so did Leia. Jason was still down there. The Jade Saber cut across their view screen, lasers firing, coral skippers on her tail. "Got you, kid?" Han called to Luke, but he had hardly started after his friend when he had to pull back, cutting hard the other way to avoid the coral skippers cutting across the Jade Saber's wake to open fire on the Falcon. The quad laser cannons above Han began thumping away. "They're coming in hot," Anakin cried from the pod above. "Keep it steady," Lando piped in. "We'll take them." Lando ended with a startled shriek, and the Falcon was jolted several times from hits on the left flank. "Where did they come from?" Lando called. Han and Leia put the Falcon through all her moves, dipping and spinning, cutting fast, even pulling snap turns as if it was a tiny starfighter, usually to C-3PO's accompanying cries. But the coral skippers were good, amazingly so, pacing the larger ship's movements and keeping their attacks wonderfully coordinated. Suddenly, the thumping stopped from above, and no blue-white streak shot out from above the Falcon's bridge. "Anakin!" Han cried, thinking the worst. "Anakin!" Commander Rojo soon came to recognize that he was in trouble. The coordination of the coral skipper attack against his prized ship was nothing short of brilliant, and those starfighter squadrons sent out to run guard for Rejuvenator had all they could handle in running guard for themselves. Even worse, while the gravity wells coming at the Star Destroyer didn't seem anywhere near strong enough to tear her shields away, the stunning focus of targets by the coral skippers, coming in at different angles but attacking the very same spots, was drastically weakening areas of the Star Destroyer's defensive arrays. Rojo narrowed his gaze, staring hard at the planet growing larger on the view screen, Rejuvenator's forward batteries pounding away at the icy surface. They had to find a weak spot, Rojo knew. Damage reports chimed in from all about him, relating mounting problems on the Rejuvenator and relating the growing losses throughout the fleet. And then came the general alarms as an unknown planetary energy field gripped the great Star Destroyer. All of those alarms that were not local to the bridge washed out in a flood of static. Commander Rojo knew that he was running out of time. Anakin wasn't hurt, but neither did he begin to respond. He sat in his pod, watching the coral skippers, their coordinated two-synchronous movements. They couldn't be improvising in such a pattern, with all of their movements so amazingly complementary. There was no way they could possibly communicate and react so fast. It seemed eerily familiar to Anakin. "They've joined," he called down to his mother and father, "just like me and Jaina and Jason in the asteroid belt." "It's just good flying," Leia returned. "I've seen better," Han added. Anakin shook his head throughout the responses, not buying them for a moment. He watched the dance about the Falcon and about the Jade Saber, watched the larger dance of coral skippers going on all about him, and he knew, and he was afraid. For not only had those small groups attacking the Falcon and the Jade Saber apparently found a level of symbiosis above the norm, but the entire enemy fleet had. Anakin sucked in his breath. He remembered how effective he and his siblings had been in such a state, and there were only 3 of them. The coral skippers numbered in the hundreds, if not the thousands, and they were acting as one, he sensed, he knew, joined by something that was like the Force, but that was not the Force. He tuned into the fact that his father and Lando were both screaming at him then, and so he went back to his guns. The battle continued to deteriorate for the New Republic forces, and the primary target of the enemy, obviously, was Rejuvenator, with a swarm of coral skippers buzzing her, nipping at her shields, and stinging her hull beneath. "We've got to get to Rojo," Luke called into Han. "We've got to get those fighters off him and buy him some time." "Great," Han muttered sarcastically. "Now I'm running bodyguard for a Star Destroyer." He turned a sly eye on Leia. "You see anything crazy about that?" Jason almost got a second Yuuzhan Vong right through the chest with his lightsaber, but the warrior was faster than he had anticipated and arched back enough so that the weapon barely nicked. And then the others circled the young Jedi, 2 producing thud bugs, the others pulling club-like melee weapons from their bandoliers. Jason sent out his blade in a wide, sweeping arc, forcing those closest back. Seeing the opening, he leapt across the hole in the floor, forcing the Yuuzhan Vong to follow. Two loosed their thud bugs, the little living missiles whipping out for Jason. His lightsaber flashed right, then down and left, picking them both off. 4 of the Yuuzhan Vong came rushing around the hole. The 5th reached for another living missile, but as he did, Dany leapt onto his back, clawing at his face. The alien warrior growled and drove his elbow hard into her gut, but she clenched her teeth against the pain and clawed on, her fingers working under the nulith. But then the powerful warrior had her by the arm, stopping her progress and removing the mask. Dany improvised, pressing her finger against the side of the warrior's nose, the release point for the Uglith cloaker. As the peeling began, he released Dany, and she fell back just a step, then lowered her shoulder and slammed him toward the hole. In he went, head first, and though his breather remained somewhat in place, a rush of water slipped down his throat and into his lungs, and even worse for the warrior, his protective suit did not hold, the Uglith cloaker continuing its retraction. The freezing water sucked the heat out of the thrashing Yuuzhan Vong's exposed body. He tried to turn about for the chamber, and did manage it finally. Too late. His arms wouldn't respond properly. He remained disoriented, with one appendage of the nulith out of place and obscuring his vision. He clawed and scraped and gained no ground back up toward the chamber, and the cold, cold water closed in. Dany didn't see it. Another Yuuzhan Vong let fly a thud bug for her, and she couldn't get away from it, and she couldn't begin to block it. It caught her in the center of her chest, blowing away her breath and her consciousness, throwing her back into the floor. The Falcon's cannons, top and bottom, thundered away. Most of all, it was Anakin in the top pod keeping the increasing number of coral skippers off of the Falcon. His work with the guns, spinning side to side, tracking and leading perfectly, proved nothing less than spectacular. Beside the ship, the Jade Saber with better gun controls on the bridge, and those controls worked by the skilled Luke and Mara, and with newer, faster, and more maneuverable thrusters, had an even easier time of it, but still the ship made little real progress in getting close to the swarmed Rejuvenator. And now Commander Rojo was calling out desperately for assistance through the almost opaque shield of static, and one side of the Star Destroyer sparkled with hit after hit, inflicted by a continuing line of coral skippers. Then a barrage of larger missiles roared up from the volcano-like cones, lifting up from the planet's surface. Rojo cried out one last time. Then he was gone, his ship flaming and angling down past the 4th planet, a rush of internal explosions coming up to outdo even the continuing barrage by the deadly coral skippers. It was purely overkill, for Rejuvenator was already dead. Jason blocked the swing of a club, spun about to bring his lightsaber in line to block a strike from the other side, and in the middle of the turn snapped the lightsaber back, quickly and briefly, to intercept yet another thud bug. Then he did make the block and countered with a roll and thrust maneuver that sent the alien attacker leaping backward. But another moved in to block, and Jason couldn't finish the move. And he had to turn back anyway, spinning fast to pick off 2 attacks, one up high, one down low, coming at him in superb coordination. He ducked purely on instinct, and the next thud bug shot over his head, or almost over, for Jason's weapon tip shot up, skewering the thing even as it passed. A series of several sharp twists and cuts picked off 3 more attacks from 3 different opponents. A brilliant defense, but Jason was working wildly and was making little ground against his enemies. These warriors were skilled. Jason might be able to beat any of them 1 against 1. Maybe, and maybe, with luck, he could defeat 2. But not 4. No way. He continued to spin and to slice, to fight completely defensively, because to do otherwise, even within the grasp of the Force, would be to die. He chopped one club aside hard, then spun, expecting an attack from the other side. And indeed, he did see the 2 aliens over there coming at him, and hard, and it took him a moment to register the truth of the attack, to see the human hand covering each face, tearing at the mask. Miko Reglia drove on, accepting the punishment in exchange for getting his fingers into that all-important Uglith cloaker release point. And as he had the living suits beginning their retraction, the battered young Jedi dug in his heels and pushed on even more powerfully, bearing his surprised enemies into the hole and going in right behind them. He felt the freezing water drawing out his life force, felt the thrashing, the punches, the kicks, But Miko Reglia, in this final act of defiance against the Yuuzhan Vong breaking, held on stubbornly, preventing the two warriors from scrambling back out of the hole, determined that he would not die before them. Back in the chamber, one of the remaining Yuuzhan Vong made the mistake of lurching toward the hole in an attempt to catch his falling kin. Jacen wasted no time, leaping ahead, lightsaber flashing, going for the off-balance alien, and then, when that warrior's companion came in to defend, turning the attack fast upon him, scoring a quick kill with a thrust to the chest. His lightsaber cut through easily, coming out swift and sure, then swept behind the staff of the remaining warrior as he tried to get back to defensive posture, and took the alien's hand off at the wrist. A halt of momentum, a turn of the wrist, and Jacen poked his energy blade deep into that warrior's chest as well. "Miko!" He only then heard Dany cry, and he turned to see her crawling for the hole. "Miko!" Jacen glanced around, looking for solutions. "They brought an extra suit and mask for him," he said to Dany. "Get into them." And then he dived into the hole. Dany, suited, went in a few moments later, bearing one of the lichen torches the Yuuzhan Vong had carried into the chamber. She nearly jumped right out of her Uglith cloaker when Jacen appeared suddenly before her, shaking his head gravely, indicating to her that Miko Reglia was dead. He took her hand and pulled her along the underside of the ice crust back to the waiting Stylish ship, and somehow they managed to squeeze in side by side. Stunned and horrified calls jumbled through the open channels on the bridges of both the Millennium Falcon and the Jade Saber after the destruction of Rejuvenator, most prominent among them Kip Duran's cry for a general retreat. "Jump to hyperspace," Kip instructed, "all the way back to Debrillion." "Do it," Luke seconded across all channels. "All haste." "Jaina on Mary Minor," came the call. "Uncle Luke, Jacen's still down there." Luke winced, not at her proclamation, but at the sight of another Ranger gunship blowing apart. "We'll take you in, Jaina," he called back. "Get close between the Falcon and the Jade Saber. We'll take you in." The battle was disintegrating before them. New Republic starfighters, cruisers, gunships vectoring away from the ice planet, each with a host of coral skippers in hot pursuit. The other way, toward the planet, went the tight formation of 3 ships, laser cannons firing from the lead 2. They dived down, holding their relative positions, into the atmosphere of the planet, an atmosphere thick with mist from the barrage of Rejuvenator before she went down. They felt a tingling energy all about them, permeating their craft and their very bodies, felt the turbulence, the energy, and the gravity wells reaching up to grab at them, and even Luke and Mara Jade Skywalker, reputedly as fine a pilot team as could be found in all the galaxy, had all that they could handle in keeping the Jade Saber steady and on track. Luke knew the coordinates he had fed into the Iceborer's nav computer, so he led the way. Jaina tried to call in, saying something as her voice broke apart about Jacen altering course near the planet. It didn't matter, Luke knew. He tried to reach out for Jacen with the Force, and at first nearly toppled with fear at hearing no response. But then he realized that it was this energy field interfering, extending even into that personal level of communication. He closed his eyes and reached in deeper, past the physical energy barriers, and he heard. Coral skippers came down at them, or rose up to meet them, and the laser cannons thundered on. They kept their run straight and true, and all of them knew that they couldn't keep this up for very long at all. The planet rolled below them. They drew closer. "Lock in coordinates for hyperspace," Luke called repeatedly. "Not leaving him," came a portion of Han's reply. Luke reiterated his instructions in no uncertain terms. "We'll jump as soon as Jacen blasts free," he explained. But again Han came back with a determined, "We're not leaving him." Jaina's screech followed. "I'm hit," she explained. "Jaina," Leia cried. "I can hold it," she determinedly replied. An explosion tore through the ice pack up ahead, and a narrow shape lifted into the air. Before either Han or Luke, Leia, or Mara could call out instructions, the Mary Minor swooped between the lead ships, rushing straight out to literally catch the leaping Stylish ship with perfect timing. And before any of the 4 adults could offer any cry of congratulations, the Mary Minor disappeared, leaping to light speed with perfect precision. On the bridge of the Jade Saber, Mara glowed with pride and with awe. Both pilots on the bridge of the Millennium Falcon were struck all but dumb until Han finally managed to whisper, "The kid can fly." An explosion shook the Falcon, and then the ship dipped suddenly as a tractor beam from the surface nearly caught it, poignant reminders that it was past time to leave. Coral skippers came at the two ships from every conceivable angle, missiles firing, and the surface batteries opened up, and the Dovin basal gravity wells grabbed at them. But this was old news to the four pilots, particularly to Han Solo, and the ships went out past the reach of the Yuuzhan Vong and to hyperspace, Falcon first and Jade Saber right behind. They had escaped, barely, and so apparently had Jacen. Still, none of them were ready to call this day anything close to a victory. 24. One trick to play. As soon as the Merry Miner left the region, and then Jaina confirmed that the Jade Saber and the Millennium Falcon had gotten out as well, Jacen breathed considerably easier. He pulled off his breather, trying not to spit all over his close-quartered companion, then pressed the pressure point, releasing the invasive cloaker. Despite all the seriousness of the situation around him, all the grief and all the loss, he couldn't help but be self-conscious as that skin-like covering peeled away from him, rolling down past his belly, sliding under his loose-fitting skirt, then lower down his bare legs and feet, leaving him feeling quite naked, and leaving him, as Dany likewise released her mask and cloaker, conscious of the fact that she was in a similar state, wearing no more than a tiny, loose-fitting shift. Above that level of tension, Jacen noted that his companion's shoulders bobbed with quiet sobs. "We're out now," he said to her softly, and then he looked at her, really looked at her, and nearly lost his breath at the beauty he saw there. In truth, Dany was a mess, with bruises on her face and her curly blonde hair matted and ragged. But Jacen didn't see any of that as he looked hard, and for the first time, into her green eyes, into the pain he saw there, both the vulnerability and the inner strength, as he stared into her mind and her spirit, remembering that she and not Miko Reglia had been the one to put out the telepathic call, though she was not a Jedi Knight. She could be, Jacen realized then and there, and a great one at that. He was conscious, too, of the press of their scantily clothed bodies together within the confines of the small, stylish ship. "You're safe now," he said, his voice barely a whisper, and he worked his hand up from his side, taking care as to where it brushed, then brought his fingers gently against Dany's cheek. "Miko," the woman said quietly. Jacen nodded that he understood. About Miko and about the ordeal this woman had apparently suffered on that cold planet. He dared to bring his hand around to the back of her head, his fingers sliding into her thick shock of hair, and he pulled her close. Dany didn't resist. She buried her face in Jacen's strong shoulder and allowed the tears to flow. As soon as the three ships came out of hyperspace, and still far from Dubrillion, Luke opened channels to the other two. Jaina piped it down to Jacen and Dany in the stylish ship, and Han moved to open it up to the rest of his ship until he noted that Anakin and Lando were already entering the bridge. And so it began, the analysis of what had just happened, the expressions of shock that this still unknown enemy had so thoroughly routed such a formidable New Republic fleet. Still unknown? A hush engulfed the other eight when an unfamiliar voice piped in, Dany Qui beginning a long and thorough explanation of this enemy they now faced, the Preterite Vong, from the time they had breached the galactic rim to their journey to Belkaden, to her experiences under their control. Only Luke interrupted her compelling story, just enough to explain to Dany the ultimate fate of Belkaden. The woman swallowed hard, and seemed to swallow it away, going on with a determination that they could all hear in her voice, and that Jacen could see clearly in her eyes. He joined in when she got to the end of her tale, the escape, the rescue by Jacen, the death of Miko Reglia. When the pair finished, there was near silence for a while, except that the people on the Falcon and the Merry Miner could hear Luke and Mara speaking quietly about something. "Care to let us in on the secret?" Leia asked. "We were talking about the creature Dany spoke of," Luke replied. "The Yamsk." Then, his voice lowered and thick with meaning, he added, "The war coordinator." "Yeah, that's what she called it," Han said dismissively, missing any understanding of the gravity of Luke's tone. "That's why they fought so well," Anakin blurted. "You think that Yamsk creature was somehow binding our enemies together?" Leia asked. "I know that they fought too synchronously," Luke replied. "Too coordinated, and without any communication that we could hear or even sense. The Yuuzhan Vong were always talking about being joined together by the war coordinator," Dany put in. "You felt the power when we went down into the atmosphere," Luke added, and Mara beside him agreed. "Absolutely," Leia replied. "I didn't," Han said. "I just know that my instruments were a bit wacky." "I felt it," Jaina put in. "I felt it a long way out from the planet, but down near the surface it was incredible, overwhelming." "So that creature is what turned our enemies into such a tremendous force," Leia followed the reasoning. "That creature brought them together into a singular fighting unit." "Like me, Jacen, and Jaina in the belt," Anakin put in. "Then we have to destroy that creature," Luke reasoned. "You won't get near it without an army of soldiers," Dany said without hesitation. "Even if you can get back down under the ice crust, you'd be battling hundreds of Yuuzhan Vong warriors." In fact, Luke was entertaining that very thought. If he could take the ice-borer-stylist ship back down and somehow work his way to the great Yamsk. "And the Yamsk itself would stop you," Dany added. "It's huge, and that energy you felt about the planet pales in comparison to what he can do up close." "Uncle Luke is a Jedi," Anakin came back, somewhat indignantly. "So was Miko Reglia," Dany replied, "and the Yamsk overwhelmed him repeatedly." "Jedi Master," Anakin retorted defiantly, but then Luke cut in, diffusing the tension and changing the subject. "Can we rally enough firepower in here to take out the whole planet?" he asked, and the hesitation in his voice was an accurate reflection of the trepidation in his thoughts. How many ships would they need, and how many would be destroyed before they ever came close to accomplishing the task? "That'd take half the fleet," Han reminded. "Or more," Leia added grimly. "We hardly hurt them today, and what will we be left with for defense at the core if we bring the fleet out here and lose?" "The Preterite Vong will walk across the galaxy, one system at a time," Dany added. And as she was the expert among them on their enemies, those words rang ominously indeed. "How else can we beat it?" Luke asked in all seriousness. "What can we do, here and now, to defeat the Yamsk?" "I've got some heat charges that would do some damage to that ice crust," Lando offered. "If we could even get them to the right places on the surface, past those gravity wells," Han said. "I don't think they'd do much good anyway," Dany put in. "The Yamsk is down deep, where the water is warmer from the volcanoes." "Too bad we couldn't just shut the volcanoes off and freeze the thing," Jacen added. Then came a short pause, and Luke started to break it by asking how much damage Rejuvenator had been able to inflict with her laser batteries, taking that line of questioning to the point with Dany and Jacen to learn if they, since they were under that ice crust, had even felt the pounding. He was cut short, though, by a surprisingly animated Anakin. "We can," he said, and when his father returned with a "huh?" he added, "We can shut the volcanoes off. Or at least we can freeze the water around them." "How are we going to do that?" Han asked. "It's already about as cold around that planet as it can be." "Almost," Anakin said slyly, "but not quite." "Absolute zero?" Luke asked. "How are we going to do that?" "Evaporation," Anakin replied. "Huh?" Han said again. "Nothing steals energy faster," Jacen agreed, remembering the science lessons Anakin was recalling, lessons that he and Jaina, too, had been taught at the Jedi Academy. If we can speed up the evaporation around the planet, we'll cool it down, Anakin said. And how do we do that? Han asked skeptically. You infuse the process with energy, Jaina explained, like the energy of sunlight drying up puddles. Han snorted. If we can get that amount of energy out here, we can just use it to destroy the planet, he reasoned. Unless we turn the Yamisk's energy back in on the planet, Dany said suddenly. And except for Han's increasingly predictable, huh? There came a few moments of dead silence, as the others all considered the logic of the notion. Lando? Luke called. Why are you asking me? The man came back. When you were on Niklan, you did some serious energy reflection, Luke replied, a sly note edging into his voice, showing that he thought he might be onto something. You mean the sunlight? Lando asked. We did more hiding from it than turning it back, running behind the panels of the shield ships and... He paused, and those on the Falcon's bridge with him saw his face brighten. Shield ships, he said evenly. I thought they were all destroyed, Dany said. She had heard the tales and had not seen the great ships in close orbit to Destrillion. Well, I had to build a few more, Lando replied, and his tone gave Luke the image of the man's always wry grin. Couldn't lose the technology after all. Get them out here as quickly as you can, Luke ordered. There's mountains of mist around the planet already, from the pounding Rejuvenator gave to the place. And if we turn right back after being so routed, we might catch our enemies by surprise, perhaps even with many of their fighters away from home, heading out to find the remnants of our fleet. You'd better bring back Kip and all the starfighters and gunships we can manage too, he added, just to help protect the shield ships while they move in close and do their work. Already making the call, Lando assured him. They set up a rendezvous at a nearby planet, one where Jaina, Jacen, and Dany could get out of the Merry Miner and go aboard the other ships, with Jacen taking Lando's place in the Falcon's bottom gun pod, Dany going to the Jade Saber with Jaina and Mara, and Luke going back in the Jade Saber's hold, prepping his X-Wing for the coming fight. It took a while for the lumbering shield ships to get there from their docks at Destrillion. The fleet that had come out to run guard for the ships was nowhere near as large as Luke and the others had hoped. Although Kip Duran had returned with a large squadron of starfighters, none of the Ranger gunships had joined his force, their commanders opting to wait for more New Republic firepower to arrive. Those commanders were in error, Luke knew, for as he considered the level of the rout at the Helska system, the coordination of the enemy force, and the sheer power of the energy field protecting the planet itself, he understood that the New Republic would never rally enough of an armada to win out there. And likely those Ranger gunships and the others who opted to remain at Destrillion would see more fighting from the Yuuzhan Vong gone on the offensive than those with Luke trying to surprise the planetary base. Still, he considered retreating back to Debrillion with his makeshift fleet, digging in their heels there, and trying to hold out long enough for battlecruisers and star-destroyers to arrive, though if they came in scattershot, he realized, they would run the risk of being picked off one by the Yuuzhan Vong force. Perhaps they should try their cooling plan with the entire fleet, or as much of the fleet as the counselors would send assembled. But there was the rub. For Luke understood, above all else, that paralyzing, bureaucratic, self-serving council, and could hardly count on them acting prudently and correctly. Even with the disappointments, then, Luke knew that they had to press on, and quickly. The aliens had not been caught by surprise with the first assault, and without any element of surprise this time, the plan had little chance of working. They came in hot on the very edge of disaster, plotting coordinates and speeds that brought them out of hyperspace practically as a singular unit and right near the fourth planet of the Helska system. So close, in fact, that a pair of ships, the one cruiser that had joined the fleet and a starfighter, slammed right into that planet, so close together that another pair of starfighters clipped wings and went spinning and exploding away, one of them taking out a third in the process. Luke, who had ordered the dangerous jump, could only wince at the losses, and at the notion that they were acceptable losses, for this ragtag fleet could not have done it any other way. For now, suddenly, and before any Yuuzhan Vong had risen against them, they were already moving into place, the 6 great umbrella-shaped shield ships falling into orbit around the ice planet and decreasing that orbit with each rotation. At first, the pilots of those shield ships reported little energy, but then, suddenly, as if the war coordinator had simply flipped a switch, each of the pilots cried out that the energy readings on their honeycombed hulls had suddenly soared. The Yamsk had awoken to the threat. And the coral skipper's swarm rose up, not nearly as large as the one that had previously countered the fleet, for Luke's hope that many would be out on the hunt proved well-founded. "Cover for the shield ships," Luke called through all channels. "Give them the time they need." He left it at that, not adding that neither he nor Anakin, who had originally suggested this, nor any of Lando's scientists who had signed on to the idea, had any notion of how long that might be. Luke's X-Wing led the Falcon and the Jade Saber into position, protecting one of the shield ships as it worked to deflect the energy back at the planet, while the other fighters similarly went to their positions, some holding defensive arrays while others, using decoy as defense, charged the coral skippers, then vectored away, bringing pursuit after them and thus away from the shield ships. That would be Luke's tactic as well, as soon as he had the other 2 ships in place, only he intended to take it to a higher level, intended to dive right down into that atmosphere, turbulence, energy, and all, bringing as many coral skippers as possible to the defense of their immediate home. Prefect Dagara rushed to join with the Yamsk when word sounded of a second attack. At first, the prefect feared that the first attack might have been a ruse, and that this second fleet would prove much larger and stronger, despite all the indications and reports that there were no mighty enemy ships remaining in this region of the galaxy. Then the Yamsk communicated to him the truth of the attackers, though, that this force was minuscule compared to the previous one, and that the only notable additions were the giant shield ships, vessels the fleet attacking Destrillion had inspected and, after determining that they were not military, had ignored. Dagara was at a loss. Why would they come back? The only logical answers seemed to be tied to the escape of the prisoner Dany Kui. Was this a rescue mission? Was Dany Kui then still on the planet? Was this entire attack merely a ruse to allow the young woman some cover as she tried to get off-planet? And why the giant shield ships? The Yamsk held a theory about that. The enemy was going to try to use these ships to defeat the energy field about the planet, perhaps to turn the energy back on the planet in the hopes of defeating the Dovin basal gravity wells or the tracking of the surface cannons. The war coordinator was not worried, for despite the proximity of the great umbrella-like ships and the fact that they were reflecting energy back at the planet, it could still feel the consciousness of the coral skippers, could still guide the battle. Prefect Dagara's fears went away in the face of the confidence of the war coordinator. In addition, the Yamsk sent out the call to the nearest of those coral skipper squadrons that had already departed the system, out hunting. Even without their return, the war coordinator estimated that the enemy fleet would be repulsed in short order, or utterly destroyed if they stayed in the region even briefly. The biggest danger, then, seemed to be that Dany Kui might find some way to get off-planet. That would be unfortunate, Prefect Dagara felt, for he had an affinity for the woman and wanted to study her further. But it really made very little difference. The enemy, in desperation, apparently refusing to admit the truth of their previous routing, had returned, and the outcome this time seemed even more assured. Thus, when reports that a lone starfighter, an X-Wing class, had broken into atmosphere and was running fast and strong low to the planet, Prefect Dagara ordered a huge portion of his coral skippers to take it out and, in the process, to conduct a search of the surface for the escaped prisoner. Maybe they could win again, and he could keep Dany. Luke's hull sensors and R2-D2 in back indicated that the temperature had begun to drop. Not dramatically, but noticeably. The thin air around him was tingling, alive with energy, the Yamsk's own assault combined with the reflective power of the ever-lower shield ships. A tremendous fog was coming up from the icy surface of the planet as the energy altered the state of the matter, and, To the heightening of Luke's optimism, that fog was dissipating almost as fast as it was rising, a mounting cycle of evaporation. Also, the fog gave him some cover, which he needed. For all of his flying skills, Luke was into it thickly already with a host of coral skippers, the craft spinning and attacking from many angles all at once, acting as a singular opponent. He didn't even worry about his laser cannons or his torpedoes. His tactics here were purely evasive, ducking and then rising suddenly in a tight loop, then plunging down the back side of that loop into the fog. Most of his instruments were useless now, caught in the web of pure energy, and so he was flying purely on sight and on instinct, falling to the Force, the one great sensor the energy power of the Yamas couldn't seem to fully intercept. Flying in the opaque fog, feeling the mounting cold, and hearing R2-D2 chattering out a host of undecipherable beeps and whistles, Luke cut fast to the side, narrowly avoiding a collision with one coral skipper, then dived down halfway through that snap turn. Then, knowing the planet was rushing up to squash him, Luke Skywalker pulled for all his life, tightening the turn, hoping he could level off and come around before plunging full speed into the ice. Jaina felt the adrenaline pumping as the Jade Saber got into it hot and heavy with the coral skippers. She was piloting, with Mara handling the main guns, and Dany Quee trying to help out wherever she could. Jaina had to use conventional methods rather than the Force to coordinate her flying with that of her escort ship, the Millennium Falcon, for her father was piloting that one. But Han was a great pilot, and Jaina had never before appreciated just how great. He and the Falcon took the point position, with the Jade Saber running cover for him, and it seemed to Jaina that every turn, every dip, and every rise Han executed put yet another coral skipper into the gun sights of either Jason at the bottom gun pod or Anakin thundering away up top. Even with all of that wondrous flying, though, the Falcon was overmatched, with too many coral skippers buzzing about. Now Han had to use his speed and trust that Jaina would keep up with the even faster Jade Saber, to stay ahead of the coral skippers, to keep them chasing him around and leaving the shield ship alone. And they seemed to be doing that, Jaina noted, with this one and with all the shield ships, as if they didn't understand the potential danger. Given that level of detachment, she went through a brief moment of doubt, wondering if the plan had any chance at all, if the energy would be enough, if the evaporation would be enough, and if it would even matter to the volcano-warmed water in any case. No time to ponder, though, for as the Falcon broke off, the Jade Saber found herself fully engaged. Now it was Jaina's turn to show her stuff, and the young pilot went at the task full ahead. She cut a barrel roll, coming out right in the path of a coral skipper, and Mara let the guns fly, blasting the thing apart. Jaina cut a turn inside the explosion, bringing her about 30 degrees, and into another exchange. This time the coral skipper got off a couple of shots, but the Jade Saber's shields handled the hits, and the return fire overwhelmed the smaller craft. Another turn, another shot. A dive and sudden climb, another shot. A snap roll, putting them right in line with another approaching craft, and nothing. Jaina took the missile hits, snap turning to the side, cutting back onto the course of the Millennium Falcon, which had sped around the far side of the shield ship. "Why didn't you take him?" she asked Mara. And when there came no response, Jaina glanced to the side. Mara was slumped in her seat, her head lolling to the side. The shock stunned Jaina. She dived over the woman, screaming, "Aunt Mara!" But the situation was too hot for such inattention to the controls, and so they got hit again and again, and by the time Jaina could get back to the controls and try to straighten the Jade Saber out, her shields were nearly gone, and one drive was sputtering, and one bank of attitude jets was shut down, and the planet was coming up fast. Jaina fought with all her strength. Behind her, Dany rushed onto the bridge, asking what she could do to help. The Jade Saber tumbled down, out of control. Luke pulled with all his strength and cried out for R2-D2 to help him. The droid's response came back sluggish and undecipherable, though, for R2-D2, outside of the protective canopy, was too cold. Luke closed his eyes, continuing to pull, but expecting to slam into the planet at any second. The nose came around, slowly, slowly, and back to horizontal, and the X-Wing shot along, skimming the surface. But with the deadly ice only a couple of feet below him, Luke could not yet breathe easier. He fired his repulsor coils just to get some lift, then angled up, zooming out of the fog, back into the swarm of coral skippers. Again he didn't bother to fire off his lasers, just wriggled and spun, weaving his way through the tangle. Then he was out of the group, though many had turned on his tail to give chase. Luke sensed that it was growing colder, that the temperature was dropping faster and faster, though without his sensors he couldn't begin to measure the actual rate or begin to guess the bottom end of that drop or the final effect. He could only hope. And then he saw the jade saber spinning down, breaching the atmosphere and dropping out of control, and his heart sank. Han and Leia brought the Falcon screaming around the edge of the shield ship, guns blazing. And blazing, too, was the converse side of that shield ship, facing the planet, glowing with radiated energy. Before they could begin to comment on that, though, another sight caught their attention and held it fast, dropping their hearts and their hopes. The jade saber tumbling, disappearing into the atmosphere. And there was nothing at all that they could do for her, for Mara and Dany, for their daughter. Luke throttled her up to full, estimating an intercept course for the falling ship. He saw her try to straighten, saw one engine straining against the fall, and knew that someone at least was still at the controls. But he knew, too, that whoever that was, the effort would be in vain, for that one drive didn't have the power to break this momentum in time, unless... Luke pushed his X-Wing out to full, angling at an intercept course right below the falling ship. Then he flipped his X-Wing over, coming through in a rush, and just as he passed under the jade saber, just before the two ships collided, he fired off one of his repulsor coils, sending a jolt of propulsion at the underside of that falling ship. With great satisfaction, Luke spun his ship back over and saw the jade saber climbing again, back off planet. But the maneuver had cost him altitude and put his momentum once again downward. He was confident that he could level off and break the dive, but the situation had changed suddenly, for the atmosphere about him had changed. The fog was burning away, some evaporating, some just coagulating into ice crystals, hanging in the air like flak. And while Luke did clip some of those icicles, crunching through the maze, many others shrank, so fast that they seemed to be just withering away to nothingness. They had reached critical point. The evaporation had taken on a life of its own, and at a frightening speed. More and more coral skippers appeared on the scene, some climbing up from the planet, others, many others, vectoring in, returning to the call of the Yamsk. Han, Leia, and Lando's relief at seeing the jade saber climbing off-planet again went away in the blink of an eye as a gigantic shield ship exploded. All the frequencies jammed with cries from the escorting starfighters and cruisers, screams that shields were gone, calls for help. Another glittering explosion filled the Falcon's view screen, a cruiser blasted apart, and then another, smaller, as a starfighter got cut to pieces. "What's taking them so long?" Han growled, aiming his frustration at Lando. Lando held up his hands helplessly. "I don't even know what we're trying to do," he insisted. "3PO, you got any answers?" Leia started to ask, but she ended with a scream, and Han yelled, "Left!" as a group of coral skippers rose up before them, suddenly firing away. The top cannons thundered a response, and Jason, in the lower pod, got one and then another. But there were too many, and they were flying too well, crossing each other's trails with such precision and coordination that the Falcon's gunners couldn't find many open shots. Han winced as the Falcon jolted from hit after hit. "Come on," he growled at his console when the shields went away momentarily and the lights blinked. Another shield ship, this one on the back side of the planet from the Falcon, exploded. "We should break off," Lando remarked. "We can't," Leia retorted sharply. "This is our chance." A third shield ship went away, and that chance seemed a longer shot by far at that moment. But then a pair of coral skippers, in opposing spins before the Falcon, came together with a devastating explosion. "Nice shot," Han called. "I didn't," Anakin replied. "Me neither," Jason said. Han and Leia looked at each other, then at Lando. Another pair of coral skippers nicked in a close cross, both spinning off wildly. To one side, Anakin blasted apart one enemy fighter and then another, and Jason got one on the other flank. The calls from the other ships filling the channels seemed to reflect similar sudden successes. "It's working," Leia breathed. "We're still outnumbered," Han reminded, and as a poignant exclamation point to his remark, a fourth shield ship blew apart. Han put the Falcon up on end, cannons blazing as it zoomed through a host of coral skippers. "Turn her back," Anakin called. "We can get every one of them before they get near our shield ship." But none of the three in the cockpit were even listening, nor was Jason, who had stopped shooting. They all just stared ahead at the planet. The fog around the planet lifted, the view of the icy world becoming more and more clear, until within a span of seconds there was not a wisp of vapor in its atmosphere. Han's breath came back to him, and Leia gasped in delight as a familiar form grew before them, the jade saber breaking out. Before they could even begin to call out to Jaina, though, the planet seemed to grow fuzzy and distorted, as if they were looking at it through a glass globe. "The Mesocanli wave," Anakin squealed. "The fourth state of matter. It's got to be freezing below it. The water's got to be solidifying at least." "That's why these guys can't coordinate their attack anymore," Jason added. "They're war coordinators in a deep freeze." Indeed, many of the coral skippers, confused perhaps, had broken from the battle and were zooming back toward the planet, presumably to protect their base. And as Han and the others watched, the planet's rotation slowed, and slowed even more. "Unbelievable," Han muttered. "It won't last for long," Jason explained. "The energy's gone, so the evaporation's done." "And what happens when the planet starts up again?" Han asked ominously. "Well, with the expansion created by the ice," Jason began, and that was enough for Han, who got a typically bad feeling about this. "Luke," Leia whispered breathlessly. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Han cried through all channels. "Full retreat!" And despite Leia's continuing plea for her missing brother, Han brought the Falcon screaming around, pointed her nose away from the fourth planet, which was beginning to rotate faster again, and punched the throttle, slowing only long enough for the jade saber to come zooming by. It hit Han then, and hard. The reality of what he was doing, of his retreat, so much like the retreat Anakin had pulled on Cernpa-dal, leaving Chewie behind. He almost turned the Falcon back around, plunging toward the planet in a desperate search for Luke. Almost. But he could not. If he had been alone, then there would have been no hesitation, but he was not alone, was responsible for more lives than his own, as Anakin had been. All the rest of the fleet broke off, too, turning tail and running, with the shield ship tug pilots releasing their lumbering shields and running off for all their lives. Great quakes rocked the surface of the planet. A chasm appeared, a long canal exploding and running with supersonic speed from pole to pole. And then the whole planet blew, a shattering, sparkling explosion of ice crystals, spinning out, catching the Helskin sun's rays in a myriad of sparkles and colors. Out of that widening cloud came a single black speck, a single X-wing running with all speed, surfing on the very edge of an overpowering wave. 25. Connection and Coincidence. "Oh, vocalize," Luke heard C-3PO say to R2-D2 as he walked back to the room Lando had given him and Mara back on Dubrillion. He rounded the corner, coming in sight of the droids, just as C-3PO bonked R2-D2 on the dome. R2-D2 responded with what should have been a long and single-noted ooh, but it came out as ooh-ooh-ooh-ee. "He's just being stubborn, Master Luke," C-3PO insisted, and he moved to bonk R2-D2 again, but Luke, barely containing his smile, moved over and caught the protocol droid by the arm. "I don't think R2 has recovered from our flight through the cold and ice," Luke explained. "Ooh, R2-D2 agreed. "I think he's got the hiccups," Luke added with a wink, and he headed away straight for his room. The fight with the scattered Yuuzhan Vong forces was going quite well. Many had been destroyed with the planet, for many had swooped down in a foolish attempt to protect their home base and had not escaped the blast. And more importantly, the binding force that was the war coordinator was gone. Now the remaining enemy forces were no more than rogue squadrons, and Kip Doran, among many, many others, including considerable firepower from the New Republic, was out on the hunt. At least he could rest easy that the mop-up of the Preterite Vong was in good hands, Luke thought as he entered the room. Mara wasn't there, and he had to work hard to suppress the urge to go and find her. She hadn't recovered from the ordeals of the past weeks, particularly from the spell that had come over her in the last battle. Her illness was winning now, Luke knew, and as far as Mara was concerned, her battle had to be a private thing. That pained Luke profoundly, the helplessness, standing by and watching the woman he loved so dearly fight against this inner monstrosity. Luke turned his thoughts outward. He couldn't help in the private struggle, perhaps, but what about the more general fight? He held up a vial, one containing the molecular transformation beetle they had pulled from Belkaden. Mara had felt within her a definite attraction for the thing, as if her disease had reached out to it. That sensitivity might have been misinterpreted, Luke realized. Mara might have been reacting to the fact that she merely felt sicker in the sick climate of the transformed Belkaden. Or it might have been well-founded. Was it connection or coincidence that the disease within Mara and the others had shown up when it did, so near to an extragalactic invasion? Was it an inadvertent, or perhaps even purposeful, insinuation of some foreign disease into the galaxy by the Yuuzhan Vong? Luke didn't know, but he intended to try at least to find out. If there was some way, any way, that he could help his beloved wife, then he had to try. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, strengthening his resolve. He had so many important issues to attend, the resurrection of the Jedi Council not the least of them. He had to operate on so many levels now, as statesman, diplomat, warrior, scientist, and husband. Mara had talked seriously about flying away for a while, of going to Dagobah, perhaps, or some other wild and force-filled place where she could find an even deeper level of meditation, and even deeper understanding of these things happening within her. Luke, of course, had offered to go with her, but she had politely but firmly refused. This was her fight, this part of it at least. Luke blew a long and helpless sigh. In a room down the hall, Leia Solo packed her belongings. She, too, had so much work ahead of her, she knew. She had seen these extragalactic aliens, the Yuuzhan Vong, up close, and understood that the threat, though apparently ended on any large scale, could not be ignored. There might be other invasion forces, other war coordinators with even larger forces at their disposal, and next time they might not be fortunate to find such an enemy so unwittingly vulnerable beneath the ice crust of a watery world. Leia appreciated how close they had come to complete disaster, how easily, had they not found a way to destroy the planet, the Preterite Vong might have marched across the galaxy, one sector at a time, with the New Republic never really coordinating enough firepower to stop them, and with the stubborn and often ignorant counselors of the New Republic never really understanding until it was too late that they had to pay attention to this threat. That would be Leia's job now, her unavoidable duty despite her personal preference to stay out of it all. She had 3 children who, though they had proven themselves quite capable, even heroic, surely needed her. She had a sister-in-law battling in the fight of her life, and a brother who might need her support. And she had a grieving husband, a man devastated by the loss of his dearest friend. But wouldn't all of that be moot if the Yuuzhan Vong came back in stronger numbers and better prepared, and the New Republic wasn't ready to meet them? "Ambassador Leia," the woman whispered, not liking but grudgingly accepting the seemingly inevitable title, one that the Council would bestow upon her, declaring her to be an ambassador of Dubrillion and the nearby sectors, including the Helska system of the Outer Rim. She could only hope Borsk Falia and his cronies would listen. Halfway across the galaxy, another representative set about his latest task. Nome Anor knew of the disaster of the Preterite Vong. He heard the stories coming in from the Outer Rim, and that, combined with his inability to contact either Yeoman Carr or Dagara, confirmed to him that the invasion force had been battered and scattered. Now there were Yuuzhan Vong warriors running throughout the galaxy, and he had no way to control them. He had done his part for Dagara and the Yamsk, had kept the main bulk of enemy warships paralyzed here at the core, and hardly turning their eyes to events at the outer rim. And still, the war coordinator, the Preterite Vong, had failed. At first, Nome Anor feared that his people might have underestimated their enemies. But then, as more complete reports of the truth of the disaster had rolled in, he came to understand that ill fate alone had ruined the day. But it was not over, Nome Anor knew. Not at all. The Preterite Vong was but a fraction of what his people could throw this way. Now the Yuuzhan Vong executor went back to his work. He was on a small planet, a relatively unknown piece of real estate, but one with a brewing civil war and a mounting hatred for the new republic. He'd stir that brew. 26. Eulogy. The Millennium Falcon glided in quietly and slowly, the dead ball that had been Cernpa-dal wobbling before them, off balance, off its orbit. Leia stood beside Han on the bridge, saying nothing, allowing him this moment of solitude and reflection. And he needed it. He had spent the last days keeping himself too busy to face this inevitable moment, had tried to avoid it in the hopes that time would lessen the pain. It hadn't, not a bit. Looking down there, at the last place he had seen Chewbacca alive, Han could find no escape and no reprieve. Now he did think of his friend fully. He pictured so many of the moments he had spent with Chewie, mostly expressions on the Wookiee's face, or a particular, peculiar howl, and no specific events. The events didn't seem important, just the inflections in Chewie's voice, the looks he gave to Han, often argumentative, always with respect and honest love. Han glanced over at Chewie's empty co-pilot seat, seeing his friend there again in his mind's eye, picturing him clearly, so vividly, and forcing it even deeper, focusing a mental image of Chewbacca so crystalline clear that he almost fostered the sudden belief that he could will the Wookiee back from the dead, that because he, Han, couldn't accept the loss, it couldn't be so. But it was, and Chewie was gone, and Chewie wasn't coming back. And those images continued. Chewie running back from the gun pod, Chewie chasing Anakin down the landing ramp on Coruscant after yet another misfiring of the repulsor coil, Chewie hoisting all three of Han's kids high into the air, not so many years ago, when they were not so little, just to prove that he could still do it. Han saw his favorite cap sitting under the co-pilot console, a cap Leia had given to him not long after the birth of the twins, emblazoned with the stitching, "Congratulations, it's a both," on the front. How many times had Chewie stolen that old and ragged cap recently, plopping it on his furry head, stretching the band? Han reached down and picked it up then, and turned it over, seeing the brownish-blonde hair of his Wookiee friend plastered inside. All those memories drifting by, and always ending with the same stark realization that there would be no more of them, that the book was closed, that those hairs on the cap were the last ones Chewie would ever put there. With the typical protectiveness of a father and husband, Han's thoughts drifted to his children. He had caught them many times over the last couple of days, blinking back tears, staring off into space, and he didn't have to ask them what they were thinking about. It was worse for Jaina and Jacen, he knew, and though that truth first surprised him, he came to understand it. Anakin was 15, a very personal and selfish age, and even with the added weight of guilt over Chewie's death hanging on his shoulders, the boy was too personally absorbed to fully appreciate the reality of the loss. The twins, though, had gone past that egocentric view of the universe, had a better developed sense of empathy. And so Han had gone to his kids, all three, individually, and had told them all the comforting clichés that everyone heard through their youth whenever a loved one was lost. How much emptier those words seemed to him now, coming from himself. For a moment, after each session with his morning kids, Han wanted to be the little one again, wanted a parent or a mentor to tell him all those comforting cliches, wanted the words to come from a wiser source than he. He had that source, somewhat, in the person of the woman standing next to him, and his wonderful wife. Leia had loved Chewie as much as he had, and though she was not as often physically close to the Wookiee, and though she didn't have as many particular memories of Chewie as Han did, her grief was no less, he knew. And yet she had buried it within her, had put her own feelings back for now so that she could help Han attend to his. He knew that. "How close do you want to get?" Leia asked at length, and only then did Han tune in to the image on the screen before them and realize that Cernpa-dal had grown quite large. They hadn't come here to try to retrieve Chewie's body, of course. That task was beyond them, beyond anyone. Han had come here, and Leia had readily agreed to it, because he needed this moment. "What are we going to tell Chewie's family?" Han asked. "The truth," Leia said, "that he died a hero." "I never thought—" Han began quietly, his voice breaking apart. Leia looked at him gently, allowed him the moment to compose himself. "I had built this bubble around us," Han tried to explain. "Around all of us. You, me, Chewie, the kids, Luke, Mara, even Lando. Heck, even the stupid droids. We were all in it, you know. In it and safe, a cozy family." "Invulnerable?" the ever-perceptive Leia asked. Han nodded. "Nothing could hurt us. Could really hurt us," he went on, and then his voice broke up and he just shook his head and blinked away the tears, and when that didn't work, he wiped them away and stared out at wobbling Cernpa-dal. He knew that Leia understood, that he didn't have to say more, and even though it made no sense, she didn't disagree. This should have, logically, happened a long, long time ago after all. And if not to Chewie, then certainly to one of the others, Han, perhaps, most of all. They had been living on the very edge of disaster for so very long, fighting battles, literally, for decades, running from bounty hunters and assassins. Even the first time Han and Leia had met, on the Death Star of all places, and in the gallows of the place to boot, so many times, it seemed, one or more of them should have died. And yet, in a strange way, that close flirting with death had only made Han think them all the more invulnerable. They could dodge any blaster, or piggyback on the side of an asteroid, or climb out of a garbage chute, But not anymore. Not now. The bubble of security was gone, so suddenly, blown apart by a diving moon. "Even Mara," Han said, and Leia turned back to regard him, though he continued to stare straight ahead. "Her disease couldn't kill her," he went on. "I knew it wouldn't. Even with the reports of those other people dying, she'd live. Because the others weren't in my bubble and she was. Mara was, and so she'd win out." "She will," Leia insisted. But Han wasn't so sure of that anymore, not by a long shot. Suddenly he got the dread feeling that Mara was indeed terminal, and the realization that those others in his bubble, most notably his kids, weren't exactly safe either. With their efforts against the aliens, Jaina, Jacen, and Anakin had proven themselves worthy of the title Jedi Knight now, beyond anyone's questioning. They had moved beyond Han's control, and with or without that control, Han knew that they weren't safe anymore. The bubble was gone. The alien threat had been all but eradicated, so it seemed. But to Han Solo, the galaxy suddenly seemed a more dangerous place by far.
End of Star Wars: The New Jedi Order, Book 1, Vector Prime, by R.A. Salvatore. This audiobook was created using text-to-speech software and was not read by a real person. Please keep in mind the limitations of the technology when it comes to pacing and pronunciation. Also, if you enjoy the audiobooks we create, please consider supporting the expense of our projects through our Patreon page. Those who do so have access to exclusive book series, are able to download the MP3 files for all the books we create, and also have early access to our normal YouTube releases. For more details, please visit patreon.com/hiddengemsbooks. The link is also available in the video description below. Thank you for listening, and we hope you enjoyed the story.